Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivam. Let our biology become one with Paramashiva's biology. Let macrocosm we carry become one with microcosm. Let the microcosm we carry become one with macrocosm of Paramashiva. Let our organism become one with Paramashiva's organism. Let Paramashiva's organism become one with our organism. Let oneness become living strategy, living experience of all of us. Amda Mahavagya. Do it intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. You have all come here with some expectation, some hope to enhance your knowledge, to get a new perspective of life, to see if you can live your life in a better way. I want to tell you a few things before we get into the subject, so that you can get the maximum benefit from your stay here. You might have gone to many other places, listened to many other lectures, practiced many other techniques before coming here. All that is all right. Just one thing. When you are here, just be totally here. That's all. Just leave behind all the knowledge that you have gathered earlier in other places and then come in here. You would have seen a board outside that said, "Leave your shoes and mind outside." You might have wondered what it meant. It means, when you leave your shoes outside, just decide and leave your mind also. Just leave all your gathered knowledge next to your shoes and come in. You can take it back when you go out. Don't worry about that. No one will take your mind away. It will be perfectly safe. At least your shoes people might take, but your mind people will not touch. I will guarantee you that. People are unable to handle their own minds. They will surely not touch and experiment with yours. When you come in with an empty mind, with no prejudice, you can absorb what I am saying in its totality. If you come in with your knowledge, you will be constantly comparing every word of mine with what you know about it, with what you have heard about it from someone else earlier, and you will simply miss what I am trying to tell. You can absorb me only if there is some space in you to take me in. If you are already full, you cannot take me in. A small story. A learned professor from the West went to meet a Zen master in the East in Japan. The professor was very learned and had done a lot of research in many areas of study. He went to meet the master to acquire some spiritual knowledge, to discuss various issues with him, to understand spirituality in a better fashion. He arrived at the master's place and found the master brewing tea. The master saw him in and gestured for him to sit and continued to brew the tea. The professor sat down and after a while started talking of his background, of all his studies, his discoveries, his travels all over the world, his experiences with different people, his conclusions on various subjects, and what not. The master finished brewing the tea and placed 2 cups between them. He began pouring tea into the professor's cup. He poured, and slowly the cup started overflowing. The tea spilt over the saucer and flowed onto the table. The professor was agitated at what was happening. He could not contain himself anymore. He screamed, "Master, what are you doing? Stop pouring, the cup is overflowing." The master stopped and calmly said, "So are you." The professor was shocked, but understood what the master was trying to tell him. The professor was so full like the teacup that could not hold any more tea. Anything that the master might have told him would have only overflowed outside, not into him. The professor understood from that one word of the master what he meant, what he was trying to tell him. So understand, if you want to experience me, if you really want to gain something for having taken the time out for these days, just be like an empty cup here. Be totally open and receptive. Be like a child, innocent and curious, like a sponge ready to absorb. That is enough. You see, there are 3 types of knowledge. The first is intellectual knowledge, the knowledge of the mind. For this, you need only your mind, nothing else. If you are attentive and have a good memory, it is enough. If you can apply logic well, if you have a little common sense to connect things and understand, it is enough. This is the kind of knowledge that you gain in school with your books. To learn mathematics and science, your mind is enough. You can become a great mathematician or a great scientist. The second type of knowledge is knowledge of the heart. Here, you need to use your heart also in addition to your mind. Art, music, poetry, dance, all these come under this category. For all these, you cannot use only your mind. Nothing will happen if you use only your mind. You have to use your heart also. To paint, to write poems, to sing, you need to emote. All these are creations. They are creations from your heart. They are expressions of your heart. Can you write a poem with no feelings at all? Can an artist draw and paint with just his mind? No. They need to connect with their heart, and then they will simply flow. You can pick up certain points, certain techniques about writing poems with your mind or about painting, but ultimately the stuff will come from your heart only. No one can teach you to write poems or paint. They can teach you certain techniques. That's all. You have to then absorb things and start doing on your own. The third type of knowledge is spiritual knowledge. Knowledge that is neither of the mind nor of the heart, but of your being. Actually, we can't even call it knowledge. It is just a deep understanding beyond logic. This can neither be taught nor picked up. It can simply happen out of a deep communion at the being level. I always tell people, I cannot teach you spirituality, but you can learn. You can learn by just absorbing the Master's words at the being level, like energy. The energy behind the Master's words is so powerful that if you allow it, it can penetrate you and touch you at the being level. It can bring about a transformation that cannot happen with just words of the mind and feelings of the heart. When I talk from my experience of the ultimate truth, from my being. When you listen totally from your being. Only then can you get a glimpse of my experience. I am not here to give you just words. I am here to take you beyond words. If you are here with acute awareness and silence, you can go beyond words and get a glimpse of your own being. All right, let us alter the seating arrangement a little. When you sit, don't sit with your relatives or friends or people known to you. Sit at random next to anyone whom you don't know much, whom you are not very familiar with. When you sit with familiar people, you will be compelled to exchange glances, exchange words while I am talking. If you sit with strangers, you can absorb me better alone. And understand one thing. I always tell this during my talks. When the session is happening, there will be a beautiful flow, an energy that is created and vibrating in the room, a deep communion between you and me. Don't interrupt it by coming in late. The flow will be broken. It is just like encountering a speed breaker when you are going smoothly on the highway. The speed breaker is only a small interruption, but to cross it, you have to slow down, go over it, and pick up speed again. The smooth flow will be broken. And please switch off your mobile phones. They are another very common speed breaker today. In fact, they can cause the journey to be totally bumpy, one speed breaker after another. I am sure each of you has a cell phone here. When you are here, don't be serious and heavy. Be sincere in listening and listen with an openness and lightness. Don't come here expecting that in the very first session you will experience God. In a light and easy mood, without expectations, you will be able to receive much more from me. If you come with a prejudiced mind full of expectations, you will be thinking only of your expectations. You are not here to focus on your expectations. You are here to focus simply on what I say. The next thing, leave all your social ego outside and try to be an ordinary person while you are here. The ashram and the presence of the Master is the best laboratory for you to experiment with yourself, to let go of your ego, to shed your illusions, and understand that you are just a part of existence and experience your being. So even if you are somebody in society, try to be ordinary here and mix with everyone from your heart. Not only my words, but every moment of interaction, every moment of just being here can cause a transformation in you. You just need to be aware, that's all. A small story. There was a great Zen Buddhist monk, an enlightened master. One day, the governor of Japan came to visit him. The governor sent in his visiting card to the master. It had the words, Zaksan, Governor of Japan. The master took one look at the card and said, I have no business with this idiot. Ask him to leave this very minute. Zen masters can be very harsh when they want to break somebody's mind or somebody's ego. They will never hesitate to use harsh words. The energy behind their words can simply pierce and transform a person. The disciple came back to the governor, gave back his card, and repeated what the master had told him. The governor saw the card and understood. He was an intelligent man, not just intellectual, but intelligent also. When the card and message were returned to him, he quietly struck out the words Governor of Japan and gave back the card to be shown to the master. The master took one look and said, Show him in. All our titles, our designations, are all mere labels pasted on us by society. And we go about thinking that we are these labels. We by and by forget that we are not the labels, but the stuff inside. We feel great about the labels, but you can never approach a master with these labels. You can never know existence with your labels. What the governor did cannot be called wrong. It might have been the right way to approach society, to be in accordance with the social protocols, but not the right way to approach a master. So when you come in, leave your governorship outside. Otherwise, you will miss a lot. Here, something transpires between the master and the seeker. We are going to share something of the inner world. Labels of the outer world will stand in the way when this is happening. Forgetting your personality is spirituality, because personality is societal. We are here to find our individuality, our inherent nature, our aloneness that we enjoyed in our mother's womb, our connection with existence, the only connection we need to find and celebrate. All right, now I want you all to go around and introduce yourselves to one another. We will be creating a group energy when we are here together for these few days. Go around and introduce yourselves to each and every one in the group. Even if they happen to be your family, introduce yourself. Remember, each one is a different person every minute. Don't think that you know your family well. You can't know them because they are changing every minute. So now, just go around and introduce yourselves. All right. Now that you have finished, you must be feeling more comfortable, more at ease. You will not worry about sitting with strangers anymore. We will be discussing a lot of things in the next few days. Just listen to everyone and allow a space in you to open up wherein you can imbibe what you hear. Remember, I don't want you to preach what I am saying. I want you to practice it. And the best time to start practicing is now. So don't search for a good time to start. It is now, here, or nowhere. When you listen to whatever I say, there are two ways in which your mind will work. One is with doubt and the other with belief. Doubt is the way of the intellectual mind. With doubt, too much logic and reason will come in the way of receiving me into yourself. When this happens, you will miss me completely. With belief also, if you straightaway believe in me, you will miss. Understand, you don't need to believe in anybody. Leave alone in me. The so-called believers are the weakest people because it takes great courage to live without beliefs. When you don't have a belief, you don't have a fallback system to support your actions. You don't have a ready-made idea to tell you what to think and how to act. To be without a belief requires great courage because then you have to depend on your own intelligence for everything, and this makes you feel unsure and insecure. Both doubt and faith are two sides of the same coin, that is your mind. At a very deep level, your greatest doubt will carry some faith, and your greatest faith will have some doubt in it. I can assure you that. Then what should you do? How to listen? Just listen with trust. That's all. Trust is the energy, the ability to translate teachings into practical life. When I tell you the sun rises in the east, you neither need to believe nor doubt. You simply know. That's all. Am I right? Or if it is something you haven't noticed, you can always get up the next morning and see for yourself as an experiment. Yes? This is the attitude I want from you. I want you to take in everything with an open mind and experience what I am saying every moment in the various situations you might encounter during the day. So have trust, not faith. Take what I say as a hypothesis, integrate it into your life, and see for yourself whether it works or not. To know that an apple is tasty, you don't have to believe or doubt. Just take a bite and you will know. Time and again, ancient rishis and masters have said that man's true nature is bliss. Over the years, so many masters have happened on planet Earth. Whether it was Buddha or Christ or Krishna or Mahavira, the core of their message was the same. They all said that man's true nature was bliss, and they all gave methods or techniques to reconnect with that core, with that bliss. Their expressions might have been different, but their message was the same. Of course, again and again people miss the Master's message because they cling on to the Master's personalities instead of their message. This is the root cause for fanaticism, religious wars, and all the other things that are happening on planet Earth. Anyhow, all these masters had the same message, that man's core is bliss. And all of man's efforts are actually in seeking this inner space, the space of bliss within him. But over time, due to social conditioning and distractions, man forgets his purpose and starts seeking this bliss in outer world things, in material things, in names, in forms, in labels given to him by society, in relationships, in careers, and whatnot. A small story. An old man went with his family to watch a movie in a theatre. The movie had just started when the man suddenly started groping about in the darkness on the floor. His granddaughter, who was sitting next to him, got annoyed and asked him what he was doing on the floor. He said, "Dear, I have lost my chewing gum. It has fallen out." The child got irritated and said, "Grandpa, it's all right. Leave it. We will buy some more chewing gum. Now watch the movie." The old man said, "I want only that chewing gum." The child said, "Grandpa, don't behave like a baby. We will get more chewing gum." The old man said, "But dear, my teeth are in it." You see, what we are really seeking is something, but we are seeking it in the name of something else. And at the end of it, we find that even after achieving all the outer world things that we seek, there is a certain void in us. There is a certain yearning in us. This yearning is because we are all actually searching for bliss, but we search for it in the name of other things. That is why we never feel fulfilled. This yearning is the call of the being. We ignore our being completely because we are so immersed in the outer world. We need to be centered in our being and perform the outer world things as just a role in a drama. Instead, we are so deeply involved in the outer world things and we are completely off-center inside. Unless we are centered, we will not experience a totality. We will not experience fulfillment. In our outer world achievements, we might be filled, but not fulfilled. And because we are not fulfilled, there remains a yearning inside. We keep thinking that we are missing something, and we start searching again in the outer world. When you are centered inside with awareness, you will have fulfillment every minute, whatever you may be doing in the outer world, because the fulfillment does not come from what you are doing outside, it comes from inside. So we need to look deep into what the masters have been saying time and again. All the so-called seekers have missed the masters life after life. They simply went on seeking without stopping to get a glimpse of the truth and energy behind the master's words. They are eternally on a journey traveling inside. This concept of traveling is like trying to pick up a book but not picking it up. Can there be anything such as trying to pick up a book? You either pick it up or not. How can you try to pick it up? When you say that you are trying to pick it up, you are cheating yourself. You can't cheat others because they know how foolish it is. It is something like this. People who don't have the capacity to make money claim that they are very honest and therefore unable to make money. Actually, they don't have the capacity. That is the truth. But they justify it with reasons. When we are unable to take a real leap into spirituality, and at the same time we are not ready to confess that we don't know anything about it, in order to keep our ego alive, we create our own philosophies and go around saying, "Short of enlightenment, I know everything about spirituality." I tell you, mere clarity on the fact that we are spiritually poor is enough to allow the transformation, the alchemy to start happening in us. Honesty and truth will lead to it automatically. But we don't want that. We use the seeker's ego as a buffer between the truth and us. Like how the car has shock absorbers to keep us from getting hurt on the road, the seeker ego keeps us away from reality. It serves as the buffer between the truth and us. In the comfort of this buffer, we happily conclude that we were all seekers all our lives. Whatever I may be telling you these few days, just listen with complete awareness and try to catch the central chord, the composite thread that runs in the whole thing. If you do that, you will create a space in you for the transformation to happen. Otherwise, you will be simply collecting words and seeking all the time. Unless a transformation happens in you, all words are useless. And transformation is possible only if you look with deep awareness. And be very clear, even if you are 1,000 people in this hall, I am talking to you. When I say you, I mean you. I have a thread running with each of you. So don't ever apply what I am saying to others. You will simply miss the whole thing. We have a general tendency. When we hear anything about our health being discussed, we will immediately apply it to ourselves and see where we stand. We will see whether we have any symptoms of what is being discussed. If I talk about the skin, you will feel your skin and see. If I talk about the heart, then you will feel your heartbeat and see. But when we hear anything about spirituality, somehow we always apply it to others, our family, our friends, our neighbors, never to ourselves. The problem is, whatever I say, you think, I know myself well, this message is for my husband. Swamiji is saying this so that my husband can change his ways. I hope he has got the message from Swamiji. When I talk about worries, you will immediately think of how much your mother worries. You forget how much you worry. I am telling you because you also worry. Probably your mother worries more than you, but that is not the point. Understand that every word is for you. It will come like an arrow, bringing with it the energy. Don't dodge it. Just allow it to go in and transform you. So don't keep looking at other people to see if they are showing signs of understanding. If you do this, you will miss it for yourself. If you really know about yourself, you will not have any worries or discontentment or pain or fear or lust or jealousy or ego. But you have all of this in you. That itself shows that you don't know everything about yourself. First of all, know that you don't know. Then at least you know that you don't know. If you don't even know that you don't know, then you don't even know that you don't know. Yes? But Swamiji, we are traveling towards knowing ourselves. So at this point we may know partly. Let me tell you one thing. In a deep spiritual experience, there will be no traveling. It is a moment's experience, that's all. All our so-called knowing is only creating a space inside us towards fully knowing. But ultimately, in the deeper sense, either we know or we don't know. But when we know more and more, we become clear that we don't know. That is enough. That will motivate us to really knowing. In the first chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna Vishada Yoga, which is the yoga of Arjuna's grief, Arjuna talks throughout and Krishna remains silent. It is only when Arjuna finally surrenders, saying, I know nothing, that he is at last ready to receive Krishna's message. Although Krishna and Arjuna were friends and childhood playmates, though there might have been hundreds of other more relaxed situations, the Bhagavad Gita was not delivered to Arjuna any time earlier. Why? Because until then, Arjuna was not ripe to receive the Gita. It is only when he utters the words, "I don't know," that he becomes qualified to know. The basic condition for spiritual progress is to know very clearly that you don't know. This is the first step towards really knowing. Yes, any questions? Let me tell you, please feel free to ask questions. This is not going to be a sermon from my side. So please be interactive and ask questions, or rather express your confusion, and I will try to bring in clarity. One more thing, when you ask questions, I can be assured that you have not gone to sleep. A small story. A bus driver and a great preacher died and reached Lord Yamadharma's court, the court of the Lord of Death. First, the bus driver was questioned about all his deeds in his lifetime. His records were verified. Then, he was given a golden key and a staff and sent to a luxury room. The preacher was waiting for his turn and watching all this. He thought to himself, if the bus driver himself was given a golden key and other luxurious things, then surely I will get something much more than that. After all, he had preached about God all his life. His turn came and his records were presented. The verdict was pronounced. He was sent to hell. He became very angry. He could not believe the verdict. He demanded to know the reason. Lord Yama explained, "We don't bother about what you have done in your lifetime. We only see the results of your actions." When the bus driver was driving, his driving was such that the people in his bus were continuously thinking of God. Whereas when you were preaching, although you spoke about God, the people who were with you were sleeping most of the time. So please be present and alert here, if not for your sake, for my sake, so that I may be received properly at the court of Lord Yama. Ask questions and make things clear for yourself and for others. Only if you ask questions, things can be worked out in a more practical way, in a way more adaptable to your life. Some of you may think that you may look like a fool if you ask some of your questions. I tell you, if you ask questions, you will only look like a fool. If you don't ask questions, you will remain a fool. So if there is any concept that you don't agree with, please raise your hand and clarify. Yes? Swamiji, we are looking to destroy all our negativities and be reborn as a new person in the next few days. Understand, there can be no destruction on planet Earth. There is always only transformation. All your so-called negative emotions can be transformed into positive emotions like pure love and awareness. Society always teaches you to divide and destroy yourself. It never teaches you to become integrated. It places a wedge inside you, between you and you, so that it can take control of you. It always talks to you in the language of lower and higher. That is why you suffer so much. It makes you think that you are inferior. It makes you fight with yourself. Society can rule you only if you feel chaotic inside yourself. It first makes you feel that you are no good and then comes up with remedies for it. That is why you start talking in this kind of language. A small story. A man was suffering from a common cold. He visited the doctor and asked for medicine. It was just an ordinary cold, and the doctor looked at him for a while and said, "Why don't you do something? Just go out for some time in the night and get the chill wind to touch you for a while. Then come back." The patient was shocked. He said, "But doctor, I will catch pneumonia if I do that." The doctor said, "Yes, I can cure pneumonia in no time." Society makes you become something and then teaches you ways to come out of it. Now I tell you, there is no higher or lower. There is only transformation. When you learn to look in with awareness, automatically you will be transformed. This is always the Master's approach. He teaches you to look in. He never divides you. He always integrates you. He never tells you that you are negative. There is no negative. What you call as negative and positive are just the two extremes of the same spectrum. Negative is not any physical entity for you to throw out. If you transform, you move in the spectrum towards higher positive energies. That's all. As I said earlier, this transformation is possible if you are just open and receptive to what is happening here. Yes? Swamiji, we have read in many books that our mind is nothing but Maya or illusion, and that all our questions are only an illusion. Please, can you tell us something about this? The famous question about Maya asked one more time. See, the first thing, don't confuse yourself with complicated reading. Second thing, understand very clearly there is nothing to be understood with the mind. The mystery of life cannot be solved with your mind. You cannot know the purpose of your life with your mind. That is why they say that your mind is an illusion. And the first step to solving the mystery of our life is dropping your mind. If you allow your mind to play, you will continue to play. That's all. Life after life you will play. Your deep inner thirst will remain unquenched. Probably your seeker ego will get fulfilled, but that is of no use. You become only more confused deep inside you. Try to move your center of operation from your mind to your heart or being. If you operate with your mind as the center, questions and more questions will follow. With questions, you cannot know. Only with awareness, you can know. If you operate with your heart, awareness and understanding will happen in you, and then automatically your questions will start dissolving. Like how when the sun rises, the darkness simply disappears. When awareness happens in you, understanding will happen and your questions will dissolve. You will start understanding things even before you come to the question. And like that, the questions will dissolve. It is difficult to understand this, but once you get an experience of it, you will know exactly what I mean by awareness. Questions will disappear and understanding will continuously engulf you. If you understand this much, you need not worry about Maya or illusion. In addition to intellectual understanding from my words, meditation can help you switch to this mode of awareness easily. We can talk for hours together about Maya and illusion, but you will only get more confused. Instead, it is worthwhile learning the solutions that will help us to live intelligently. That is enough. One thing I want to tell you, Maya or illusion is everything that your mind projects. So that is why I say, simply drop your mind. That's all. All right. I want all of you to be present here in totality. Most of you will be here physically, but mentally elsewhere. All that I am saying are great truths, and I want you to listen to them so that you may get a good intellectual understanding from it. Of course, the experiential understanding will also happen, but at a different level. You see, as I said earlier, bliss is continuously happening in us. This is the basic truth. But we continuously stop the flow of bliss, and this is what we experience as misery in our lives. Bliss is not something that you need to get from outside and keep inside yourself. No, it is your inherent nature. When you arrive in this world, you are in a state of bliss. As society conditions you, you become an expert at moving as far away as you can from this bliss, and then start searching for ways outside of yourself to attain it. These few days, we are going to see how to stop the stopping of this bliss that is continuously happening inside us. When I say bliss, I don't mean the ordinary happiness that we feel in our everyday lives. The ordinary happiness that happens in our lives is a result of something that happens outside. Some happy occasion, some material benefit, some happy news, some relationship that worked out, or something to do with a person or thing in the outside world. This kind of happiness is purely dependent on the people and circumstances outside of us. And this kind of happiness leads us to sadness also, because people and circumstances keep changing. They are not the same. Their behavior is different at different times. And when their behavior changes, our happiness too is affected. The bliss that we are talking about is different. It is purely a state inside yourself which is in no way affected by outer world incidents. It is your core, your permanent state. And when you have found this, you will be a mere witness to the outer world. You will become a blissful watcher. You will participate in it fully, but without losing your bliss. A small story. There was an old man in a family who could not be pleased at any cost. He remained stubborn and grumpy, no matter how much his family tried to keep him in good spirits. His children and grandchildren would all come and visit him and try to cheer him up, but he would remain the same way. Suddenly one day, overnight, he became very gentle and cheerful. His family was shocked at the sudden transformation. One of his granddaughters was courageous enough and asked him, "Grandpa, how come you have changed so suddenly?" The old man replied, "All my life I tried my best to get a contented mind, but never succeeded in getting it. So I have decided to be contented with it now." Everything is a projection of our mind. With the help of our mind, we have stopped the flow of bliss from within. We can never get bliss from outside. It is already there inside us. We just have to look in, that's all. Understand, there is a universal consciousness that fills the entire cosmos, and there is an individual consciousness that fills us. Man's whole purpose is to try to establish a connection between these two. When this connection happens, man is said to be enlightened or in eternal bliss or in Nithyananda. Nithyananda means eternal bliss. Through listening to all the lectures and practicing all the meditation techniques, we can become more and more aware of this connection and try to experience it with more awareness. This is the sole purpose of all our efforts. I always say there are two types of people. one who fight with others and win, and the other who fight with themselves and win. It is easy to fight with others. It is not a big deal, but it is difficult to fight with yourself. When you are courageous, you will fight with yourself and win. You will destroy what you are not and emerge as a blissful being. You will flower. The greatest challenge for man is to realize his entire potentiality. This can be done only when he moves inwards and keeps purifying himself again and again until he becomes intelligent enough not to gather more dust inside. Actually, the word Swami means one who has realized his full potential. All our difficulty on planet Earth is because we are not able to realize our potentiality. There is a saying that goes, "The lion that is not allowed to be a lion will become a fox." If we are not allowed to realize our true potential energy, we will start expressing it in the wrong way, either self-destructive or destroying others. So the creative energy or the potential energy should be allowed to express itself in a freely flowing way. Society should allow us. That is one thing. And we should also know the technique to express it. Swami means a man who has realized his potential power, who is expressing himself as he is, who is completely in tune with his being, who is blissful. You have tremendous potential in you. Time and again, psychologists and mystics have said that man is not living up to his full potential. Where are we missing it? Where are we stuck? Why are we not able to realize our full potentiality? We need the courage to let go and explore, that's all. We will then know the answers to all these questions. When you start exploring sincerely, you will experience a shift in consciousness, and this shift will open a space in you for you to flower. When you flower, you become a king. You will then live like a lord on earth. People may have all the possible comforts, money, knowledge, and whatnot, but they will remain beggars if they have not found their inner space. To find your being is to become rich. Inner richness is the real richness. We have become so caught up with what goes on outside us that we remain completely ignorant of our inner selves. We are so caught up in the outer world adventure that we miss the wonderful adventures of the inner world. We miss what the great rishis and masters experienced in their lives. This experience is what I want to share with all of you. Yes? You want to ask anything? Swamiji, how would you define spirituality in a nutshell? Spirituality is nothing but the flowering of 4 things in you: physical health, mental health, smooth interpersonal relationships, and the ability to respond spontaneously, what I call responsibility. Physical health is being free from disease. When you visit a doctor, he should give you a report saying that you are clinically all right. The second, mental health, is being free from all subconscious and deeply engraved negative thought patterns and being free from worries, pain, jealousy, discontentment, ego, lust, etc. The third, interpersonal relationships, is having a smooth relationship with everyone around you. It is not enough if you are merely cordial with everyone. You should be able to go through any amount of interaction with any kind of person without feeling pressure or pain. The moment you feel pressure or pain, it means that there is some block inside you, some block in your mental health. The fourth, the ability to respond spontaneously is what I call responsibility. When you are able to take on responsibility, when you are able to say yes to anything spontaneously, you will expand that very moment of saying yes, and energy will flow through you to accomplish it. Of course, it is up to you to use that energy to accomplish that task. When you keep doing this, you keep expanding. So, if these four things flower in you, then you are spiritual. Then it does not matter which profession you are in, or whether you are married or unmarried, or whether you are young or old, or anything for that matter. Yes? Swamiji, what would you say about eating vegetarian food and eating non-vegetarian food? First, don't go around telling others not to eat non-vegetarian food. In departments unknown, it is better not to involve yourself and get into trouble. You see, certain issues cannot be resolved by logical reasoning. If we tell people not to eat non-veg food, they will ask you that like animals, plants also have life, and why are we eating plants? What will you tell them? There is no end to this subject. This much I can tell you. I am a pure vegetarian. I eat vegetarian food because it is conducive to my body. That's all. There have been many enlightened masters who ate non-veg food. Of course, when enlightened masters do certain things, we cannot pass judgment on them because their actions cannot be interpreted by our common dictionary. We will be misconstruing and missing the whole thing. Just one thing. Don't categorize people based on their eating habits, and don't force people to give up eating non-vegetarian food. A small story. At the time the television was introduced in India, a new television was brought in a certain house of mendicants. All except one of them used to watch the programs on the television. This man who never watched the television used to go to the president of the house and complain about how the others were watching television for hours together. After a few times of complaining, the president told him, "You too watch television from tomorrow." The man was shocked and asked why he said that. The president replied, "You are not happy abstaining from watching, and hence you are grumbling about them doing it. You have the desire to watch, but you don't watch it because you want to feel solid inside yourself. But this suppression is causing you to complain against them." You see, if you are not completely happy abstaining from eating non-veg food, you will compel others to become vegetarians. When you are doing something totally, you will never force another person to do it. Only when you are doing it with a doubt or half-heartedly, you will pull other people also into it. When you are total, you are enough unto yourself with no regrets, and so you will not trouble anyone else. You will allow them to have their freedom. In fact, I would go on to say that those who eat non-veg food for 1 hour a day and forget about it are better off than those who eat vegetarian food and think about non-veg 24 hours a day. Here is a small story. A Zen master was walking with his disciple towards his city. On the way there was a river that was flowing. There was a beautiful woman standing near it. When she saw them, she requested the master to help her cross the river. The master promptly carried her to the other side of the river, left her there and returned. The disciple was totally disturbed by what he saw. He was burning inside with what he saw. As they walked along towards the city, he couldn't resist asking, "Master, how can you, as a master, touch and carry a young girl?" The master replied, I left her there long back. Why are you still carrying her? Masters always answer the questioner who's asking the question, never the question itself. In this story, the master could have as well explained his supreme state as a master to the disciple and made him understand that it doesn't matter to him whether it is a male or female who he carried. But he did not do that. He made the disciple understand that the block was in the disciple's mind, not the master's act. If you feel you cannot give up non-veg food without craving for it, eat until it drops on its own. Mind you, this does not mean that I am advocating non-vegetarian food. For my own life, body and mind, vegetarian food is conducive and so I eat it. If you wish to adopt my way of life, become vegetarian. That's all. But don't give it up and crave for it and torture other people also to give it up. We all take up small issues like vegetarianism and contemplate on it for hours together. That is the problem. There are 3 categories under which you can fall. First would be not to eat non-vegetarian food and not to think about it. The second category would be to eat it and forget about it. The third category would be not to eat it yourself but feel deprived and hence torture people around you not to eat it as well. Please don't fall in the third category. That's all. Yes, Swamiji, when I want to do good, for example, when traveling in a bus, I see an old man and I want to offer my seat to him, but I decide against it when I think that I have to stand for the rest of the journey. Whereas, when I want to smoke a cigarette, I get a total concurrence from inside me to go ahead, saying that one cigarette will not ruin my life. Why am I not able to control myself and do what is really correct? You see, when you take in something with your mind, something that has been told to you from outside, you don't see its benefits clearly and deeply, although you understand it at the intellectual level. But when you experience something deeply yourself, it becomes your own understanding, and so you stand by it without any problem. The cigarette has merged with your being. You have experienced it yourself. It is not through someone else's preaching. It is your own experience. So your heart accepts it. But the happiness that you get by offering your seat to someone in the bus is something that you have not experienced deeply. You have been told by people that it is good to offer your seat to an elderly person in the bus. That's all. At the most, you will feel a certain satisfaction at having followed social etiquette. That's all. In the case of the cigarette, you have become the experience itself. What you have not experienced for yourself will not attract or pull you to it. If you had really experienced the joy of helping others, you would have offered the seat to the old man. For true experience to happen, meditation is the way. When we meditate, our heart, which is as hard as a stone, will flower and become as soft and sensitive as cotton, and we will feel the need to help others. At present, we either read in some magazine or we have been told by elders that it is good to give our seat to elderly people in the bus. That's all. Instead, what should happen is that feeling of helping should flower within us and we should offer help. Sensitivity will become a way of life only if meditation has happened in you. Else it will remain just skin deep. To push the preaching received through the mind to the heart requires a drilling machine. That is meditation. Then justice, honesty, and similar virtues taught to us will become a way of life, and there will be a certain juice that you will feel when you follow it. Else, all these virtues will remain as intellectual knowledge without turning into experiential knowledge. When we get into the real subject this afternoon, you will get a more detailed answer as to why you are acting in an unconscious way in spite of knowing what is right. All right, enough for now. We will meet after lunch and get into the subject straight away. Thank you. Welcome back. It is time now for us to enter into the Ajna Chakra. The Ajna Chakra is located between the eyebrows. In Sanskrit, Ajna means will or order. The Ajna Chakra is known as the Master Chakra. It is locked by seriousness and ego. It is unlocked by innocence, simplicity and intelligence, and by shedding all forms of ego. The Ajna Chakra is known as the Chakra Raj, the master of all the chakras. This is such a significant chakra that there is no religion that has not worked on activating it. When the Ajna opens, the whole being enters into a different realm. A whole layer of faculties opens up. That is why all the Oriental gods are represented with a third eye in their forehead. The third eye is a symbol of the awakened Ajna. There is an old saying that if you die in Varanasi, a sacred city of India, you will automatically get liberated. Varanasi is not just the city as we know it. It is also the region where the Varana, that is the eyebrows, meet the Nasi, that is the nose, which is the exact location of the Ajna Chakra. It symbolically represents the death of the ego in the liberated or enlightened state. The Ajna Chakra is concerned with ego, with seriousness, with thinking too much about ourselves, and therefore taking life too seriously. What is seriousness? Seriousness is nothing but paying undue importance to something at the cost of everything else. It stems from the inability to see that all of life is just a drama that is unfolding every minute. Seriousness is the result of over-expectation from life. A small story. 2 boys were building sand castles on the beach. They suddenly had a quarrel, and one of the boys got angry and kicked the sand castle. The other boy went and complained to the king about a serious problem. The king began to laugh at him for making so much out of just sand castles. But the king's advisor, a Zen monk, he started laughing at the king. He asked the king, "When you can fight battles and lose sleep over stone castles, why do you laugh at these boys for fighting over sand castles?" All our seriousness is just about sand castles. Understand that. For the child, at that young age, sand castles seem precious, whereas for us at our age, stone castles seem precious, that's all. Whether it is a sand castle or stone castle, the seriousness behind it is the same. Just the object of seriousness is different. So don't laugh when children fight over sand castles. Seriousness closes your mind to the openness and freedom of life. It makes you dull and dead. It curbs your thinking and makes you stick to the familiar patterns that you know all the time. In a Zen monastery, there was a competition among disciples on who had the best garden. One disciple was a very serious sort. He took the competition also very seriously. He kept his garden neat and clean and well swept. All the grass was of the same height. All the bushes were neatly trimmed. He was sure that he would get the first prize. On the day of the competition, the master went round all the gardens. Then he came back and he ranked the gardens. This disciple's garden got the lowest ranking. Everyone was shocked. The disciple went and questioned the master about it. He asked, "Master, what is wrong with my garden? Why did you rank me the lowest?" The master looked at him and said, "Where are all the dead leaves? A garden maintained in such a way is no longer alive, it is dead." Seriousness kills spontaneity. It destroys creativity. Science has proved that when you perform a task in a relaxed and light manner, your thinking and decision-making capacity is automatically enhanced. The same task, when performed in a serious manner, dulls your mind. I tell you, all our seriousness is just sickness. When I say all, I mean all. And all our sickness originates from seriousness. Seriousness begets sickness, and sickness begets seriousness. One night, a man called me on the phone and started crying. He said, "I fall at your feet, Swamiji. Please help me. I'm so depressed. I'm going to end my life," and so on. I tried to calm him down and finally said, "Why don't you come to the ashram tomorrow morning and spend a few days with me? Let us see what can be done." He replied, "Tomorrow, Swamiji? Oh, tomorrow I have to go to office. Shall I come next weekend?" So most of us are like this, getting unnecessarily tense about our so-called problems. Just one jolt is enough and our seriousness will drop. When we wake up to reality, we see how insignificant our problems really are. When you do something too seriously, when you're too concerned about the result, you are actually not allowing yourself to perform at the optimum level. Of course, you need to make plans, you need to think ahead, but do it with sincerity, not with seriousness. Seriousness is not the same as sincerity. Sincerity is focusing on the task with enthusiasm and youthfulness. Sincerity is giving the task your best without worrying excessively about the result. When you are serious, you don't enjoy, you don't laugh. How can you laugh when you are serious? They are mutually exclusive. Either you are serious or you are laughing. You can't be both at the same time because the very definition of seriousness is such. But when you are sincere, you can be laughing and playful. You can continue to do the job on hand in a playful and creative way, and the job will get done in a joyful fashion. And because you have finished the job, you have been sincere. With sincerity, there is no worry. There is only enthusiasm. When you are serious, you are being egoistic because you fail to see that the whole thing is only a cosmic drama. You feel too much as a separate entity, too much of I, and so you become serious. If you understand that the whole thing is only a drama, you can never be serious. When this understanding happens at a deep level, you'll simply do things with the sheer joy of moving in tune with the cosmic drama or existence. And when you do it this way, you are not serious. You are just sincere in playing your part, that's all. You see, there are two things: chronological planning and psychological planning. Chronological planning is planning on the time scale. You decide, you will get up at such and such a time, finish your morning routine by a particular time, reach office at a particular time, and get certain tasks done that day at the office. That is perfectly all right. It is a practical way to organize your work in a way that can give the best results. This kind of planning with sincere action will take you from happiness to more happiness. Psychological planning, on the other hand, is planning in your head with no relevance to time or space. It is just a constant serious planning going on in your head over and above the chronological planning. It keeps you thinking that you are serious and dutiful. It is actually nothing but complex negativity being applied to the chronological planning that has been already done. You keep analyzing your plan and getting into a dull state because all your energy is going in analyzing the plan again and again. Psychological planning boosts your ego. It makes you feel great and worthy. It helps you to stay serious. It makes you feel that you are handling things of a great magnitude. It makes you feel that it is wholly in your hands to worry about it and make it happen. You keep hankering after every small thing that needs to get done and feel that your happiness lies in getting that done. This is psychological planning. I tell you, this is actually a way of postponing happiness, of postponing life, waiting for something particular to happen to start enjoying life. We always think, if I get married, my life will be settled. So let me work towards getting married. If I have 2 children, my life will be fulfilled. Once I retire, I'll be peaceful. It is the attitude, now I'll be serious, later I'll be happy. In the end, you will be happy neither now nor then. You will lose your capacity to be happy at any time. Just live with simplicity, with spontaneity, with innocence. Don't harp too much on perfectionism. I tell you, perfectionism can make you neurotic. Whatever you do, do it wholly, totally. Then automatically, whatever you do will be total, and you don't have to worry about perfectionism at all. Perfectionism is always something from your mind. It becomes a goal for you. You work towards it as a goal. And when you work towards it as a goal, it becomes dead and mundane. But when you are total, you are established in your heart, and it becomes a deep experience. The outcome then has to be beautiful, and it will give you joy also. Then whatever you do, you will be in tune with existence. Perfectionism never gives you joy. It only fulfills your ego. Even if you feel fulfilled at the end of it, it is only a fulfillment of your ego, never a fulfillment of your being. Be very clear, perfectionists are the biggest egoists. They miss the dimension of being total. And know one thing, totality is possible when you enter into it deeply. Perfectionism is never possible because it is in your mind, and your mind keeps changing its definition of perfection. Have the courage to make mistakes. Serious people are always afraid to make mistakes. They take themselves too seriously. They think too much about themselves. It is too much to make mistakes and have someone point it out to them. Actually, I tell you, these people who are afraid of making small mistakes end up making the biggest blunders. What is wrong in making mistakes? You will say, Swamiji, I can't afford to make mistakes in my work. That's why I'm so serious. What you say might be true. Your work may not permit you to make mistakes. But that is not the point I'm trying to make here. When you make a mistake, people will point it out and you will not be able to bear it. Your ego is bound to get hurt, and you are very sensitive to this. You know this. So to avoid getting your ego hurt, you try your best not to make mistakes. You plan so unconsciously and continuously to keep guarding your ego. But the reasons you give are all different. It is not that you are lying. No. It is just that you are not aware of the subtle way in which your system works, your ego works. But if you deeply analyze and see, you will understand what I am saying. There is nothing wrong in making mistakes. In fact, by making a few mistakes, you come to know clearly how to avoid making mistakes because you have experientially understood it. The more you learn from mistakes, the more you know about how not to make mistakes. Knowing how not to make mistakes is a very important thing. Only then you have seen both sides of it. Only then you have explored the two sides experientially. Else, there is always the danger of falling into the unknown side at a critical time when you really can't afford to. Only one thing, don't make the same mistake again. Your mind always repeats patterns. Don't do it with mistakes also. Make new mistakes and move on to better and better understanding. I am not saying to deliberately make mistakes. That is foolishness again. I am only saying do things to the best of your intelligence and enthusiasm, but without worrying about whether it might be a mistake. The moment you are worried that it might be a mistake, you are worried about your ego getting hurt. When you are not so concerned about your ego getting hurt, you will have the courage to take any jump. All your so-called worry is actually about your ego getting hurt. When you are free from it, you will act with more freedom and courage. You will be more willing to explore. A small story. In a clubhouse, one man had finished his round of playing cards and was leaving. He went to the coat stand and was putting on his coat when suddenly a meek voice spoke behind him. "Sir, but are you Mr. Philip?" The man turned round and replied, "No, I am not." The voice said, "Thank God, I am Philip, and that coat is mine." We are so afraid that we might make a mistake and hurt ourselves, our ego. So we work with such cordiality and seriousness, thinking that we are humble and whatnot. These are nothing but passive forms of ego. You are so terrified of your ego getting hurt, and so you behave in these ways. Drop all your guard of your ego and move about freely. Move away from seriousness. Somehow, we always associate spirituality with seriousness. It is a big conception. Seriousness can never be religion or spirituality. Why do you think I keep telling you so many jokes and small stories? If I don't tell you all these things, you will start becoming very serious. And when you become serious, you become dead and heavy. You will not be alive and light. I am not here to make you heavy. I am here to unload you and make you light. I am here to show you that seriousness is nothing but a form of your ego. I am here to show you what you are not. I am not here to reinforce what you already think you are. People who are loaded with the past and the future are always serious. They don't know how to laugh spontaneously. They feel that it is their duty to shoulder the past and future and be immersed in it in all seriousness. This is a very highly egoistic attitude. They feel that if they don't do it, there is no one to do it for them. First of all, there is no need to shoulder the past and future. Just be in the present, that is enough. These people are completely missing the present. They are completely missing the laughter in their lives. Laughter is that which brings in a ray of energy from your being to your body. It totally rejuvenates your whole self. It can heal like nothing else can. It gives you such wonderful glimpses of the present, which you try to achieve through other difficult meditation techniques. Laughter is the most powerful meditation technique. Laughter is the greatest spiritual quality. Sincerity and laughter always go together. As I said earlier, seriousness can never coexist with laughter. Either you are serious or you are laughing. When you are sincere, you can laugh and do your duty sincerely. How many of us can laugh with all our heart? Even in laughter we manage restraint. The so-called social etiquette has taught you to laugh in a polite way. When kids laugh, we condition them. We are like a spray of cold water on their natural ways. We immediately tell them that they have had enough. We try to condition even their laughter. I have heard mothers telling their daughters, "Don't laugh like a man, laugh like a lady." How can you culture laughter? Laughter is something that comes from your being. I tell you, all your conditioning of your children is just to make replicas of your own dull and dead self. Till you replicate yourself completely, you will not rest. I spent some time with a few children in my visit to America this year. I spent about an hour interacting with them. I was so shocked when I saw that they simply did not laugh, however much I tried joking with them. Children these days take on pseudo-maturity and manage to exclude laughter from their system. If they cannot laugh as kids, what will they do when they grow up? It was too much for me. People tell me that my laughter is infectious. With those kids, for the first time, my laughter seemed non-infectious. They were just looking at me with the same mature look on their faces. I left them afraid that they might make me serious. You see, maturity does not have anything to do with excluding laughter, but somehow we feel that when we are mature, we should automatically laugh less. Laughter is such strength because it brings in energy from your core to your periphery. If you sit in on my sessions, most of the time there will only be laughter. Some joke will be cracked or some story will be told and everyone will be laughing. I never allow seriousness to set in. Even with people who do my work in the ashram, I never allow seriousness to set in them. A small story. A very humorous speaker was invited to a town to deliver a speech. He came to the program with a big group of people. The organizers were surprised when they saw the number of people with the speaker. The speaker saw their surprised look and explained, "It is becoming difficult to get people to laugh these days, so I carry my own audience." In the so-called elite circles, people will be laughing, but in a very cultured and well-mannered way. This is not real laughter. This is dead laughter. Laughter can never be conditioned. If it is conditioned, it is not laughter. It is not the meditative laughter that we are talking about. It is simply an expression of the ego inside, that's all. If you analyze why you laugh when a joke is cracked, you will understand. A set of logically connected statements is first told to you. When you're clinging on to the logic that has been created, the punchline is delivered and your logic is shattered. At that moment when your logic is shattered, your thinking, your mind is also shattered and you are in a state of no mind or satori. You are Buddha. When you are in no mind, you are in the present. When you laugh, you are in the present, because when you laugh, there can be no thoughts. When you are thoughtless, you are in the present. And when you are with thoughts, you are either in the past or in the future. Laughter is total, and it can simply heal and transform you. It is the best and easily available medicine for humanity. I tell you, life is so precious that it is not worth spending it on dull and lethargic moments. Laugh and infuse your life with energy and bliss. Just decide to enjoy continuously, whatever may be the job you are doing. Be sincere, not serious. When you laugh, you radiate energy around you. It is infectious. You radiate a therapeutic bliss around you. This is also why when a person in a bad mood walks in, he radiates the same mood around him, and there is every chance that the people around him are affected by it. I always tell doctors to do some kind of cleansing meditation because they are continuously in touch with patients who come to them with a lot of negative thoughts and diseases. Yes, you have a question? Swamiji, but we need a reason to laugh. How can we simply decide to be humorous when we don't find anything humorous? We always think that we need a comedian or a joke to make us laugh. I tell you, when you start living in the present moment, your very existence will be beautiful and light. Your inhalation and exhalation of breath, the process of breath getting converted to blood in your body, the synchronous happenings of events in existence, everything will be so beautiful. You will feel so much bliss, and you will ever be smiling and laughing. Your whole being will exude laughter and bliss. Laughing at a joke is all right, but when you fall in tune with existence, you simply enjoy the big cosmic drama that is happening and you laugh at everything. Then there is no place for seriousness, no place for ego. You are no more solid. You are porous and you simply laugh. You develop a deep understanding of the existential game and you laugh. You are able to see that everyone is only a player but has become so serious with his role, and you laugh at that. You laugh at how each one is deceiving the other when playing the game. You laugh at the thought that you are playing a game. When you are able to laugh, you have become the watcher. And when you have become the watcher, you are separate from the I and mine, the ego. A small story. Once there was a conference of Buddhist monks on the meaning of true spirituality. Each monk went on the stage and gave long speeches. Finally, it was the turn of a Zen monk to speak. He went on the stage and simply started laughing. He laughed and laughed and laughed from his being. The laughter just rose from his belly. He started shaking uncontrollably with laughter. And his laughter was so infectious that soon all the others in the room started laughing without even knowing why. Without their even being aware of it, the laughter of all the monks produced a huge wave of positive energy in the room. The monks reached a state of tremendous elevation. Their thinking was shattered and their being was filled with bliss. The Zen monk finally spoke. This is true spirituality. Laughter is the highest spiritual quality. It can lead you to enlightenment. Laughing is a great healing energy. If you laugh at your sickness, you will become healthy. Laughter is a beautiful way of connecting with the energy of existence, which is pure healing energy. In our meditation programs, we always include laughter and dance. They are the easiest ways to become a Buddha. Dance can make you simple and light. Dance, like laughter, is another easy and enjoyable meditation. When you dance without a care, you become the dance itself. Energy will then gush from you. You can dance without a care only if you are free from all your pseudo-identities. As long as you think you are someone, you can't dance in joy. Dance is an outward expression of inner joy. And here I am not talking about programmed dance, where you know which step is going to come next. I am talking about letting go of your so-called identities and feeling the oneness with existence and dancing with that joy. The self-conscious ones are the egoistic ones. They are so bothered about what others will say about their dance, and so they sit quietly. Again, they are only guarding their ego, and they are missing the joy of life like anything. Once in a while at least, in your home, play some music and dance. Simply decide to let go. It can become an intense meditation that can take you beyond your mind and transform you in a way that words can't. Be natural, be original. The people who comment on your dance are simply missing out on the joy of dance. Don't bother about them. Just dissolve and become the dance itself. Laughter and dance are the easiest techniques to shed your ego and merge with existence. Yes, what is your question? Swamiji, when do we know that our ego is no more? Simply put, when you no longer feel yourself as a separate entity, ego has dissolved. When you become enlightened, your ego has ripened and ruptured. When your ego drops, the barriers you posed earlier will disappear and existence will simply flow through you freely. Whether you know it or not, accept it or not, like it or not, existence is trying to flow through you every minute. But you are so full of ego that you are unable to receive it. You miss the miracles of existence because of your ego. You are unable to connect to existence, and so you continue to live in ego, ignorance, and misery. You are so full of ego that you are living far away from your own being. There is so much of accumulated stuff inside you that you need to get rid of. The stuff that you have accumulated over many lives, not just this one life. There is no space for even yourself inside yourself. And because of this, you are operating from your periphery all the time instead of from your own inner being. When your ego dissolves, you cease to exist and you simply merge with existence. This is the state of enlightened masters. I often tell people, destroy what you are not. People look at me with shock. When I say this, what I mean is, you are your inner being. That being is now contaminated with all that is not, the various active and passive forms of ego. These are what you need to destroy, and that is what I mean when I say, destroy what you are not and you have arrived. You are a part of existence, and whatever causes you to think otherwise is ego. That's all. It is like this. A fish, whether it likes it or not, whether it accepts it or not, whether it believes it or not, is a part of the ocean. It has two choices. It either lives happily in the ocean or fights with the ocean and still continues to live in it, making its own life miserable. If you flow with existence, you will enjoy every moment of your life. You will become porous, sensitive, creative, and fluid. A small story. A teacher took her students out for a picnic. They played games, ate their snacks, and enjoyed themselves. Suddenly, the teacher drew their attention to a beautiful rainbow that had formed in the sky. The children looked up at it with awe. The teacher watched them and announced, "All right now, let us give a clap to the artist behind it." The students were for a moment confused, but quickly understood and broke into applause. Children need to be taught to appreciate the existential beauty surrounding them. Else they will lose the connection with existence very quickly and become egoistic. They should not be allowed to become mechanical and egoistic. They should be brought to become porous and sensitive. When you appreciate existence, you have come closer to it. The whole of existence is creativity. A creative person is closer to his heart than his mind. When you create, you are close to God. God is the creator, the created, and the creation. When you create, you express your being, the quality of existence. When you create, you are showing your love and appreciation towards existence. You are adding a little more beauty to existence. When you are full of wonder for existence, you can create. On the other hand, when you are full of ego, you cannot create. And even if you create, your creation will be a dead creation. It will be like a plastic rose which looks perfect but lacks the fragrance and life. When an artist creates out of love, he can give a certain special quality to the creation. If he creates out of ego, the creation is lifeless. When you are not in tune with existence, you will miss the fragrance of existence. It is as if when a beautiful fragrance surrounds you, you are closing your nose with stinking fingers. This is ego. When you experience the fragrance of existence, you will start experiencing the synchronicity of it also. You will be able to resonate with the whole of existence. You will be able to see that every single leaf and twig is a manifestation of existence or God. When you are in this state, whatever you seek, you will find, because you are moving in tune with existence. Life then becomes a miracle. This is what we call the synchronicity of existence. And understand one thing, when you are resonating with existence, you will not seek greedily. Simply existence will keep giving you what you need for that moment, even before you seek it. This is what I mean when I say, whatever you seek, you will find. The problem is, we have distanced ourselves so much from existence, from our source, which lies deep within us. So we need constant reminders about it. You can start shedding your ego by first admiring and appreciating the beauty surrounding you. That itself will start sowing the seed of transformation in you. It will cause you to understand that there is a life force mightier than your ego which is conducting this universe. The more you lose yourself to existence, the more egoless you become. The more egoless you become, the more you lose yourself to existence. Swamiji, although we know at the intellectual level that we need to surrender our ego, we are unable to. Why is that? You see, man never wants to let go in totality. He wants to cling on to something all the time, and that something is his ego. Your ego is your very strength. You have guarded it so well over the years. It is the basis of your very existence. You don't know that there is a world beyond your ego which is much more blissful than what you are feeling now. Your ego is a life-sustaining element for you, but the simple truth is you have to let go of it. It is like this. Imagine that there is a seed that is sown. The seed has to rupture for the tree to grow, is it not? If the seed thinks that it will wait for the tree to grow and then rupture, is it possible? No. Just like that, man's ego has to rupture for him to blossom. The longer he guards his ego, the more he is postponing his own flowering, that's all. Until man meets his master, he might not even know where his blockages are, where his ego is standing in the way. But once he meets his master, he has found the key. It is up to him to use it. The master's sole purpose is to rip the ego of each of his disciples. The words and actions of a master will seem abrupt and inappropriate when you see it from outside. But it is pregnant with the truth. It is pregnant with the single intention of destroying your ego. A master himself descends out of sheer compassion for mankind. He has no vested interest in anything or anybody. He is beyond the treacherous ocean of desire. He is here simply to lift you to the state he is in, the state of eternal bliss, the state where only consciousness exists without the I. In the Chandi recitation, which is a recitation of 700 Sanskrit verses on Devi, the female energy, it talks about how Chandi Devi kills the various evil demons. It is not that she killed real humans. If she had killed real humans, she would have been behind bars, and we would not be worshipping her through the recital. The demons symbolically represent the various kinds of evils or ego inside man. And it is this ego that is slain by Devi to liberate man from them. We have to understand that. One of the demons is a buffalo-headed demon. This is to make us understand that some of us are so thick-skinned that how many ever times the Master awakens us to his path, we firmly stick to our path. We are not porous and sensitive to the Master's call. You see, arguing with the Master is the greatest punishment that you can give yourself. I tell you honestly, when you are caught in arguing with the Master, no one can do anything or more harm to you. You harm yourself enough when you argue with the Master. The Master knows how to make each one flower in his or her own way. And the least that one can do is to open out to him with faith and courage. Yes, Swamiji, although I know that you are my Master, I feel hesitant and scared in your presence. The very fact that you have come out with this statement means that you want to overcome the state of yours. You have decided to take the leap. Let me explain. Your being has clearly identified me, but your mind is fighting. If your being has not identified me, you will not keep coming to me again and again. You face a lot of trouble at home for coming here, is it not? The easiest thing for you to do is stay at home and do your work. That would have made your family happy, is it not? Why is it that you again and again want to come to the ashram and see me? Why do you want to again and again face the arguments at home for having come to me? Is it not easier to just stay at home and make the others happy? The reason is, the pull that you feel is at the being level. It will not allow you to go back once it has recognized me. Try as you might, you can't escape. Your being now knows me, but your mind seems to be the hindrance. Remember, always follow your heart. That's exactly what you need to do here. When you follow your heart, you will reach me. When you follow your mind, you will keep missing me. You are so afraid of losing yourself to me. That is the whole problem. Your ego comes under threat. You feel insecure about your very identity. You feel your identity is dissolving. You start wondering where you are heading without an identity for yourself. Your ego faces a grave crisis. When this happens, like in all other situations in life, the ego immediately demands its food and in this case, you are unable to fulfill it. So you start doubting me. You start reasoning out your feelings in so many ways. You start working out that which is whole and cannot be worked out. Your mind sways like the elephant's trunk from one side of intense love for me to the other side of intense doubt of that love. Remember, love is from your heart, while fear is from your mind. Always, always follow your heart. Love is natural, but fear is societal. Fear and doubt are deeply related and are mere conditionings that have gone into you. Understand very clearly, there is nothing wrong in doubting. Doubt is your torch to enlightenment. It is very difficult for your mind to proceed without doubts. But your doubts should be ultimately transformed to trust. Only then you are progressing. As you move inwards, this will happen. Swamiji, but what do we need to do for this? Just fall totally in love, that's all. Falling totally in love is falling totally into the egoless state. That is why a master who is in an egoless state is capable of only love and compassion. All other emotions like anger, irritation, etc. are pseudo-manifestations of his infinite love. He pretends to be angry and irritated. He comes down to your level, emotes at your level and takes you through one more phase of understanding, that's all. He talks in your language until you understand his language, the language of existence. Yes? But Swamiji, how do we start falling in love totally? It seems like it is easier said than done. The first thing, flood awareness into every action of yours. Become the watcher. You will start feeling that the whole thing is a drama and you are only watching it while playing a role yourself incidentally. Second thing, stop being judgmental about everything you see. When you stop being judgmental, you will simply love everyone and everything with total innocence. When you are judgmental, you don't see what is. You see what you want to see. Most of us have already formed our judgments in advance. They are the foundation stones for us. Then we simply act keeping them as a solid base. Anything we see, the first thing we do is view it with our preconceived judgments. If we act in this fashion, how do we see things as they are? How will you ever fall in love? You can fall in love only if you welcome everything with a freshness, with a certain innocence. But what do? You start analyzing the pros and cons for even loving. When you start analyzing, you miss it. When you finally decide to do it, it may be too late. See, the master-disciple relationship is there only for you to lose your ego. When you are alone, you cannot lose your ego. The master becomes the device, the support for you to lose your ego. The more you dissolve into him, the more you will be ready to open up and lose your ego. When do you know that your ego is dissolving? When you start experiencing a certain joy that you have not experienced before. You will start feeling joy for no reason at all. Just existing will make you happy. Of course, with the master you are always undergoing a surgery of your ego, and there will be moments of deep misery as your ego is getting slashed. But when you emerge out of those moments, you would have taken many steps forward in your growth, and you will feel boundless joy for no reason at all. Just look at young children. They are so enthusiastic towards life. They are so loving. Have you ever wondered why you are not so enthusiastic as them? You were like them once upon a time, is it not? then where have we lost this enthusiasm and innocence? Where do you think we have lost this? Swamiji, we have grown up and become more mature. We are more experienced than them. Baba, experienced at what? Boredom. See, be very clear. We all think that we are more mature than children and that we have the right attitude towards life, while children need to go through life and acquire this maturity. The truth is, we have become so intellectual that we have lost our connection with our heart. We operate purely from our minds. Even our emotions are dictated by our minds. We have stopped emoting from our being. We have lost touch with our inner core. When we arrived in this world, we were in a state of celebration and spontaneity. Over the years, society conditioned us and created the mind for us. The mind then solidified itself and started dictating terms to us. The spontaneity in us has got lost. Let me tell you, in this whole process of shedding our ego, we are trying to rediscover the child in us. When we were young, we were closer to realizing God. As we grew and became so-called mature, our social conditioning simply marred the child in us. So many people ask me, Swamiji, how is it that although you speak on the ultimate truth, you appear to be so childlike? Now you tell me, am I childlike because I have not grown up and become mature? You simply interpret things in your own convenient ways, in your own philosophical ways. That is the problem. But for societal conditioning, we have the ability to swim and fly without any training. It may sound absurd to you, but it is true. We have these abilities in us. We can swim and fly until people start telling us that we are not capable of swimming and flying. If you place a newborn baby in a swimming pool, it will stay afloat without drowning. The ego manifests itself in so many ways, and we live according to it every minute of our lives. We all actually use masks in our day-to-day lives. We use one mask when we deal with our mother. We use a different mask when we deal with our father. We use a different one for our boss, and so on. As long as we use the right mask with the right persons, it is all right. The moment we use the wrong mask with a person, it means that your ego has stepped in. All you have to do is switch masks efficiently and enjoy the show. Then you are a watcher and not involved in the game as a solid entity. You can enjoy only when you know that you are something beyond the mask. Else you will get carried away by the mask and lose the whole charm of life. When you know that you are only using masks, your desires drop. It is like this. When you grow up, you automatically drop your toys, is it not? The toys don't interest you anymore. In the same way, when you look at these masks intelligently, you don't have any desire for them. You simply use them and keep moving. Ego manifests itself in many cunning ways. That is why all these explanations are needed on it. All these will help you see where you are standing as a blockage in your own journey inwards. The lesser blockages you have inside, the more fluid and flowing you become. When you have lesser blocks, you are more porous and vulnerable. When you have many blocks, you are solid and difficult to penetrate. Your ego poses such a solid barrier to everything. For example, whenever someone says something to you, what is your first reaction to it? Your first reaction is a certain resistance, a no. When you say no, it is so ego-fulfilling. You feel solid and firm inside yourself. When you say yes, you feel liquid and vulnerable. Your ego feels submissive, so you say no. This is also why you feel good when you break rules at home or school or workplace or anywhere. Actually, the moment you defy a rule, you'll have a great feeling about yourself. School and college students feel good when they cut classes. Why? Because they feel boosted in their ego when they say no to the rules. With small children, the moment you say that they are not meant to have certain things, they will ask only for that. Grown-ups also enjoy defying each other in so many ways. Husband and wife rarely concur in the first instance of any suggestion. Take for example our own devotees. If the husband gets attached to me first, the wife's first reaction will be only resistance to me. She might even read my books secretly and like them, but in front of the husband, she will not be willing to embrace me. The same holds good for the wives who get attached to me first. Their husbands will do all that they can do to make it difficult for them before finally falling in tune with me. Such is the play of ego. Saying yes keeps you flowing naturally in a liquid state with no blocks. This does not mean that you should blindly say yes to everything. No, it means take a decision trusting your spontaneity without the influence of your ego, that's all. Automatically you will fall in tune with the right things. Understand that saying no is not a cautious move or any protective force that is going to be your guardian angel. Just be open without resistance and preconceptions. That is enough. But Swamiji, I was thinking till now that claiming self-importance is the only manifestation of ego. No. Ego comes in various forms, active and passive, which we have been discussing till now. That is why it is such a tricky element to discern. The active ego is easy to recognize. People with active ego will behave in a high-handed fashion. They will claim self-importance openly. They will not bend down to people. They will be haughty. This ego is actually easy to deal with for a master. He just needs to bang on it a few times and it will break. A small story. One man lost all his wealth in gambling and got reduced to almost a pauper. One day he went to a roadside hotel and sat at the table for breakfast. The waiter came to take orders. The man was surprised. The waiter was his old friend who had been as rich as he had been earlier. He looked at him and said, "You serve as a waiter in this sort of a hotel?" The man replied, "I'm only a waiter. I don't eat here." Active ego is very easy to recognize. A person with an active ego will not be willing to let go of it even if all his other defenses like money, wealth, etc. are taken away from him. Active ego can be easily pruned. But passive ego is very subtle and cunning. People who have passive ego will pose to be very humble, lacking courage to face people, shying away from taking credit, etc. The worst part of this is they think they are like this because they are not egoistic. The truth is they are more egoistic than the other lot. They are so carefully guarding their ego from getting hurt by doing all these humble things. When you are in deep awareness and understanding, you will be a mere watcher of your ego. And in this state, you will be automatically neither humble nor egoistic. You will neither take credit nor shy away from it. And you will not even think or claim that you are neither of these. You simply will be that's all. When anyone appreciates you or gives you credit, you'll simply resonate with existence and leave it at that, that's all. And there will be no need for any comparison or claim. So be very clear. Most often people think that active ego is the only kind of ego ever present. No, there is something called passive ego, which is what we just discussed, and this is more difficult to deal with. People with active ego are like a dried and hard twig. They can be broken easily. People with passive ego are like a fresh and green twig. Each time their ego is hit, they bend but don't break. Their ego is so well safeguarded that it becomes difficult to deal with it. Actually, they work very hard to safeguard it, but in a sweet and passive way. Passive ego is more dangerous than active ego. For example, you are now with me in this class. So many questions must be arising in you. But do you spontaneously voice all of them? No. You manipulate them inside yourself and finally repress them. You manipulate because you fear that you will appear foolish asking questions. You don't want to appear foolish and so you don't ask. You are shielding your ego. If your questions dissolve in my presence, it is a different matter. But it is not the case here. You care so much for others' reactions and opinions towards you. You cannot bear to suffer a dent on your ego that you have nurtured so carefully all these years. This ego is your very anchor point. If that is jolted, you will feel anchorless. So under the pretext of being submissive, you keep quiet. You miss one more opportunity of exposing your ego in the Master's presence. You miss one more opportunity in taking a step towards flowering. Let me tell you one thing. All questions are foolish at the end of the day. Don't for a moment think that some questions and therefore some questioners are wiser than the rest. When deep understanding happens, the questions will dissolve on their own. This is real wisdom. Anyhow, we all play so cautiously to safeguard our ego. There is one more play of ego which we all nurture so well, what is called the social ego. What is social ego? You feel that your life is highly private to yourself and that no one should be let into it. For example, people come to me to discuss their child's erratic ways, but they are not comfortable when there are others around. You don't want others to know about these things because you have this built-up image in the eyes of society for yourself and your family members. If you let people in on your family matters, you feel like you are exposing your whole self to them. You are afraid that your whole image might come down crashing and that there will be nothing else to prop you up in society. This is social ego. The image that you have so painstakingly built, the image which has become the identity with which you identify yourself in society, is at stake. It is more of an identity for yourself than for others. If you can show yourself and your family just as you are, you'll be more relaxed, because then there will be no pressure to cover up anything. Of course, you might say, Swamiji, the only reason we want to keep these things a secret is we don't want people to start gossiping about it. Let me tell you, no one is qualified to talk about another. If they talk, they are fools. Remember this, and automatically the power you give to them and their talk will simply disappear. It is you who has given them the power to affect you, is it not? Now that power will disappear. Just decide and live like an open book, that's all. By seeing your courage and body language, people will automatically understand that it is not going to help gossiping about you. I tell you, to drop your social ego and live without any privacy is a great liberation. Because of our social ego, we are all the time so self-conscious. We are self-conscious because we think that people are looking and talking about us all the time. Be very clear. When you are self-conscious, you are very egoistic. You think that you are a big entity and that everyone else's eyes are on you all the time. This is why you get self-conscious. If you thought that you were a nobody, would you be self-conscious? Only because you think you are a somebody, you are self-conscious. And on top of it, you think that you are exhibiting humility by being self-conscious. This is actually something that you don't know that you are suffering from. You don't even know you are suffering from this. You simply continue to think that you are only being modest and humble, and you continue being like that. When you become self-conscious, you are living and yet not living. It is like a barrier to your beauty and grace. Your beauty does not come forth freely because of this. Look at animals and nature. They flow so beautifully and freely. Why is it so? Because they are not self-conscious. They are simply happy just being one with existence. The moment you start thinking that people are watching you, ego has stepped in and you lose your natural self. Children are not as self-conscious as adults are. If you watch them play, you will see there will be so much of beauty and innocence in the whole thing. Even when you take pictures of yourself and others, you will notice that pictures taken without you being aware that you're being photographed look much better than the ones taken when you're asked to pose for the camera. The moment you are asked to pose, you become self-conscious. Your ego is afraid as to what people might say and dent it. The self-conscious ego is all the time calculating the pros and cons in everything. It is all the time weighing others' eyes and opinions and losing out on its own freedom. Even in our meditation classes, if you see, I tell you to tie your eyes with the eye bands before starting the meditation techniques. But what do you do first? You first see if the other people are tying their eyes properly. You are so self-conscious even inside the meditation hall. Some of you don't do the meditation properly because you are self-conscious of the volunteers and myself who have our eyes open. You simply do the meditation in a restrained fashion and end up losing the very purpose of having come to the meditation camp. When you stop calculating and start being innocent and open, you will be filled with wonder and freshness all the time. Life will never become dull and restrained for you. And one more thing, the innocent person never does any harm to anyone, because to do harm, you need to calculate. Even if they do harm unknowingly, people will not get hurt because they know that they didn't really mean it. Their very body language will speak out their innocence and stand by them. All right. Now let us move to another important form of ego, the ego that comes with knowledge. As you grow, you collect judgments about people through your interaction and data from scriptures and books. These two together make up your whole mental setup. Anything that you see through this mental setup. Anything that you see becomes merely a supportive argument to your already formed conclusions. You are almost like a corpse. There is no scope for any growth in you. You are all the time looking through a glass of a particular color, a color that you have painted. You can't imagine how much you are missing out in this wonder-filled world because of this. A small story. A man was telling his friend, "Do you know, I really made a fool of myself." The friend asked, "Why, what happened?" The man said, "I replaced 10 cracked windows in my house and then discovered that I had a crack in my glasses." If we just look inward for one moment, we will understand that we are the common factor in all that we see. But we never want to look in. We feel that we know everything, and there starts the problem. Mundane knowledge simply doesn't give us a chance to evolve. The most dangerous thing in this is, you feel you are solidified with your knowledge. You feel you have become a solid character by virtue of your knowledge. Little do you know that you have become a burden on your being and nothing else. Your being is a river, and you have made it stagnate with the so-called knowledge. Real knowledge is in knowing how to drop the knowledge that comes your way and live like a child, flowing with spontaneity. You need to move from ego to spontaneity. We are all ready to categorize and label all that we see in our lives. In the event, we simply rob life of its spontaneity. We categorize people, we categorize places, situations, everything that comes our way. A small story. A man once went to a movie theater to watch a film. The film started with the caption of a famous international studio which had produced that film. The man said to himself, "Oh, I have seen this movie before," and he got up and walked away. Every movie of that production comes with the stamp of that particular studio, and the man concluded upon seeing it that he had seen the movie before. He simply missed, that's all. This is how we all are. Adults especially. Children are not like that. They see everything with a freshness. They are so full of life. They are not dead like adults. When you go to the beach, just watch the children. How excited they are. Whereas when you go to the beach, you feel you know the beach already. Even the incomparable freshness and beauty of nature comes through your tinted eyeglass. You are not able to drop the glass you are holding. The beach simply becomes yet another place for you to reinforce your so-called knowledge. Let me tell you, if at all you feel you are not enjoying life, it is because of your mind, because of your solid ego, not because life is not beautiful. A man went to Switzerland for a holiday and he returned after a month. He met his friend one evening and decided to go out for a meal. The friend asked him, "So did you enjoy the beautiful scenery in Switzerland?" The man replied, "Yes, kind of. But the mountains kept coming in the way." We are so insensitive. We are so far away from nature. There is so much of beauty around us, but we are incapable of enjoying it, and we complain that there is nothing to enjoy. The capacity to enjoy is within you. Don't blame anything outside for it. As a child, you enjoyed everything around you. What happened after that? You became serious and forgot how to enjoy. You got dulled by your so-called knowledge. As I told you earlier, people often ask me, "Swamiji, how is it that with all your knowledge, you seem like a child? Every time you crack a joke, you laugh so spontaneously, and we look at you with awe. When you start telling a joke, sometimes we've heard you say it before and so we don't laugh. But you enjoy it as much as if someone were telling you the joke for the first time." You see, This is exactly what I mean when I say you've lost your spontaneity and capacity to enjoy. You acquire a know-all attitude with all your knowledge. Now that I've told you this, let me tell you a story that I repeat very often in my talks and which makes me laugh even now. In the villages in Tamil Nadu, during the yearly temple festivals, there will be a temporary stage constructed in the open where famous drama troupes will enact plays, mostly scenes from great Hindu epics like the Mahabharata and the Ramayana. I used to go and watch those dramas. On one such occasion, they were enacting the scene from Mahabharata where Draupadi is disrobed by Duryodhana and she is ultimately saved by Lord Krishna. The Draupadi character was played by a man dressed in a sari. As per the plan, he would wear 7 saris, one on top of the other, and Duryodhana would pull them out one after the other, keeping account. When the 7th sari is reached, Draupadi would scream to Lord Krishna for help and Krishna would appear. Somehow, the Draupadi character missed out 1 sari while getting dressed and wore only 6 saris. On stage, Duryodhana started pulling, and suddenly, when the 6th sari was being pulled, Draupadi realized the mistake. He started screaming, "Hey, leave it," to Duryodhana. Duryodhana thought that Draupadi was playing her role so beautifully and continued to pull. Finally, Draupadi was standing on the stage with just half trousers and a blouse with the makeup of a woman. But he had good presence of mind and he screamed, "Oh Krishna, how gracious you are! You changed my gender to save me from shame." Even now, if I think of that scene, I can't stop laughing. So understand, knowledge is all right, but don't use it to solidify yourself. Your inherent nature is river-like, flowing. Spontaneity is your nature. You have moved away from it with the help of so-called knowledge. If you live innocently, a whole new world will open up for you. Just encounter every moment with openness. Don't have any preconceived notions. If you live like this, nothing will be mundane to you. You will then see that even your own wife, whom you have been living with every day, is so fresh and enjoyable. When this becomes your attitude, there is every possibility that the other person feels the openness in you and opens out to you in more enjoyable ways. It then becomes a positive cycle where you move from freshness to freshness every moment. Then there is only freshness everywhere. Nothing is stale. When you live with ego, you need some paraphernalia, some support, some people around you all the time. This support is what gives you your identity. Without that, you are a nobody. A king is a king only when he has his kingdom. On the other hand, a Paramahamsa is a man who needs nothing and sleeps when he stretches his leg and eats when he stretches his hand. He simply follows the flow of existence. He is a realized soul and a king unto himself. He needs no kingdom. But when you become a Paramahamsa, a great kingdom will automatically form around you. But you will be neither touched nor tainted by it. Only the weak ones create a kingdom for themselves and derive their support and strength from it. Only the weak need the status to support them, their ego to support them. For a Paramahamsa, his state will do everything for him. He will be untouched by the status that surrounds him. You search for paraphernalia because you feel life is too empty and mundane otherwise. And you feel life is mundane because you're searching for miracles all the time. The greatest miracles of existence are happening every moment in front of your eyes. But you are so preoccupied with your ego that you are missing it. Your own body is a miracle, It is greater than any supercomputer that can ever be invented. The millions of cells and the thousands of synchronized activities that happen in your body is the greatest miracle on planet Earth. If you know how to drop your mind and live in tune with existence, you will understand that what you search for in the name of miracles is nothing but the natural synchronous events that happen in existence. Your ego simply makes these things look ordinary, that's all. Your knowledge always dissects and analyzes and reduces things to mundane logic. Yes, you have a question? Swamiji, why is it that we know, but we still take on these things upon ourselves? That is a nice question. When we have the choice to live happily, why do we choose suffering? You see, you don't know yourself, your being, which is actually your real identity. Over time, you start relating with the outer world and create a pseudo-identity for yourself. With this pseudo-identity, you can relate with the outer world. The pseudo-identity is your ego. It is purely made up of the labels that others paste on you. You don't know who you really are. Suppose I ask you who you are. What will you say? You will say, I am the father of so-and-so, or I am the sister of so-and-so, or I am a doctor, etc. But what are all these? These are only your relationships and professions. You are daughter to your father, wife to your husband, mother to your children, and so on. You are all these to the people around you. Then what are you to yourself? You currently exist only in relationships and profession. Your ego is built up on this. Your identity is only through this. That is why there is always a danger of losing your identity. It is a man-made fragile thing, so it may break at any time. That is why you need to work so hard in maintaining it. Your inherent nature is actually being alone. When you were in your mother's womb, you were alone. You are actually enough unto yourself. This is your individuality. Over time, this individuality is taken over by what you call personality. Individuality is natural. Personality is societal. It is like this. A parcel moves from one place to another, and at every place, it starts getting stamped with various details. The parcel is actually not these stamps, but the stuff inside, is it not? In the same way, you are not the stamps that people put on you. You are the stuff inside yourself. Anyhow, with time, your ego is built on these stamps, and you need more and more people to feed it. That is why you will observe that you are totally unable to be alone, to be with yourself. When you are with yourself, you don't hear the voices of others feeding your ego. Your ego feels unfed. What do? You at least turn on the television and watch. A small story. A man belonging to a long-standing political party was dying. His friends came to know that he had switched his loyalties to the opposition party at the time of his impending death. They were astonished and asked him why he did that. The man replied, "Oh, I'd rather one of them die." So strong is our pseudo-identification. It has become such a solid reality to us, and it blinds us from seeing anything else. Even at the time of death, we find it difficult to drop our prestige. We live and die unconsciously. The fear of losing your personality, which is your only anchor point, causes you to behave in the ways that you behave. That is why we say your ego is playing up. The whole of spirituality is all about losing this personality, the pseudo-identification. This can happen when you start watching instead of being involved and believing. When you start watching, you will understand that you are the stuff inside the parcel and not the names and labels given to the parcel. When this awareness comes to you, you need no lecture, no sermon, no teaching or preaching. Yes? Swamiji, if we surrender to our Master, will our ego be taken care of? First of all, if you really surrender, you will become enlightened. There is no question of when I surrender, etc. But anyhow, for argument's sake, if you decide to allow me to penetrate you, I will prune your ego and keep it like a bonsai tree until such time you totally lose it and become enlightened. You will have enough ego to run your business and do your daily activities, not to hurt other people and yourself. Your ego will be like roasted seeds that do not grow anymore. Understand one thing. A man who is not yet enlightened has ego in him in some form or the other. Whether you have active ego or passive ego, the more you start being the observer, the more your ego will dissolve. That's enough understanding for now. With ordinary people, you can easily shield your ego and get away with it. With a master, you can never deceive him. You can only deceive yourself into thinking that you have deceived him. However deeply hidden and well covered you keep your ego and cunningness, they will be simply bare under the Master's gaze. While you struggle to shield it, the Master tries to heal it. Only he knows what a cancerous disease ego is. Let me tell you a few things from the Bhagavad Gita. The Bhagavad Gita was Lord Krishna's teaching to the world. When the Bhagavad Gita starts, Arjuna is confused. He says, "O Lord, I don't know what to do in life, please guide me." Krishna explains to him the Sankhya Yoga, the way to reach the soul. He then explains the Karma Yoga, then the Bhakti Yoga, then the Karma Sannyasa Yoga, the Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, then the Raja Vidya Yoga, and so on. He explains different meditation techniques through 700 verses in 18 chapters. At the end of it, Arjuna says, "Krishna, I am more confused than what I was when you started explaining. Which technique do I follow? Which is the technique that is better and quicker? Which is the shortcut method, the ultimate technique?" Krishna replies to this in the concluding 18th chapter. With any master, the words that he concludes with are the final, firm and ultimate truth. Krishna says, "Sarvadharman parityajya mamekam sharanam vraja, aham tva sarva papebhyo mokshayishyami masuchaha." This line that he has said is such that if we imagine all the religions, philosophies and spiritual books to be a pot of milk, this is the butter extracted from it all. He says, "I have explained all the forms of justice to you. Simply surrender everything to me. Surrender to me and I will take care of you. I will free you from all your sins and lift you to liberation." Krishna is actually making a beautiful promise in this stanza. Through this stanza, Krishna shows the world that surrender is the final, firm and ultimate technique, the shortcut to the egoless state, to liberation. Another beautiful story about Krishna and Arjuna. One evening, Lord Krishna and Arjuna were spending time together. Krishna suddenly pointed out to a crow and said, "Arjuna, look at that green crow." Arjuna saw in that direction and said, "Yes, Krishna, I see it." A few minutes later, Krishna exclaimed, "Arjuna, see that black crow." Arjuna said, "Yes, Krishna, I see it." Krishna asked just to test Arjuna, "Arjuna, how idiotic you are. There is no green crow ever. How could you have seen it in the first place?" So Arjuna replied, "Krishna, when you said it was a green crow, I saw it as a green crow." Arjuna's very senses had surrendered to Krishna. Surrendering the senses to the Master is the most difficult surrender ever. The Master is existence itself. He is the formless in form. When your senses perceive only what the Master says, you have reached the highest point in surrender. What is surrender? The word surrender has a very deep meaning. If you don't understand it correctly, we will misunderstand it. We'll be committing a grave mistake. We'll be misunderstanding deep truths. A small story. One night, 2 drunkards were walking down a street past a halogen lamp. One of them saw it and exclaimed, "Look, the sun has come down for us." The other replied, "No, it is night time. It is the moon." The first one continued, "It is yellow in color and therefore it is the sun." A third man who was drunk walked past them. They asked him, "Sir, please tell us whether this is the sun or the moon." The man replied, "I am new to this neighborhood. I do not know." So when you ask someone who does not know, you will either not get an answer or get the wrong answer. Only those who have experienced can explain clearly. If you ask the meaning of surrender to a person who has not experienced it, he will just say, "Give everything to God, that's all." That is not surrender. One man came to me and asked me, "If I surrender everything to God, will everything be all right, Swamiji?" I replied, "Yes, if you truly surrender everything to God, everything will be all right." He returned after 3 days and told me, "Swamiji, I have surrendered everything to God." I was happy and I asked him, "Where are you going now?" He replied, "To the bar." And he continued, "Whatever I do, Swamiji, God is only responsible from now on." This is actually a method of fooling oneself. If he has really surrendered, he would have surrendered the drinking habit also. He would not have even been able to drink any further. Ramakrishna beautifully says, when real surrender comes from your heart, God will guide you in every step of your life and you can never do wrong. When surrender does not blossom from inside you and is only at the lip level, you will fool yourself and others. Surrender will keep you thinking of existence all the time. You will slowly lose your own identity, your ego. In the Bhagavatam, there is a verse wherein a gopi says of herself, "I am not able to think of anything other than Krishna. I have surrendered my mind to Him. If I have to think of anything else, I will have to take my mind back from Him. How can I?" Ramakrishna Paramahamsa suffered from cancer during his last days. He had healed many people of many diseases. Someone asked him, "Why can't you keep your mind on your own disease for a moment and heal it?" He replied, "I have surrendered my mind to the infinite energy. How can I take it back to keep it on my disease?" This is true surrender. The cosmic energy will take care of us. You might ask, will this cosmic energy take care of all my problems if I surrender? In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna beautifully answers, or rather promises, "Without any other thought, when a man thinks only of me, I will take care of his gifts as well as retention or enjoying of them." For those who surrender with commitment to me, I will take care of their income as well as their prosperity. Their problems will dissolve. Commitment and maturity of mind are needed for real surrender to happen. You need not surrender to God or any master. You can surrender to anything. Surrender itself is a virtue and has a great power in itself. When you surrender, you are acknowledging that there is a life force greater than your ego, that's all. Actually, God is only an excuse for you to surrender. The act of surrendering is what is important. God is not the goal. Surrender is the real goal. When you surrender or when you lose your ego, you are no longer a separate entity from existence. You merge with existence or God. You will then understand that there is no God sitting above. There is only existence that fills everything in this universe of which you are a part. A small story. A man decided that he was going to surrender, but did not know whom to surrender to. He decided that he would go to the forest and surrender to the first person who comes his way. He went and waited in the forest. The first person to appear was a burglar who was escaping from policemen who were chasing him. The man caught his feet and declared that the burglar was his guru and that he had surrendered to him. The burglar was perplexed and did not know what to do. He replied hastily, "All right, if it is so, then close your eyes and remain here till I come back." And he ran away. The man was a very committed person, and he remained there without food or sleep for a very long time. Just by seeing his commitment, the Lord appeared before him and embraced him and gave him liberation. It is not important whom you surrender to. It is the thought of total surrender that has the power to change your life into a blissful one. When you surrender, you become a possessor of the inexhaustible energy that is existence, and you can carry on with anything that comes your way. You become strong and unshakable, come what may. People around you will find you to be a pillar of strength. They will be able to feel the invisible hand of existence through you. If you have not surrendered, it means that your ego is still holding you back from merging into the infinite, and you automatically become finite in your resources and energy. A master is a device to help you surrender. Surrender does not mean that you are dependent on someone. It simply means that you are taking their help in dissolving your own ego. Yes? Swamiji, can you please tell us more about meditation and how it can help in losing our ego? Yes. Let me first tell you how and why meditation techniques came into being. Man, ever since his creation, has wondered and researched on what it is that created this beautiful universe. What is it that created this beautiful earth and rolled it into space? And what is it that makes the rivers flow and the mountains grow? He concluded that there is a force or energy that is conducting all this. He concluded that there was some tremendous existential energy that is running the whole show. He then started wondering about how to establish a connection with the energy. The first people to make this conclusion and research on it and establish a connection with this energy were the rishis or the realized souls or the enlightened masters. Once they attained, they created many ways for future generations also to realize this energy. The ways that each of them gave are the various meditation techniques and religions. Each of them realized God through a different way, through a different technique. and recorded their way independently. This is just like how scientists create research reports on their discoveries and inventions. Each rishi gave a report on his enlightenment, and this became a religion or a meditation technique. These early realized souls formed different religions to establish these ideas on the life force that is conducting this world. We call this life force as Jesus, Allah, Shiva, and so on. You don't even have to believe in any God. Atheists don't believe in any God, but they have to believe in their existence. If we believe in our own existence and search for an answer to the question, who am I? That becomes a meditation technique, and we can realize God. Anyhow, these different ways or meditation techniques become different religions over time. But what happened later? People have left this basic idea behind all the religions, and they have started fighting in the name of religion. A small story. A Tamilian, an Englishman, a North Indian, and a Bengali were traveling together. They saw a lake from a distance. The Tamilian saw it from the south and called it Tannir, which is the Tamil word for water. The Englishman saw it from the west and called it water. The North Indian saw it from the north and he called it Pani. The Bengali saw it from the east and called it Jal. All four of them were referring to the same thing, that is water. But they started fighting over it, saying that what each of them was saying is the correct thing. None of the four people attempted to get into the lake and see for themselves what it exactly is. The Tamilian was holding on to what his grandfather told him. The Englishman claimed that his grandfather told him it is water. The North Indian and the Bengali were also clinging on to what their respective grandfathers told them. This is exactly what we are doing also. People who fight over religion are doing the same thing. They have to understand that from which angle the early realized souls saw, from that angle they named it. But everything is one, existence or God. Krishna and Christ mean the same. People have seen them from different angles, that's all. These four people, without getting into the lake, are arguing about what their forefathers told them. What will happen? They will only fight because each of them thinks that what their forefathers said was right. If they decided to put aside what their forefathers have said and get into the lake and see for themselves, they will understand that all their grandfathers meant the same thing. Then there will be no fight. Today, only those who have not got into the lake and had a mouthful of water are fighting. Those who are spreading terrorism in the name of religion and caste are those who have not got into the lake called spirituality and had a taste of the truth. The four people who are fighting are simply standing on the shore and fighting. So understand that the truth is expressed in various forms, that's all. Coming back to meditation. Now simply put, meditation is allowing your mind to relax, that's all. Meditation is not concentration as people make it out to be. When you concentrate, you actually try to exclude everything from your mind, which is an impossible task. Just sit for 2 minutes and try to exclude everything from your mind. You will go mad. Every single thing that you try to exclude will come back and torture you. So concentration is not meditation. Meditation is simply including everything and relaxing. When you are not concentrating on excluding anything, you can relax. Whenever you find time, just relax and be aware of everything around you. Listen with your heart to all the sounds happening around you. It may be the sounds of birds, the sound of the calendar in the breeze, the sound of the fan above you, the sound of people around you, or whatever. Just listen with an open heart. Mind you, they are all not distractions. You are flowing with them, and so they are not distractions. When you flow with them, they cease to be distractions. As you do this, you will realize that there is a certain silence, a composite core inside that is actually witnessing all this, and you will become more and more aware of that silence inside you. You will get glimpses of that silence inside you. Slowly, you will lose consciousness of your body also. You will have only awareness. You will feel yourself only through your awareness, not through your body or through your mind. Your body will not be numb, but you will be able to feel it, that's all. Only your awareness will remain. This can take you beyond your mind if done intensely. Meditation will help you realize that you are only a watcher in life. It will help you center yourself well inside your being and carry on with your outer world tasks much more efficiently and blissfully, because you will be carrying an inner silence in you that does not allow you to get distracted or perturbed by anything. If you continue doing this, you start leaving the I and mine. Your ego dissolves. Your ego is nothing but the strong feeling and identity that you have about your mind and body. Why do you think we are trying to create a worldwide movement for meditation? Meditation is the only key to global peace. When you start looking inward, you are no more distracted by the outer world distractions like power, money, vengeance, etc. All your base energies will get transformed into higher spiritual energies. The collective consciousness will undergo a shift, and automatically peace will prevail. That is why I am focusing on transformation of individuals. When a set of individuals get transformed with an experiential understanding, they will in turn inspire others from their own experience, and this will continue to create a positive new mental setup in society. Unless your understanding becomes an experience, transformation is not possible. Meditation can make your understanding an experience. Meditation is the only hope for transformation of the individual and transformation of the society. When you meditate, your intelligence grows. You start getting clarity on all issues. You no more need to ask people for alternatives. You simply know, that's all. You know because you are so much in tune with your inner intelligence. You know that it cannot be wrong. You will know from your being that you are on the right track. There may be moments when the going gets tough because you are against the majority. But you will know that the outcome is going to be beautiful and liberating. All you need to do is persevere and have deep faith in your own intelligence. When you nurture yourself with meditation, your capacity will expand and you will be able to do so many things in the outer world. There will be no limit to what you can do and express. You will find yourself growing in different dimensions. Anything will come easily to you when you are functioning with your inner intelligence and not with your ego. When anything becomes tough for you, it is only because your ego is making you alienate yourself from that thing. When you lose yourself and start merging with existence, nothing will be complicated. You will simply flow. Your intelligence will automatically work for you to harness the existential energy in you. You'll start seeing yourself as a miracle person. Things which seem beyond you will suddenly become seamless. You will move from ignorance to a deep awareness. Yes, what is the question? Swamiji, when we are in deep dreamless sleep and when we are in real meditation, are we in the same no-mind state? No. When you are in deep sleep, you go to the level of the seed and come back to the state you were in before going to sleep. No growth happens in you. When you are in real meditation, you go to the level of the seed. The seed ruptures and you move on to the next higher state. That is the difference. They are two extremes. Of course, when you look from outside, extremes look alike. A madman looks like a mystic and a mystic looks like a madman. Both of them have lost their minds, but in different directions. Yes? Swamiji, how is it that you're so beautiful always? Yes, this is an interesting question. How do I appear beautiful always? You see, if it was only this form, my form that you find beautiful, that you are being pulled to, the pull will waver with time. It will waver with situations, attires and whatnot. Just think, you see me in the same attire, listen to the same songs, hear the same voice every day, and yet you are here with as much eagerness as ever. Do you think you would be able to continue like this with anyone else in your life? Understand, it is not the person, it is the presence that radiates the beauty that you feel, that pulls you. As far as you are concerned, you are a person. As far as I am concerned, I am simply a presence, that's all. The egoless presence is so powerful that it simply lures you. There are so many male models and actors who are so good looking and with a much better personality, am I right? With all of them, you might be attracted, but not with a longing from deep within, like with me. Here, the longing is from your being, because your being sees the divinity behind the form. It is the only concern of your being. The egoless presence is so ecstatic for your being. That is why you are here again and again. That is why you are again and again drawn towards me. You see, the longing to feel God is in the depths of every man, but it is not tangible to himself. When you see me, you feel a pull and you wonder what that pull is. That pull is the call of your being. But you immediately start thinking what it might be. You know only to apply your mind and reduce everything to logic. God is beyond logic. That is why you cannot explain with your logic why you feel a pull towards me. All of you simply sit here gaping at me and wondering what it is that makes you gape so much for hours together without even batting an eyelid. When the longing within is deep, this will happen. The longing is the longing to reach home. For many lives, you have tried to fulfill this longing, but have been unsuccessful. And so you come back again. You take another birth. When you feel this longing, some of you pursue it and start your journey inwards, while some of you get scared and escape. You linger in the outer circles and keep watching me, so that if anything happens, you can easily run away. I have to then cheat you and teach you and show you that you have arrived and that there is nothing more to be done except letting go of your ego. You always operate from fear because you have been taught that way. Fear is a passive form of ego. You're so afraid that you might give in, and so you maintain a distance under the guise of fear. Don't think that fear is something humbling. Fear is a very deceptive form of ego. You're so afraid to let go. You're so afraid that you might dissolve. Understand, existence is love. It is only love and nothing else. Also, existence knows you because you are a part of it. If existence doesn't know you, then who does? So there is nothing to fear about. You don't have to put on any pretensions with existence. You can just be your own ordinary self, and existence will continue to shower on you. Existence knows only to love and forgive. It does not know any other virtue. You judge existence by your own egoistic and so-called moral standards. That is the problem. That is why you start doing things like these. When you know you are a part of existence, you will feel liberated. When you think that you are separate from existence, you will fall into misery. It is such a great feeling being part of existence. Because of your ego, you feel you are different from existence. When you turn your journey inwards, you will become increasingly aware that you are part of existence. Awareness will slowly replace ego. When awareness takes over, ego has to dissolve. There is no other way. Until awareness takes over, you will feel you are a solid entity, and then you will disconnect yourself completely from existence. Actually, the whole sky is there for you to see. But you see it through your window, just how much your elbow allows you to see, and you think that the sky inside the frame is the real sky. All such games are nothing but games of ego. Being aware of this is the first step towards getting out of it. Awareness is the master key with which you can open any lock inside yourself. That is why again and again I say, bring in awareness. Yes? Swamiji, how would you describe your concern for us? My only concern for you is to help you to flower. That is the greatest thing that I can do for you and you can do for me. I want people to realize their innate bliss, their potential energy. Right now, man thinks that he is a human being looking for a spiritual experience. He needs to understand clearly that he is a spiritual being looking for human experience. I am working on teaching him that. And the only way he can learn it is by becoming aware of the forms of ego that are making him feel that he is a human being instead of a spiritual being. When man moves from praying to becoming, he has found the key. Swamiji, how does the transformation happen when one meditates? And can you tell us more about the role of the master? When a person meditates, all his base emotions like anger, lust, jealousy, over-attachment, etc., get transformed into a higher energy. This propels him into higher realms of consciousness and awareness. Then he will not be restless like before. Transformation of energy can happen only through meditation. When this transformation happens in every individual, the whole of society gets transformed. There will be lesser violence and more global harmony. The most practical way to global peace is through transformation of the individual. With meditation and the Master's guidance, the transformation is a process that you go through to destroy all that is not you. It is a painful process that you go through with the Master because you have to let go of all the things that you held close to your heart, all the things that you thought was you. The Master will continuously show you what all you are not, and everything will start dropping. He will create situations for your suppressed feelings to surface. You just need to allow him to work on you so that he burns all the rubbish that you have accumulated over many lives. I keep telling people, if you try to run away, you are missing me one more time. Don't try to escape. I will place my hands exactly on the tumors that are hidden inside, the tumors that are your ego. Simply place your faith on me and have the courage to open up. I will then be able to heal all your tumors. Just by opening up to the Master, half your ego has left you. The rest he will take care. You just need to put out your hand. He will lift you out, that's all. When you are a sincere seeker, when you are ready for a transformation, you will open up to the Master and things will happen automatically. If you are just a window shopper, then nothing much can happen. You will just move from one master to another and not learn anything from any of them. When you meditate, meditate intensely. When intensity is there along with meditation, the transformation is bound to happen. The superconsciousness is bound to happen. Normally, we are either intense and miss the meditation, or meditate without intensity. We catch one and we miss the other. We need to catch both in order to really flower. It doesn't matter how long you meditate. How intensely you meditate is what matters. The quality of consciousness is what matters. When you make a conscious decision to turn inward, that itself will give you the intensity of meditation. Yes, what is the question? Swamiji, we are always looking to achieve something in life. Is this also a play of our ego? Yes, of course. You have come to the point. When you think that life has got a purpose and run behind the purpose, you are being egoistic. When you realize the beauty of existence and flow with it and understand that life itself is the purpose and all goals are just illusions, then you have acquired awareness. Then you are no more egoistic. A master is the one who makes you understand the purposelessness of life. When you search with a purpose, you miss reality. Because when you run behind the purpose, you miss the present. You simply miss existence. When you realize the purposelessness of life, a new consciousness starts blossoming in you. You will then understand that the diamonds that you were protecting all along are mere stones. You will understand that the things that you thought were great are mere toys. You will understand that money is not the real bliss that you are seeking. You are seeking beyond it. You will start looking at life as a great divine play of existence. You will enjoy the drama and play a role with utmost enjoyment and perfection. You will not live for goals. You will live for the sake of living and enjoying the living. See, understand that I am not saying that you should stop earning money. Without money, there is nothing that you can do in life. I am only saying enjoy living every moment and make your goals just incidental in the whole process. You must understand that the whole thing is just a drama wherein you are a player. When you get attached to goals, then you miss this whole idea. In a drama, does it make any sense to get attached to your role or to another character or to anything? No, it will straightaway seem ridiculous, is it not? In the same way, life is also a great drama, so don't get attached to it in any fashion. Just play a role and enjoy the whole show. Understand that life is not the goal but the path itself. When you have a goal, you will run. When you run, your feet will not touch the ground. And when you don't touch the ground, you miss the beauty of existence. When you run, you are literally missing the feel of existence beneath you. When you drop the goal, the emphasis will automatically be on the path. The path is meant to be enjoyed. The goal will be taken care of automatically. When you understand the purposelessness of life, you'll understand the meaning of living. Until you understand this, you live your life in an unconscious fashion. You live without a proper consciousness. You live with a solid ego that sees only goals and not the beauty of life itself. Sacrificing your whole life for the sake of the goal is not the way to live. If you live this way, once every goal is reached, you'll only repent at having wasted your whole life on insignificant things. Simply drop the goals and enjoy the path. Meditate on this teaching again and again. The truth will dawn on you sometime. One more thing, don't exclude anything from your life and never think that you are missing something in your life. Spirituality is never excluding. It is always encompassing. When you exclude anything from your life, you are missing something. Instead, integrate and include everything. You will then become whole. When you become whole, you become holy. Of course, if certain things don't interest you, then it is a different matter. You need not bother about including them in your life. Just function with awareness and keep flowing. Understand, a scientist is a man who creates a formula to reproduce something that he has discovered in the outer world for others to experience. A master is a man who creates a formula to reproduce something that he has experienced in the inner world for the others to experience. He creates a formula to reproduce the bliss that he experienced in his own consciousness for others to experience. I am now giving you a formula to realize the ultimate bliss or Nithyananda. Yes? Swamiji, how should we go about destroying our ego? First, understand clearly that you have ego in some form or the other. It may be active or passive. Then understand the different ways in which ego manifests itself. The ways we have discussed till now. All your guilt, desires, fear, humbleness, self-importance, etc. are all different forms of ego which happen in you because you feel a solid I and mine. Once you have understood this, become the watcher so that you understand that the whole of life is a drama. By doing this, you will be able to feel your solid self dissolve, your ego dissolve. When this starts happening, you'll automatically resonate with existence and see how things rearrange themselves and make life beautiful for you. Then live with the only aim of killing your ego. Don't guard it in any way. Be ever ready to kill your ego. When you are ready to kill your ego, you are ready to become liberated. Swamiji, you said that the Ajna Chakra is associated with innocence and intelligence. How would you explain innocence and intelligence? When you break free from the rigid mechanism of the mind, you become fluid, flowing like a river. Then you are intelligent. When you are able to think laterally, you are intelligent. When you are spontaneous, you are intelligent. When it is difficult to challenge you, you are intelligent. When you know that life is a drama, you are intelligent. When you understand that existence is the ultimate life force, you are intelligent. When you are aware and conscious of your inner silence, you are intelligent. When you can smile and laugh spontaneously without applying your mind to it, you are intelligent. When you radiate energy by your mere presence, you are intelligent. When you are not stuck up anywhere for a long time and not easily challenged, you are intelligent. When you can feel your ego consciously, you are intelligent. When you know that you are rich, not because of your riches, but because of your being, you are intelligent. When you recognize a master, you are intelligent. When you are ready to let go your ego to the master, you are intelligent. When you play the game of life, enjoying every moment of it, you are intelligent. A small story. 3 men were asked the same question. What would you do if you were told that you had only 10 more days to live? The first man said, I would put all my work in order, tie up all ends so that my family does not suffer after I am gone, and then I will live peacefully. The second man said, I would enjoy life to the maximum, doing all the things I have never done before. The third man said, I would consult another doctor. This is intelligence. When you can be spontaneous, instead of getting caught in the solid and familiar tracks that you have built for yourself, you are fluid and intelligent. In a hospital, the telephone rang and the nurse answered it. A voice asked, May I know how Chanda Basu of room number 10 is doing, please? The nurse replied, He is doing well and we are hoping to release him tomorrow evening. Whom am I talking to? The voice replied, This is Chanda Basu. You never tell patients anything in this place. This is intelligence. When you are not stuck at a point for long, when you don't stay challenged for long, you are intelligent. Now listen to this. A man took his city friend to his farm. He showed him around and then later asked him, You must have found it amazing to see so many sheep. Did you attempt to count them? The friend replied, Oh yes, there were 300. The man was surprised and asked, How did you manage to count them? The friend replied, Oh, it was simple. I counted the number of legs and divided them by 4. This is not intelligence. This is a way to show how we can complicate simple things in life. Next, coming to innocence. Children are the best way to understand innocence. They just speak out without any editing. They don't calculate. They are so total in their behavior, never cunning or hypocritical. This is innocence. But what do we do to them? We try our best to teach them how to edit their words, how to manipulate. We teach them to move from their heart to their mind so that their pure innocence becomes contaminated by the mind. A small story. A boy was told that a wealthy aunt was coming to his home that day and that he had to be in his best behavior. The aunt arrived and a grand dinner was served for her. The boy was watching her continuously throughout the dinner and finally he asked, Auntie, when are you going to do your trick? The lady asked, What trick, my dear? The boy replied, My dad said that you drink like a fish. Children simply talk what they feel like. They express so freely. That is why they are so joyful to watch. That is why we all enjoy them. Their innocence attracts us. But we don't understand this and we teach them to become cunning, to become manipulative. This is what we do continuously. A child went up to her grandfather and asked, Grandpa, can you really imitate a frog? The grandfather was surprised and asked, Why do you ask? The child replied, I heard my parents saying that when you croak, we'll have a small fortune left for ourselves. We are being hypocrites all the time. We never express ourselves freely. We are thinking something and talking something else. We have become so ugly because of this. We have simply lost our innocence. Children are not hypocrites. They are so natural. They are beautiful because they express themselves freely. A mother was leaving her child with her friend for a day. She told her child to remember to thank the friend before coming away that evening. The child returned home and the mother asked if she had thanked the friend. The child replied, I didn't, because when the other girl thanked her, she said, Don't mention it. This is how children are. Of course, it is our duty to teach them basic things like gratitude. But I am trying to make you understand that we should not make our children hypocrites. Let them understand the game and play it with awareness, with no ego, but only awareness. Give them the basic rules and intelligence to discriminate for themselves. One thing The innocence of the child is due to its ignorance. This innocence is bound to be there in the child because it is yet to be influenced by societal conditioning. But once the conditioning starts happening and knowledge is gained, the child loses its innocence. But the child can reconnect back with the innocence that it loses over the years through deep awareness. This innocence regained is the real innocence, because this innocence is not out of ignorance now, it is out of a deep understanding. This is the difference between the innocence of children and the innocence of masters. Mundane knowledge squashes the innocence and nurtures ego, but intelligence and awareness can put knowledge aside and bring out the innocence once again. When this happens, you have found the way. Swamiji, how should we relate with God? God is not any separate entity for you to relate with Him. Understand that first. He is not sitting above in a place called heaven and waiting for you to relate with Him. He is there in each and everything in this universe. Everything has been created by Him. He is the creator, creation, and the created. He is the experiencer, the experienced, and the experience. God is the name that we have given to existence, that's all. When you understand this, you have started experiencing God. Then there is no question of relating to God. People ask me if I feel close to God. I tell them that I am God. I tell them that they are also God. But of course they are not willing to accept it. They want to know how to get close to God. Close itself means there is some small distance separating you and God. I am telling you that you are God. Then where is the question of close? Do you understand what I am trying to say? It is very simple. God is nothing but the name that you have given to existence, and you are a part of existence. When you live in tune with existence, when you have found your connection with existence, you are God, that's all. When you live with a feeling of intimacy with anything and anyone that comes your way, you become pure consciousness. When you can feel the same love towards everyone around you, irrespective of whether you know them or not, you are experiencing the God in you. This is a simple scale to tell you how far away you are from God consciousness. When you start falling in tune with existence, you will start hearing the inner voice in you. Then no other guide is needed. You don't need people to tell you what to do and what not to do. You will simply know. Your intelligence will keep guiding you. You will flow without feeling the heaviness of having to make decisions. A master is one who can awaken that inner voice in you. He works on you to awaken your intelligence. Most of us can love only with a reason. This is how strong our ego is. When you are like this, be very clear, you are very far away from God. We claim that we shower love on our family and friends. Just look at all the masters who have happened on planet Earth till now. What is the common quality that have drawn them to their mission? Pure love, that's all. If they experienced the ordinary love that you feel in your day-to-day lives, do you think they would have been able to set up their mission? Is it possible to set up a worldwide mission with just ordinary love? How much of drive would ordinary love give? In fact, it will make you tired very soon. If masters have time and again reached out to people across the world, transforming lives, it is because of the divine love and oneness that they feel with every single human being on planet Earth. In fact, if you read their biographies, you will see that almost all of them have put their family aside. They have incurred the wrath of their family, and they have gone about reaching out to people. Family always resists in these cases. Of course, once maturity and awareness come in, they start accepting and following like the rest of the world. Anything that makes you feel separate from God is ego. When there is ego, you cannot love consistently and with the same deep feeling all the time. Your love will be highly subjective. It will keep moving between extremes. Watch the body language of masters and you will know what resonating with divine love is. The easiest way to fall in tune with the existence is by watching the master's body language. A master is in tune with the existence all the time. He exudes love all the time, irrespective of who is in front of him. When you watch his body language, you will imbibe the qualities behind it. If you watch the master over time, you will be able to perceive how he flows like a river, so beautifully, so poetically, so synchronously in tune with existence. Every action of his is in perfect synchronism with existence. That is why it is so beautiful to watch him. Simply by watching the master, you can understand and feel the beauty and flow of existence. Because a master is egoless, he flows without blockages. Because he does not have consciousness of I and mine, he flows. Because he radiates nothing but love, he heals. Healing is nothing but concentrated love. That is why time and again we have heard of the miraculous healing powers of masters. And that is why masters are looked upon as God. Be very clear, masters are the only living God. They are the supreme manifestations of the ultimate energy. So stop worrying about how to relate with God. Start falling in tune with existence and become God. Remember, you cannot conquer existence. You can only be conquered by existence. When you lose your entire ego, you are conquered, that's all. When you become a conducive womb for God, He will reside in you. In the initial stages, you are a guest and He is a host. Ultimately, you have to become the host. You have to become a womb to receive Him. Becoming a womb means melting and becoming vulnerable. Becoming vulnerable means shedding your entire ego and dissolving into God or existence. Then life becomes music and an eternal celebration. It is time now for us to enter into the meditation technique for the Ajna Chakra. We will now do a beautiful and very effective meditation technique called the Divya Netra meditation to awaken the Ajna Chakra. Welcome back. Let us now enter into the Swadhisthana Chakra. This chakra is located 2 inches below the navel. Swadhisthana means where your being is established. Swa means self and Adhisthana means established. This chakra is locked by fear, especially the fear of death. It can be unlocked by acceptance of fear, acceptance of death itself. This chakra is locked by fear. And let us go into that. All our fears are actually fear of death, but under various disguises, that's all. Every single fear of ours is related to the fear of death, but in a convoluted way. Because it is convoluted, we don't see it as a fear of death. Without fear, the word death itself loses the meaning that we have been associating with it. So what is death? If I ask you this question, you will tell me, Swamiji, death is what happens at the end of our lives. If death were nothing more than that, it would be so easy. But death is not something that happens at the end of our lives. It is something which is happening every moment of our lives. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to our death, the fear of dying. Death changes the very quality of our life. It is not the end, it is the climax of our lives, towards which our whole life has been oriented. Why do I say that? Because our whole life is controlled by our concept of death. Even our social structure is guided by our concept of death. All great religions and world philosophies have arisen out of trying to answer this one question: what happens after death? In trying to answer this one question, different life solutions have taken root. The cultures which believe in a single life with no concept of reincarnation have poured all their energies into excelling in life. They have achieved the peak in terms of assimilation of information, gaining knowledge, material comforts. These cultures have given rise to science. Science helps us to live life at its optimum. Science helps us to get the maximum out of this life. Whereas the cultures which believe in reincarnation have turned the focus of their life inwards. Their search is different. They are not motivated to live life in a hurry because eternity is granted to them. You can see the play of this concept clearly in the behavior of people. In India, if a program is scheduled to start at 6 o'clock, you can be sure that it won't start before 7:30 because they have eternity before them. Our whole mental setup, the course of our lives, our society, our culture, our religion, everything is based on nothing but our idea of death. We try our best not to think about death, but death pervades every moment of our life. When we understand the depths, the secrets and mystery of death, we understand the secrets of life. We need to solve death and see it as a mere continuity in a different form. Else we will miss life itself. If we understand that death is nothing but continuity in another form, we will not fear death. And when we stop fearing death, we will know to what extent we have been missing life. We take life for granted. We live so superficially. We miss many aspects of life. Is it not? Death will simply teach us to look into life with more awareness. Death is the greatest guru ever. When we want to bring in conviction about something, we can do it in two ways. One, we can experiment and see for ourselves what the truth is. Second, we can take reference from someone who has already undergone the experience of it. I will now give you a reference from the Upanishads. There is an Upanishad called Kathopanishad, which is a wonderful release of a personal interview, a direct dialogue that a child had with Lord Yama, the Lord of Death. In Hindu mythology, the presiding deity for death is Lord Yama. He stands for death. There was a famous king by the name of Ucheshravas. He was suddenly possessed by a desire to control the entire world. So he performed a Vajpaya Yaga, a fire offering that is done when one wants to rule the whole world. According to the rules of this offering, one has to give away as offering all the things of great attachment and of great value. Only then one can get the position of the Lord of the world. Kings are always good businessmen. They have to be, otherwise they cannot be kings. And they cannot have control over such vast property. They will see what maximum they can give and what maximum they can get out of it. This king started giving offerings. Cows that were at the fag end of their lives, that had given all the possible milk they could give for a lifetime, that had given birth to as many calves as possible in their lifetime, that were ready to die. These were the kind of cows that he was giving as offerings. He was offering all such worthless things. His son Nachiketa, about 7 years of age, was watching what was happening. Nachiketa is the hero of the story. He knew that his father was not doing the right thing, but he did not know how to tell him. You see, children are very sharp and intelligent. You can't cheat them. Society has not yet corrupted and conditioned them. He was watching his father all the time, and finally he went up to him and said, "Father, you have to give away all your highly prized possessions. I am one of your highly prized possessions. To whom are you going to give me as an offering?" The king understood that his son was digging at him for what he was doing. But his ego didn't allow him to give way. He continued with his worthless offerings. Once more, the boy asked him the same question, and the king kept quiet. The third time, the boy shook him and asked him to whom he was planning to offer him. The king got very angry, and he just blurted out, "I will give you to Lord Yama. You go to Yama." An ordinary boy would have said, "Why should I go? You have lived a full life. You go." But Nachiketa was a very sincere and committed boy. Commitment and honesty possessed him like a ghost. To respect his father's words, he decided to go and meet Lord Yama. Remember, the first and the last person on planet Earth to go and meet Yama was Nachiketa. Normally only Yama comes to meet people, but for the first time, Nachiketa goes to meet Yama. He reached the board of Yama, but Yama was not there. He had gone out. For 3 days, Nachiketa waited. Understand one thing here. A great truth is established at this point of the story. When we go in search of death, or if we have the courage to face death, death will not be there as we know it. Anyhow, Yama returned after 3 days. His servants told him about the young boy who was waiting for him. Yama rushed to see Nachiketa. He apologized to him for not being there to receive him. Then he further told him, "For having made you wait for 3 days, I grant you 3 boons. You may ask for any 3 boons and I will grant them to you." For Nachiketa, death turned out to be a god that granted him boons. He asked for 3 boons. The first boon was, "My father's sins should all be washed away." Yama granted him the boon. The second boon was, "My father should accept me when I go back to him after visiting you." This boon was also granted. The third boon was, "Tell me what happens after death." Some say that man lives after death. Some say that man is not alive after death. What is the truth? Yama was shocked at Nachiketa's question. He told him, "Please do not ask me this question. You are asking the very secret of death which I cannot deliver to you. If I deliver it to you, you will become enlightened. I will give you immeasurable wealth if you wish, but please don't ask me this question." But Nachiketa was insistent. He said, "Even if I take all this wealth from you, I will be a mere trustee to your wealth for about 100 years to 1,000 years, that's all. I have to come to you only once that period is over. It is not going to be of any use to me. So please tell me the secret of death instead." Yama saw the maturity and commitment of the boy to know the truth. He decided to offer the boy the conscious experience of death itself. The experience he took the boy through became the experience of the soul for the boy, and Nachiketa flowered and became enlightened. This is a beautiful story from the Upanishad. Don't analyze whether the story is a fact or not. Don't start looking for dates and history. It conveys the truth, and that is enough. Use it as a ladder to reach the truth instead of clinging on to the ladder and missing the truth. Death is the guru that gives enlightenment itself. Normally, in all our lives, death is the only thing that comes on time. We cannot ask for even 1 minute extra. And in our lives, death takes away everything from us, our relatives, our wealth, everything. But for Nachiketa, death gives everything and also enlightenment. Why this partiality? What is the difference between Nachiketa and us? The only reason is we are all running away from death while Nachiketa faces death. 4 things need to be understood from this wonderful story. The first thing, when we go in search of death, when we face death, it will not be there. Second thing, even if death is there, it is not the terrifying thing that we think it is. It is loving and giving. The third thing, death is our greatest teacher ever. The fourth thing, death is the thing that can give us the ultimate gift, enlightenment. Somehow for most people, life never goes beyond the Swadhisthana chakra. Life never goes beyond the fear of death. We live and die between the Mooladhara and the Swadhisthana chakras. Desires and fear. We don't know any other way of life. Or we don't have the courage to take on any other way of life. In earlier times, people lived without the life security that we have today. There was no vaccination available against fatal diseases. There was no advance warning of natural calamities. There was no security against famine or floods. So people were always mentally prepared for struggle, even for death. Especially the warrior class. They had to be ever ready for death. The samurai warriors of ancient Japan knew the way to face death calmly. If they were defeated in battle, they would simply pierce a long needle into the Swadhisthana chakra. This is a highly professional technique by which the life energy contained in the Swadhisthana chakra is released, resulting in instantaneous and painless death. The process was known as harakiri. Have you heard of it? We all live in constant fear of death. We are ready to escape it at all cost. Death is seen upon us as our greatest enemy. A small story about Socrates. Socrates was killed by being forced to drink a poisonous juice. Just before he drank the poison, one of his disciples asked him, "Master, are you not afraid of dying? You appear to be so calm." To that Socrates replied, "Why should I be? I know that only 2 things can happen after death. Either I will continue to exist in some form or name, or I will cease to exist after death. In the former case, there is nothing to worry about. In the latter case, who will remain to worry? So either way, there is nothing to fear." Socrates was fearless of death purely because he had a clear understanding of death and its consequences. Death is always looked upon as a discontinuity, and that is why people suffer when they see death. The basic understanding of death is lacking. Death is never a discontinuity. It is a continuity in some form or the other, or simply liberation, that's all. When man understands this, he will realize how foolish it is to suffer on this account. Man is so attached to the physical form, and that is why he suffers so much. The body is a mere vehicle for the soul. This has to be understood very clearly. The body is a mere vehicle for the soul. Although the only certain thing on planet Earth for man is death, he is always taken up by surprise when it actually happens. This is the most surprising thing about man. A small story. A lady was celebrating her 100th birthday. Her entire family was there for the occasion. They were opening all the gifts and reading all the cards that had been received by family and friends. They showed the lady one card that had been sent to her by her friend who was 94 years old. The lady shrieked, "God, she is alive!" We are able to apply death to everyone else except us. We are all like this. Everything in life we are prepared for except our own death. The irony is, everything in life is so unpredictable except death. The only certain thing in life is death. But the last thing we would like to be told is that sooner or later we are going to die. Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, he got his enlightenment through a conscious experience of death. When Ramana was a young boy, one day he was just lying on his bed in his uncle's house in Madurai in India. Suddenly he got the feeling that he was going to die. He felt that death was coming upon him. He had two choices, either to resist the feeling or to accept it and go through it. Usually people resist, so they pass into coma and they leave the body in a state of unconsciousness. 99% of us leave the body in a state of unconsciousness. Though we know from the moment of birth that our life will culminate in death, we never try to visualize it. We never try to actualize the possibility, never try to welcome it. At least once, if you go through it with consciousness, you will lose your fear for it automatically. Ramana was courageous enough to choose the second path. He just cooperated with the feeling. He allowed death to happen. He decided to see what would happen during death. He saw clearly one by one the parts of his body dying. Slowly his whole body was dead. He saw his body turn into ashes. Suddenly he realized that something remained even after that, something which cannot be destroyed. It hit him that he was pure consciousness at that time, beyond the body and beyond the mind. He was simply a witness to the whole thing. That knowledge was tremendous, and it never left him when he came back into his body. When he came back into his body, he was Bhagavan Ramana Maharshi, an enlightened master. When you conquer the fear of death, you conquer death itself, because death is just one more imagination. Just as in the Mooladhara Chakra, our greed makes us imagine the world to be more beautiful than it actually is. Here our fear makes us imagine death to be more frightening than it actually is. We wear glasses of greed and fear which don't allow us to see reality. When you experience death psychologically, you release the energy that has been locked in the Swadhisthana. You release the energy that is locked due to the fear of death. When the Swadhisthana opens, the whole quality of life changes. Because of your capacity to accept death as just a continuity in another form, your capacity to enjoy life is transformed. Your whole body relaxes. Your consciousness increases. Your living capacity expands. Whether you accept it or not, every moment of your life the fear of death lingers in the subconscious mind. By understanding death and fear of death, your life will turn out to be rich. Not wealthy maybe, but rich. Richness is what is really important in life. But if I tell you all this now, you will not believe me. You will think that I am talking about impractical things. A small story. A man who had been born blind was promised a cure by a doctor. The doctor assured the man, after this operation you will be able to see. You won't need to use your stick anymore. Hearing this, the blind man became afraid. He said, Doctor, I understand that I will be able to see, but how can I possibly walk without my stick? The stick had become an integral part of the blind man, that he could not even relate to the fact that he can walk without the stick once he gets his vision. How can you explain to a blind man that once he gains his vision, he simply won't need the stick? Right now, he too is afraid. So all you can do is perform the operation and let him see for himself, that's all. He will throw away the stick on his own. In the same way, even if I tell you all your fears are only the ultimate fear of death, your self is immortal, it is only your body which perishes, and what not. If I tell you all these things, you will still hold on to your own ideas of fear out of sheer fear because you haven't experienced it. Unless death becomes a conscious experience, the fear will never leave you. But you can do one thing. Repeatedly listen to these words. Develop a conviction about them. Try to see how your minor and major fears are actually related to the fear of dying. Bring some clarity into your day-to-day fears. See how interrelated all your fears are. Bring awareness into your fears. Then you will steadily evolve and come closer to the truth. We can categorize all our fears into 5 major categories. The first is the fear of losing our wealth, our comfort, name, fame, prestige, all the outer world things. The second is the fear of losing our health, parts of our body, maybe through some accident or disease. The fears that are connected with our physical health. The third fear is the fear of losing our mental health or our mental stability. The fourth is the fear of losing our loved ones or losing their love. The fifth, the fear of the unknown, fear of God, fear of ghosts, and the fear of death itself. Actually, if you deeply analyze our fears, all the 5 categories of fear are fear of death only. They just manifest themselves in different ways, that's all. The main reason why people fear death is they have not lived their lives totally. They are afraid because they feel desperate that they have not lived life enough. They feel this way because throughout their lives they have lived in memories of the past, in the anxieties of the future, for the sake of others, never in the present. Every action of ours has been due to the pull and push of each other's ego, each other's desires, each other's emotions. If you deeply analyze your own life, you will understand what I am trying to say. You start your life where your parents left off. You simply take over the crown of desires, the guilt, fear, all this that was passed down for generations. And then you live your life and pass it down to the next generation before leaving. You have never lived totally. Now, what do I mean by living totally? Try to live with more clarity, that's all. Make the other people see sense in whatever they try to impose upon you. With clarity, you will be able to clearly identify what your own desires are, what others have imposed on you, and what desires you have borrowed from others. The first set of desires alone need to be fulfilled without any harm to any person or property. That is fine. The other two need to be dropped with the help of clarity. If you live this way, you will no more be fulfilling others' desires, and you will no more be living others' lives. You will live your own life and experience fulfillment, and you will be ready to die when the time comes. You will have no lurking confusion and fear of death. See, I am not asking you to be selfish. I am only asking you to bring clarity into the whole thing. A small story. Once a Zen monk was ordered by the king to be put to death. He was supposed to be killed the next day. The monk remained calm and silent. One of his disciples was shocked by the monk's calmness. He asked him, "Do you realize you have only 24 hours to live? Are you not afraid?" The monk replied calmly, "I have lived, therefore I have no fear of dying." He means, I have lived every moment of my life, moment to moment. Every single moment has been so much for me. Why should I be afraid? If you look deep inside, you'll realize that most of us are not afraid of dying, but we are afraid that we haven't lived our lives enough. We are afraid that we have lived a pseudo-life. We feel a kind of deep, unexplainable regret about the whole thing. We feel we have not lived as we wanted to live. We don't feel fulfilled, and there starts the fear of death. Continuously compromising for the sake of others, trying to live out a life that is not natural to us, trying to fit into a mold that society has prepared for us. All these things lead to a lack of fulfillment. The fear of life is what is reflected in the fear of death. When you have lived in the deepest possible way, to your full satisfaction, you will not be in fear of death. I tell you, live without fear. Live with the deepest individuality that you can manage. Live to your complete satisfaction. You will lose your fear of death. And one more thing. If you live totally, without any hangover of any feelings, when you live your emotions with great clarity and totality, you will never fear losing your family and relatives. You see, you fear someone's loss only because you feel you have not justified that relationship in some way in your life. You feel you have not been in it totally. You are not ready to let go. Physical separation is only one aspect of the fear. The real reason is lack of fulfillment in the relationship. The word justification comes into relationships because you have always been taught to live for the sake of others, fulfilling their needs and desires. You always feel the need to justify relationships by doing these things. And if you don't do these things, you get into the cycle of guilt and fear. If you just live totally with deep clarity of the whole play of society, you will never be gripped by such compulsions. You can live with total fulfillment and still not lose out on any love in relationships. We have discussed this while talking about the Anahata Chakra. The fear of physical separation is always because of a feeling of guilt with respect to that relationship. If you live totally, not with a transaction type of relationship, but with just pure loving energy towards the other, there will be no room for guilt or fear. Even if the person passes away, you will continue to feel love towards him or her. That's all. Never fear of any separation. Even when you are living with the person, try to live with more clarity and awareness. Most often, relationships suffer because of insecurity and the lingering fear of losing one another. If you deeply analyze fear in any relationship, you'll understand that because our relationships are just transactions of some sort, this fear is there. Between a husband and wife, there is fear that the other may start looking outside of marriage. Between mother and son, there is the fear that the son may start paying more attention to his wife instead of the mother. Between the father and son, there is the fear that the father may not pass on the inheritance to his son, or the son may not keep up the family prestige. Like this, in any relationship, there is a core expectation which needs to be satisfied and guarded, and this gives rise to fear. I tell you, you can never satisfy any relationship totally. Anyone who has tried to please their whole family will only become dropouts. If a relationship is based on pure love, with no underlying purpose, the kind of love that we talked during the Anahata Chakra, there will be no fear element at all. You don't know what liberation it is when you can move from fear to love. Fear is always imprisoning. Love is always liberating. But unless society instills fear into you, you will not listen to it. And so it instills fear in you through all possible means. Through insecurity, through rules, regulations, through worship and whatnot. Society tries to make saints out of you. Saints who fear existence and everything all the time. I am not here to make saints out of you. I am here to make you blissful. When you are blissful, you will be full of life, alive and alert. Anyhow, fear is what takes the form of jealousy also in our relationships. Fear is the underlying emotion for most of our actions and emotions. Jealousy, anger, greed, all these emotions are rooted in fear. But we are not aware of this. We don't know that fear is the causative factor for all these. That is the problem. That is why we continue to be in the dark as far as the behavioral patterns are concerned. That is why relationships turn out to be traumatic. Understand, fear and love can never coexist. If there is pure love in a relationship, there can never be fear. If there is fear, there can never be pure love. Be very clear. There is some vested interest in the relationship. There is some purpose, some objective, some expectation of security or greed or returns in the relationship. That is why fear sets in. We look for security in every relationship. We need some security to settle down with comfortably. This is actually a kind of imprisonment that we enjoy. People talk of freedom, but I tell you, they are so afraid of it. They like only imprisonment. In the comfortable cushioning effect of imprisonment, they think they are free. A small story. A small girl asked her father one day, "Dad, what is the meaning of the word guaranteed?" So the father replied, "It means that something is made well and it will last for a long time." That night before going to sleep, the girl called out to her father, "Good night, guaranteed father." So all of us look for security continuously in our lives. But we say that we are looking for freedom. If we are really looking for freedom, why are we looking for security? Why fear? As long as you have fear in you, you will look for security. Till then, you can only delude yourself by saying that you want freedom. A master is one who will throw you upon the utter insecurity of life. He is the only one who gives you complete freedom. That is why with him you feel insecure. You feel afraid. Freedom creates fear. You will never feel utterly insecure in your other relationships because there is always some push or pull of greed, of fear, of anger, and that keeps you well settled in the familiar patterns of relationships. But with the Master, you are totally free. So you become afraid. A small story. A man was in prison for 20 years. On the day of his release, he appeared very worried and tense. His friend in the prison asked him, "What has happened to you? Why are you so worried?" The man replied, "I am afraid. What will I do when I go out?" The prison has created such a solid pattern of security for the man that he does not know what he will do when he goes out. This is the danger of getting caught in patterns and security. A master will never offer you the security you are looking for. He will never offer you the patterns you are looking for. When you don't get the security you are looking for, you will grow with deep centering within yourself. You will grow fearlessly because you know there is nothing to lose. And when you know there is nothing to lose, you have no fear. To show you that there is nothing to lose, the Master throws you upon utter insecurity. Out of a deep compassion for you, out of deep concern for your growth, he doesn't offer you security. When you don't find the mundane security, you will find God. You will find existence. All your fears are because you don't clearly know that there is nothing to lose. Just one encounter with near death can show you that there is nothing to lose and that all your fears are baseless. The Master simply makes you understand this in his own way. So don't try to escape from the Master. Understand that he is here only to show you what you actually are. Your inherent nature is fearlessness. Over years, you have been instilled with fear. The Master tries to break the layers of conditioning that you have taken upon yourself over years. That's all. If you just allow him to work upon you with trust and love, you will see yourself transform in front of your own eyes. Let me tell you a small story about a Swami whom I was acquainted with. The Swami used to have a number of clocks in his room, and each of the clocks would show a different time. I asked him about it one day. He replied, "Time is not my master. I am the master. Whatever time I want it to be, I simply choose the time from that particular clock." The Swami had already predicted that he would be leaving his body on a particular day and time. On the night before his death, the Swami asked all his disciples to gather around him and sing hymns. One of the singers was somewhat arrogant about his musical abilities. He never sang on this occasion. As was the custom, the Swami wrote something on a piece of paper and passed it on to him. The disciple was flattered, thinking it was a request for a particular song. But when he opened the note, he saw that the Swami had written, "Please don't sing after my death." Even on his deathbed, he was in a humorous mood. Later that night, he instructed his disciples to take good care of the orphans who lived in the ashram. He said, "Especially tomorrow, you will all be busy with preparations for my cremation. Don't forget to arrange for food for those children." Till the last minute, his concern was for the people he was leaving behind. The next morning, exactly at the time he had mentioned, he joined his hands in a namaskar to all, and his hands dropped, simply like a drama. What a beautiful, calm and courageous way to face death. That is the way we should all go to death, and that is the way we should look upon death even when our own family and relatives pass away. When you understand this, your whole idea of fear will slowly dissolve, because as I said, the underlying basis of fear is death itself. Yes, do you have any questions? But Swamiji, fear is normally associated more with women, isn't it? You see, men are mainly caught in the Mooladhara chakra and women are mainly caught in the Swadhisthana chakra. That is why men are more lustful and women are more fearing. The fact is, they both know this and they exploit each other appropriately. The man knows where exactly to touch the woman's weak chord. He will play with her insecurity and fear and exploit her. Similarly, the woman knows where the key lies with the man. She will play the game appropriately and exploit him. This is what goes on all the time in marriages. Actually, at the time of Hindu marriages, a vow is taken wherein the man and woman vow to each other that they will both work towards exhausting each other's karmas, unfulfilled actions and desires, in a smooth way, without accumulating any more karmas in this life. But these days, people are not even aware that they have taken such a vow, because they are not the ones who are getting married. The priests are the ones who are doing all the chants and get married. It is such a beautiful vow that they take. You see, we have accumulated enough and more karmas in our lives. The main concern for us should be to exhaust them at least in this birth and attain liberation. But what do? We exploit each other and play a cunning and vengeful game. We add to each other's karmas and get further caught in the cycle of life and death. Still worse, we blame each other for it. If you watch the drama of marriage from outside, you will understand how each one creates karmas for themselves and end up blaming the whole world for it. Only when you watch from outside, you will understand what a foolish game is being played. I always tell people, for actors and actresses, it would be so easy to watch life as a game because they are all the time assuming roles and enacting them. They are the closest to seeing life as a great drama. The rest of us are so caught up with our roles that it becomes a solid reality for us. Women are more fearful because they are psychologically built that way. Man and woman are not only physiologically different, but psychologically different as well. Swamiji, how do we overcome fear for small things? First of all, understand that all small fears are mere projections of the ultimate fear of death. Second, don't resist the fear in you. Just keep repeating to yourself that you are scared and go through it, that's all. You will soon find that the fear is no longer there because you saw it through. Start doing this every time you feel fear. When you consciously work on this, you will understand what you call fear is nothing but your response or reaction to an incident or a thought. Depending on how you respond, you can claim that you did not have fear or had fear. And with more and more awareness, you can respond towards fear without fear. Remember one thing, no one can claim to be fearless. One can learn to handle fear without fear, that's all. If anyone professes to be fearless, be very clear that they have not analyzed deeply the subject of fear and the human response to it. Don't start thinking that they are superhumans and you are a lesser mortal. Yes, you want to ask something? Swamiji, I remember how you made me overcome my fear for spiders. Yes, tell them how, Ma. While in our discussions one day, I jumped up when I saw a spider and you laughed at me for it. You told me to meditate on the spider every time I saw one. I followed this meticulously, and every time I saw a spider, I looked at it with awareness and concentration. Slowly I started wondering why I was scared of it after all. Yes. Did you all hear that? It is only a question of bringing awareness into our fears. You will then wonder what it was that caused the fear in you. Swamiji, I remember when we were all standing around you in the Ganges, in the Himalayas, there was a small water snake that came up to where we were. While I squealed and I scrambled in the water, Anupama was calmly looking at it even while it brushed past her. You then scolded me for not bringing in awareness at that moment, that too in your presence. Yes, now you are able to connect to what I mean when I say awareness. The only way to get out of these fears is to visualize them and go through them as a reality with the power of your visualization. You can even sit by yourself and imagine that your fears are happening to you. In your imagination, confront them with deep awareness and calmness. If you suffer in the process of visualization, it is all right. Don't suppress it or punish it. If your body shakes with fear, just let it. Just cooperate with your intelligence and allow yourself to flow with it. Anything, when lived out completely, will have no effect over you. All your fears are simply fear of your fears, that's all. A small story. A disciple was caught in a river one day. He was terrified of losing his life and he shouted out to his master to save him from drowning. The master said, "Stand up." The disciple screamed out, "How can I? I am drowning." The master said, "Have I not taught you to help yourself? Now stand up." The disciple said, "Master, you are preaching to me at this moment of my death. Why don't you just save me?" The master persisted. "I said stand up." The disciple was enraged at the master's persistence. He simply stood up. The water came up only to his knee. I tell you, all your fears are nothing but the fear of your fears. If you shake off your fears and allow your intelligence to surface, you will find that your fears are just shadows of objects that don't exist. If you deeply analyze the fear of death, you will come to know that people are afraid to die because unconsciously they feel that they should have been somewhere higher up than where they are right now. They feel they have not reached their actual place in life, and so they are not ready to leave. Some people feel that others have cast eyes on them, and so they are not able to progress. The truth is, you have not cast your own eyes properly on yourself. That is why, even in your last days, you prolong your death. If you properly analyze and understand your desires, your fear and your other emotions, you will never blame anyone for anything. People who live their lives without any of these convoluted fears will be able to live their death also. As I told you earlier, there are so many stories of living masters who told their disciples exactly what time of the day they would die, and they died that way. So many of their disciples have learned from their master's death what they failed to learn from their teachings when they were alive. When we mean that they lived their death, we mean they were able to announce that they were going to die, and they died consciously. In their case, their death is literally leaving their body, that's all. We all leave our bodies unconsciously with a lot of suffering. The pull and push of unfulfilled desires torture us on one side, and the body tortures on the other, saying that it has had enough. The mismatch between the mind and the body tortures us while we are alive, and at the time of death also this happens. When we are alive, if we live inside our boundary, inside our body, we will also leave our body peacefully. But the problem is, when we live, we always live outside our body, never inside. Let me explain this to you. Just look deeply into the way of your life. Early in the morning when you brush your teeth, what are you doing? You are already thinking of going to work. When you are at work, you are thinking of catching the bus to go home. When you are at home, you are thinking of work the next day. When you are on vacation, you think of your office. And when you are at office, you think of going on vacation. Wherever your body is, you can be sure that your mind is not. You have never lived any moment of your life with fullness. You have always lived either in the past or in the future. That is what is called not living inside your boundary. This is why, at the time of death, you feel so preoccupied and unfulfilled, you are unwilling to let go. This is why you fear death. You may ask why you need to know about dying consciously. Let me tell you, only when you know about death can you live with the right understanding of life. Else you will not live life the right way. In life, you keep postponing everything. You postpone your enjoyment. You postpone your work. You postpone everything for tomorrow. You have to understand that tomorrow also comes in the form of today only. When it comes as today, you say tomorrow again. It is just a game that you are playing with yourself. And finally, when death comes, you are so unprepared. You feel there is so much to be done. You feel cheated by life itself. The truth is, you have been deceiving yourself all along. But you'll end up blaming life for everything. That is why a clear understanding of death is necessary for you to live. Then there will be no delusions and you will be ready to die when the time comes. Procrastination is the mentality by which we lose out on many things in life. People ask me, Swamiji, how are you able to do so many things in such a short period of time? It is amazing for them to see my calendar for the year. They are amazed to see the various things happening throughout the year across the world. I tell them, it is very simple. I live totally in the present. I don't procrastinate like you. Your tendency to put off things simply makes you feel like a loser. Even though you feel like a loser, you don't make any effort not to procrastinate. In our meditation programs, we take people through a guided meditation. In that, they are told to visualize that they are going to die in just 24 hours' time. And that they should complete all the things that they would like to complete before they die. It is a beautiful meditation technique. They are also made to visualize their own death ceremony. Once after this meditation, a young girl shared her thoughts with the group. She said, Swamiji, I saw a poster in a shop which said, when you plan concretely, taking into account the future years to come. And when you execute like you're going to die the very next minute. After doing this meditation, Swamiji, I understand what it really means. I said, beautiful. You see, when you plan, you have to have a futuristic plan so that too many things don't have to be restructured for at least a few years. But when you execute, you have to execute in such a way that every subtask that you take up in the master plan is completed successfully without any loose ends. Even if you are going to die then, up to the point of what has been executed, everything will be perfect and the master plan will still be there as a reference for people to follow or to amend as the situation demands. Now this can be achieved only if you work without procrastination in every subtask that you take up. Often, procrastination is what takes you to poverty. Poverty is your own choice. When you defer decisions, you take your steps towards being poor. But you are blissfully unaware of this. You feel you have not been treated right by God and that life has been too short for you to realize your dreams. If you had used all your energy in the proper channel and with clarity, you will not feel this way and you will be ever ready to die. If you just look at the mirror every day and tell yourself that today is going to be the last day of your life, you will stop procrastinating. You need not tell yourself this all your life. Just a month will do. Automatically you will start living your life without procrastination. Not only that, your fears about losing your prestige, embarrassment, pride, expectations, all this will dissolve because you will know that you have nothing to lose. People who have had a near-death experience in some way, like a narrow escape from an accident, or a cure from cancer, or something like that, they will be able to live more fearlessly because they will know that they have nothing to lose. They will also live their lives with greater clarity and with more intelligence. The first lesson that you need to learn from all your education is that you should do the right thing at the right time and move on. Somehow this is the last lesson that we learn thoroughly. After having gone through all the other lessons, we learn this lesson: to do the right thing at the right time and to move on. Procrastination is something that you bring about yourself, but the rest of the fears society instills in you. Society makes you afraid of your own self, of others, and of God. It makes you afraid of yourself with simple things like morality, names and forms, prestige, and whatnot. In the name of morality, it makes you lose confidence in yourself, and that is why you're so unsure of yourself when it comes to morality. When you start following morality out of fear, there will be no chance for your inner intelligence to guide you. When people see me traveling with women, they ask me, "Swamiji, how can you, being a spiritual head, travel with women? Will people not talk about you?" First of all, they are forgetting that they are talking to an enlightened master. If they are completely aware whom they are talking to, they will not even come up with the question. Anyhow, I have to answer them in their language, and so I tell them, "I have faith in myself and the women have faith in me. Why are you bothered?" They are simply shocked when I say this. In our lives, morality is nothing but a pure substitute for a lack of intelligence. When you act out of your own intelligence, you can be confident of yourself. But when you act out of rules and regulations, you can be never sure of yourself, because you are not yourself to start with. You are not centered in yourself, you are centered on the rules. If you live out of intelligence, these types of fears will never grip you. People who preach morality are so deeply in fear. That is why they preach about it. They are afraid either because they are unsure of themselves or because they know to be moral only with fear. Moralists can become neurotic with their concept of morality and discipline. A small story. Once there was a moralist who normally walked on the streets with carefully measured steps. One day it suddenly started raining very heavily. The moralist just followed the crowd and ran along. After a while, he realized that he was careless about the way he walked. He said to himself, "What am I doing? Running is undignified. A gentleman must correct his mistakes regretfully if he has made any." So he returned in the rain to the place where he had begun running and walked again with measured steps. What foolishness! Morality makes you totally dull and dead. Understand one thing. When I tell you this, I'm not telling you that this is a free world and that you can do anything you like. I'm telling you that you have to develop your own intelligence and live so that rules will only be a confirmation of what you already know and feel. This is real intelligence. Any proper rule will only be a confirmation of what the rightly flowered intelligence feels. So drop your fears and try to find your inner intelligence, your inner voice, your inner master. A small story. A young sannyasi lived across the road from a beautiful courtesan. The sannyasi was all the time trying to meditate. The courtesan, on the other hand, carried on her way of earning money. Many men came and went from her house. The sannyasi used to try his best to concentrate on his meditation, but his attention was more on the young woman, and he kept cursing her for the kind of immoral life that she was leading. The courtesan, on the other hand, was not even aware of the sannyasi staying across the street. Despite her lifestyle of offering pleasure to men, the courtesan was immersed in her love for Lord Krishna, and she spent as much time as she could in praying to him and playing with his image. The sannyasi and the courtesan died on the same day. They reached the gates of Lord Yama, the Lord of Death. After their records were analyzed, the courtesan was sent to heaven while the sannyasi was sent to hell. The sannyasi expressed deep feelings about the unfairness about the justice of Yama. Yama calmly explained to the sannyasi, all your life, under the guise of meditating, you were harboring lust for the courtesan, while she, on the other hand, despite whatever she was doing, she was totally focused on God. Moralists live a superficial, fearing and shallow life. They don't live totally. They are in constant fear of stepping out of morality. Their true intentions are kept well covered under the guise of morality. That is the problem when you simply operate out of moral codes instead of your inner intelligence. When you operate from your intelligence, there will be a certain purity in you. When you operate simply from the periphery, from moral codes, there will be no beauty or purity in you. Those who are afraid and unsure of themselves, they set up moral codes and follow them. Those who are intelligent just act spontaneously and do the right things with a deep centering and no fear, that's all. Like morality, prestige also gives rise to fear. Prestige, name, fame, social status, all these give rise to fear. These fears are nothing but the fears of your ego. What prestige are you trying to cover? Just live with inner fulfillment and dignity. That is enough. The people who guard their prestige are the greatest hypocrites on planet Earth. They are also the people who live in constant fear. Their so-called prestige is so much in control of them. One man was fishing in the river one day. He was sitting for a long time without being able to catch any fish. He dozed off with the fishing rod in his hand. Suddenly, a heavy fish caught the bait and tugged at it. The man just tumbled into the water before he could wake up. A boy was watching this from a distance, and he asked his father, "Dad, was he catching the fish or was the fish catching him?" So you see, when prestige becomes larger than life for you, it starts consuming you. You are no more in search of it. It simply consumes you, that's all. And why are you afraid of losing your prestige? Because your prestige makes you feel that you are extraordinary. Your prestige gives you a solid identity in society. People with money and prestige do all sorts of nonsensical things and immoral things, and they get away with it. People talk about them behind their backs and then greet them on their faces because of their power and prestige. This is the kind of prestige they are trying to guard so carefully. Let me tell you one thing. Existence will never choose you if you are like this. In the material world, you may get what you want. You may appear successful, but in the eyes of existence, you will remain poor. Existence has its own ways of choosing. Understand that prestige, name, fame, power, these are all your own imagination. You give life to them. You create them and develop a fear about losing them. Just live with infinite love for everyone and everything around you. Feel deep love for anyone and anything that comes your way. If you live this way, automatically prestige will come to you. People will respect you for your quality and not for your quantity. And with this kind of prestige, there is no fear of losing it, and you don't have to guard it all the time. You are simply liberated from such fears. Even things like fear of public speaking, etc., are fear of losing one's prestige in a way. When you are afraid of talking in front of a gathering, you are actually afraid of what they might say about you. You are afraid that your ego might suffer because of something that they might say about you. This is a massive form of guarding your ego. Fear is very much a manifestation of ego. Understand that. So what if people don't approve of your talk? You talk with a sense of totality. That is enough. Just enjoy yourself and do it. Don't bother about what others will say about it. The moment you are afraid of what others will say, you are guarding your ego. Fear of your ego suffering is also the reason why people get afraid when they go into meditation. When you go into meditation, there is always the fear of losing yourself to existence, to the existential energy that is surrounding you. So you hold on. You resist meditation. Instead, if I tell you to chant something, you will happily chant. There will be no fear at all. Your ego is so afraid that it will dissolve. If it dissolves, all the labels with which you identify yourself will also dissolve. And this is too much for your ego. You become a nobody. So you resist and you remain somebody, at least to yourself. This resistance is purely the fear of your ego. You're so scared of becoming vulnerable, of becoming porous. Fear is also the reason why people talk so much in social circles. If you just observe people, they will feel so compelled to say something from their side. They will feel that they have to say something or else others will take them to be inadequate. So they say something, even though it doesn't make any sense. All these are subtle manifestations of fear that are difficult for you to perceive. Swamiji, you spoke about fear of the unknown. Can you explain further on that, Swamiji? Yes, I am coming to that. You see, fear of the unknown is nothing but the fear that we have of darkness, of ghosts, of spirits, of God, and finally of our own death. Actually, we are so afraid of our fears, and that is the truth. We are afraid to face our fears, and so we allow our fears to consume great proportions, and we start getting more and more afraid. A small story. A man was once traveling in a train. The ticket collector came to him and asked for his ticket. He frantically started searching for the ticket in his purse. He searched in his luggage, he searched in his pant pockets and whatnot. The ticket collector was watching him and said, "Sir, why don't you search in your coat pocket?" The man replied, "Please don't ask me to look in it now. My only hope is that it will be there." We are so afraid to look. We are so afraid to look at our fears. That is the whole problem. So we delude ourselves in comfort zones and keep carrying on. Never fear to look. I tell you, never fear to look. The moment you fear to look, you are only creating more fear because it becomes more unknown to you. Just look into the fear and accept that you are in fear. Automatically the fear will dissolve. If you start facing your fears one after another with awareness, somewhere down the line, intelligence will replace fear and you will have lesser and lesser of the fear emotion in you. When we talk about fear of the unknown, fear of spirits and fear of ghosts is very common. There is no need to fear them at all. Just understand that spirits and ghosts are much less powerful than us. We give them much more power than what they have and make them control our fears. And there starts the problem. Don't go too much into the subject of spirits and ghosts. It is of no use. If you are well centered and clear about yourself, it is enough. Automatically nothing can touch you, and you will also not have fear of such things. Fear of darkness is also fear of the unknown. Fear of darkness is nothing but the fear of death. Just think, the same garden in your house which you walk in at daytime, will you walk in the garden at night time, in the same garden? No, you are afraid. Why? After all, you know the boundaries of your garden well, is it not? Then why are you afraid? You are afraid not because of your garden, but because of the darkness. You are afraid that something might happen to you in the dark. You are afraid of your very life. This is what I mean when I say that every fear of yours is in some way related to the ultimate fear of death. In the case of darkness, it is very obvious. But in the case of your other fears, it is very subtle, that's all. Actually, darkness is so beautiful. It is like your own mother's womb. When you were in your mother's womb, you were in complete darkness. But after you came to the world, you have lost this connection with darkness. You start fearing it as something unknown. Tantric followers meditate upon darkness to feel the intensity of existence. There is no need to be afraid of darkness. Just once, if you can look into darkness with deep love, with the soothing feeling that it is your mother's womb, you will not fear it anymore. When a child gets scared of darkness, don't tell him, "Be brave." If you tell him this, he will only become tense because he is not supposed to get afraid. He will not drop his fear for darkness. Just allow him to go through the fear of darkness. Let him tremble a little. At least he gets a chance to explore his fear. When he does this a few times, he will lose his fear of the darkness. Now coming to the fear of God. God is also unknown to us, and so we fear God. Understand, God is nothing but the name that we give to existence, to cosmos, to the existential energy, to the life force that pervades this universe. This existence, this universal energy knows only to love. If you can understand this much, automatically all your fears will drop. People ask me, "Swamiji, people say that if we do good deeds or punya, instead of doing bad deeds or papa, we will go to heaven and not to hell. Is this true?" First of all, understand that hell and heaven are not geographic. There is no heaven or hell located above your head. They are terms created just to instill fear and greed in man. Hell or heaven can be interpreted as having either a tumultuous death or having a peaceful and conscious death. Any moment in your life that you have spent in meditation is a moment of punya or good deed. When I say meditation, I don't mean closing your eyes and sitting. I mean moments that you have been consciously in the present. When your consciousness has been with you. Moments when you come out of your normally subconscious state and are in the present. moments when you have felt and resonated with the existential energy. Any moment that has not been spent in such states is papa. All the moments of conscious states are like your bank balance. At the time of your death, it is these states that will surface and liberate you. People think that if they offer pots of milk to the deity at the temple, their punya will increase and that they will reach heaven. Let me tell you, by offering milk to the Lord, nothing is going to happen. When you feel a swelling gratitude towards existence, you can express it by offering milk to the deity that you worship as existence. That is perfectly all right. But please do not link it with punya and papa and all that. Even a drop of milk offered with pure joy and gratitude is a moment of sincere meditation. This moment will stand by you at the time of death. On the other hand, pots and pots of milk offered out of sheer fear of missing out on gathering punya will not get any returns. So please increase your awareness and live consciously. Make every moment, whatever may be the thing you are doing, make it a meditation. That is enough. You can live without fear of sins. The fear of sins will leave you completely. Let me narrate to you one incident. I went to a Shiva temple in a remote village in India. At the entrance of the main deity, there was a tube light burning. The light was hardly visible because something was written on it in black ink. Vishnunathan BSc. I was wondering how Lord Shiva was called Vishnunathan. Then under that, I saw in small font KAILASA, which is a correct name for Shiva. Now Vishnunathan was the name of the person who donated the tube light. We are so fearful of missing out on collecting good deeds in our lives that we become materialistic and start creating bank balances of good deeds for ourselves. And we don't stop at that. We inform God repeatedly about all the good things that we have done so that He doesn't forget. We become so materialistic even when it comes to matters concerning God. Understand, God is not running a resort in heaven wherein you can get an entry by doing the so-called good things on earth. When you live, you're always trying to do these kind of material things with no idea or feeling of the truth behind them. With these things, you build a big castle called punya. Then you expect that castle to stand by you at the time of death. It is something like this. You build a house in your dream. You paint it, decorate it, and you enjoy it. What happens when you wake up from your dream? Where is the house? Is it of any use to you after you wake up? No. In the same way, you're only deluding yourself by this punya concept. We reduce everything, including the divine, to simple trade, that's all. I have seen people, they will decide to visit a particular deity in a particular temple with an offering, maybe every Saturday of the week. If they are not able to make it on a particular Saturday, they will send their driver with the offering to the deity. Be very clear, the material world will not come with you when you are dying. Only moments of awareness, consciousness, and meditation will come with you. And understand one more thing. God knows all about you better than you know about yourself. You cannot hide anything from Him because He knows. So there is no reason to fear Him and please Him. If God cannot understand you, then there is no understanding in the whole world. Even better than your father or mother, God knows you. He knows you not only in this birth, but in all the lives that you have taken birth till now. So there is nothing to be afraid of. You are an open book in front of him. He can refer to any page at any time. So just drop your fear of God and look upon him as a totality of existence. Look upon him as a friend. However hard society tries to make you afraid of God, don't listen to it. Develop your own relationship with God, a solid and trusting one, the only relationship that is required in one's life. When you start relating with existence or God, you start relating with yourself much better than before. You will know what exactly is going on inside you. Clarity will step in. Your inner intelligence will grow. Your fears will drop. You will learn to look properly into anything before feeling fear of it. You will not feel any compulsion to do anything because intelligence will replace fear. You will be more relaxed and joyful. You will feel liberated. When you understand this about existence, all the wars that go on in the name of religion will not be there. The people who are in the fear of their religion, the people who fight for their religion, are people who have not understood clearly the loving existence. They are just continuously missing the whole thing. They are like blind people fighting with one another. And most important, please don't pass on your ideas about God to your children and don't instill fear of God in them. Teach them to embrace God. Teach them that God is the all-pervading existence that is all-embracing. Teach them that God is pure love and nothing else. Help them to grow with a loving attitude towards God and existence as a whole. This way, they will not grow up with much of the fears that they will normally grow up with. Swamiji, we often wonder, whatever is happening to us, is it fate or is it our choice? A very commonly asked question. See, just understand this. Your present moment is the totality of all your past decisions. Now you are here in this place. You decided to wake up early in the morning, take the proper route, come here, sit and continue to sit. Am I right? Like this, all your past decisions form your present, like being here right now. And just like this, your future is going to be a result of all your present decisions. Now, why do you think it is fate? It is because we make our decisions unconsciously and don't expect some of the results that come our way. When unexpected or unfavorable results happen, we call it fate. When we take conscious decisions, we will be aware of the side effects and after effects. When we are not aware of the side effects and after effects, we call it fate. Actually, life is your pure choice. It is we who take the decisions. It is we who make the decisions, never somebody else for us. God is so gracious. Even though the whole world is His, He allows us to have our choice. The only way you can make the right decisions is by infusing awareness into your every breath, so that every action of yours, every decision of yours happens with awareness, and you never slip into any subconscious or unconscious decision making. Then you don't have to worry about fate or destiny. And understand one more thing. No one is waiting to lay their hands on your wealth and cause you so-called ill fate. Somehow, we live with a constant fear that people are waiting to rob us of our wealth. This is the fear of losing our wealth. In this fear, we build many walls around us. Finally, we find ourselves trapped in our own cell. That is why I say, open the door, let the breeze in. Have faith that the life force will take care of you. I am not saying don't lock your houses. Of course, you need to lock your houses at the physical level. I am saying that at the mental level, drop the obsession with the lock, that's all. Just take, for example, you're traveling in a train. As soon as you settle down in your compartment, what do? You start conversing with the person next to you. You ask them where they are from. You try to make out what religion they might be. You ask questions about their background, etc. Why? Is it because you are genuinely interested in their details? No. It is because you see them as unknown, and if you know all these things about them, psychologically your fear of the unknown reduces. You will be at ease, that's all. If you are a Hindu and they are also Hindu, you feel relaxed. If you are Hindu and you find that they are Muslim, you start feeling uneasy and afraid. You start eyeing them suspiciously. You might even think about changing your seat. Is it not? This is how fear works. You're always unconsciously in fear of losing your property. Sharda Devi says, trust others even if you are exploited. The very quality of trusting the universe in your being will make you live like God on earth. When intellect sharpens, you will be able to understand like a scientist. When emotions sharpen, trust flowers. When feelings sharpen, enlightenment flowers. So drop your fears and allow understanding and trust to happen in you. Drop your fears about your property. Understand one thing. Everything belongs to existence. You are only a temporary possessor of it all, that's all. If you can understand this at a deep level, you will not allow yourself to be consumed by the fear of your property. We spoke of fear of strangers in the context of property. But take the case of how fear works in the case of prestige. Suppose someone wants to do certain things that society will not approve of. Like say, having an extramarital relationship or just a fling. Then what do? They have their fun with some unknown person who will not in any way identify themselves with them in the eyes of society. In this case, the unknown becomes an ally for the fear. Here, commitment and involvement give rise to fear. And so you look to lesser known people where commitment and involvement can be minimized, if not totally avoided. Just see how fear plays. Just see how you are under the clutches of fear all the time. Yes, you have a question? Swamiji, when we have fear, you ask us to be more aware of it and look into it. But sometimes the fear is so sudden. It comes and goes, like a sudden shock. Then we won't have time to look into it. Yes, what you are talking about is called the fear stroke. Fear strokes are short spikes of fear. They just come and go. For example, if you're standing on a road, suddenly you see a rope and you think it is a snake. You experience a sudden rise of fear which subsides in just a few seconds because by that time you realize it is only a rope. This is a fear stroke. You see, it is like this. There is always a current of fear in us. At times it rises to a peak, that's all. These fear strokes can happen with great intensity, although they are for a short duration of time. Fear strokes weaken the immune system. They release depression-inducing chemicals and they even accelerate our aging process. They can even cause heart attacks. On an average, it is said that everyone has about 6 fear strokes a day, consciously or unconsciously. Conscious fear strokes are to do with things like the telephone ringing well past midnight, or just while in the car a motorist suddenly swerves to your side, or when you're watching a horror movie, someone taps you on your shoulder. So many things like these. You get fear strokes in your dreams also, but you forget them when you wake up. Fear strokes are like shaking the roots of the rose plant. It is very dangerous for the system. As you said, at the time of the fear stroke, you will not have any time to go into awareness. You don't have time to chant any God's name and go through the stroke because it is just a spike. But after the fear stroke, you can very well analyze the stroke and get a deeper imprint of the understanding of your fears. This will help in dissolving the whole idea of fear. The intensity and the frequency of fear strokes can be greatly reduced by reducing the intensity and the depth of the regular fear that is in us. Only from this regular fear the fear strokes arise. If deeper understanding and clarity can reduce the regular fear, the fear strokes will also reduce. Fear in general is so overpowering that it can completely throw you out of control. A small story. A disciple kept bothering a Sufi master to give him initiation. Finally, the master told him that he would initiate him on one condition. He had to go to the nearest town and kiss a woman in burqa and then go to the forest beyond and beat the tiger with a stick. The other disciples protested. They said that it was too simple. The master just smiled and asked them to wait. A week later, the disciple returned. He was terribly wounded and bleeding. The master asked him what had happened. The disciple said, "I don't know why, but I beat the woman and I kissed the tiger." Fear can simply blind you. It can take away your thinking and intelligence altogether for a few moments. That is why you need to deeply understand fear and overcome it. In so many cases you might have heard, when there is a fire or some calamity happening, people will be running in all directions out of fear. They will be opening doors in the wrong direction. They will be running towards the wrong exit, although they know during normal times that it is not the right exit. All these things sometimes even cause them to lose their lives in any emergency situation. Fear is so blinding. I tell you to be aware of your fear all the time, because only through awareness you can transform base energies to higher energies. Just like how lust can change to love through awareness, fear can change to fearlessness and intelligence out of pure awareness. Anything suppressed only takes up another form. It doesn't get uprooted totally. So suppression is not the way to overcome fear. Awareness is the way. In fact, if you suppress fear, you are missing a chance of overcoming it. When you continuously look into your fears with awareness, even when death comes, you will look into it with awareness and allow it to happen to you. It is important to be able to do this because ultimately, all your fears are nothing but the fear of death. When you work on your day-to-day fears, your fear of death decreases unconsciously. And when your fear of death decreases, your day-to-day fears decrease. It is time now for us to enter into the meditation for the Swadhisthana Chakra. We will now do a beautiful meditation called the Darkness Meditation. We will work directly upon the Swadhisthana Chakra. Please listen carefully to the instructions. Welcome back. It is time now for us to enter into the last session, the Sahasrara Chakra. The Sahasrara Chakra is located on the crown of the head. In Sanskrit, Sahasrara means 1,000 petal, from the mystical experience of 1,000 petal lotus blooming on the crown when this chakra is activated. This chakra is closed by discontentment and the attitude of taking life for granted. This chakra can be opened by overflowing gratitude and contentment. A man prays to God every day. "Oh God, I don't have enough money. Please help me to win a big lottery worth at least 10 million rupees. And if I win, I promise you, I will offer you 20% of my winnings at your shrine. If you don't believe me, please deduct 2 million for yourself and give me only the remaining 8 million. All our dealings with God or existence is exactly like this, a mere business. It may not be so obvious in our lives, but if you deeply analyze your attitude of prayer, you'll understand that you are all the time having a business deal with everyone, including God. One day a poor man went to Emperor Akbar's palace. He wanted to request Akbar to give him some money for his son's studies. Akbar, as you know, was famous for not turning away anyone who asked for help. When the man reached the palace, he saw that Akbar was offering his prayers to God. So he waited with the others outside the prayer hall. When Akbar came out, everybody made their requests and received help from him. Only the poor man turned away without asking for anything. But Akbar spotted him and called him back. He asked him, "Why are you leaving without asking for anything?" The man replied, "Your Majesty, I came to ask you for alms, but saw that you yourself were begging." If you observe our prayers, you'll realize that all of us are actually beggars. We simply ask and ask and ask. Our prayer is nothing but a begging bowl. We beg for material things, smooth relationships, for power, for achieving our goals, for physical beauty and what not. We are all the time asking for something or the other continuously in our minds. In fact, we are so much in tune with asking that it has become an unconscious process within ourselves, and we might not even accept that we are asking. We might argue that we are not asking because we don't see it as asking. We see it as a natural way of life. We have become involved in it and therefore unable to distance ourselves from it and see it with a fresh mind. Understand, there are only two kinds of religion in the world: religions based on prayer and religions based on gratitude. The religion of prayer is all about asking God for something or the other. It can be followed by the masses because it is very much in tune with our asking attitude. It is in tune with the conditionings that have gone inside us from a young age. Asking is the prayer that we have been taught from when we were children. It seems like the most natural way to approach God or existence. On the other hand, the religion of gratitude is based on just an overwhelming gratitude from within towards God or existence. It is quite contrary to what is taught to us from childhood. We have been always taught to thank for what has been received, that's all. We have been taught gratitude as a social etiquette, nothing more than that. How then can we be thankful all the time? It becomes too much. That is why these religions of gratitude are followed only by a select few. Only a few meditative religions like Buddhism or Sufism are based on gratitude. These religions have very few followers, but the quality of the followers is high. You see, there is nothing wrong with prayer, but getting stuck in the act of asking while praying is where the trouble starts. Prayer should be used as a jumping board to enter into meditation. A meditation where gratitude becomes prayer and your being becomes bliss. You might think, giving your gratitude can be a social habit. How can it be a meditation? But you will understand what I mean when you actually start giving your gratitude. When you start giving your gratitude, you will understand the value of your life. I tell you, you are only aware of the people who are directly responsible for providing and caring for you. But during all these times and thousands of other times that you are not even aware of, you are helped, protected and cared for by existence, by the cosmos, by the universal energy. But you always think that whatever was given to you was either because you deserved it or because it was an accident. When you start seeing and feeling the invisible hand of existence taking care of you every moment, you will understand that you are wanted here by existence. Only then you will understand that you are being showered upon continuously by existence. The fact that you are alive is enough to show that existence wants you here and cares for you. It is only when you don't understand this, you feel dull and depressed and keep asking as if you are the most deprived person in the world. If you listen from your being to what is being said here, you'll be able to tune yourself and become sensitive to the wonderful giving ways of existence. Most of us pray with fear to God. You can see mothers telling their children that if they don't do certain things, God will get angry with them. These statements take root in the child at a very young age and give them a wrong concept of God. All these are the conditionings that you give to your child at an early age. When they grow up, they face serious dilemmas because of this. Instead of embracing existence with love and gratitude, they stand apart from it with respect and fear. Religion, if followed out of fear, will not take you anywhere. It will not pave the way for a transformation to happen in you. You might progress materially by the faith that you have in your asking, but you will remain where you are at the being level. The purpose or real fulfillment of life can never happen in the material path. It can happen only at the being level. People who undergo what is called depression of success will be able to relate to what I am saying in a better way. We have discussed a lot about depression of success in the earlier sessions. Religion has to be followed out of deep love and gratitude for the divine or existence. Although society teaches you to worship God in the name of fear, I tell you, never do it. Always pray with love and gratitude towards the divine. A small story. A Sufi master, Junaid, used to pay his gratitude to God 5 times a day. At one time, he and his followers were wandering through some villages where Sufism was not accepted as a religion. In the first village, people accused them of begging and threw meager alms at them. The next day, the people refused to give them any alms. On the third day, the village they passed through was so hostile that the villagers drove them out with sticks and stones. But that night, as usual, Junaid knelt down and offered his gratitude to God. His disciples were watching him. It was too much for them. They could not understand why Junaid was thanking God. They were furious. They cried out, "Master, for 3 days we have gone without food. Today we were even driven out of that village like dogs. Is this what you are offering your gratitude for?" Junaid looked at them and said, "You talk about 3 days of hunger. Have you thanked God for the food you have received for 30 years? And know one thing, my gratitude is not for receiving or not receiving anything. It is simply an expression of the deep joy and love in my being. It is a choiceless and prayerful expression, that's all." When you live with overwhelming gratitude in you, you have found a space wherein nothing else is needed. It means that you have fallen into meditation. Then you will not worry about anything else. You are on the right track. Your mind is no longer a hindrance to your growth. Your mind has disappeared. The mind cannot step in because you are brimming from your heart. There is no space for your mind. And when there is no space for your mind, where will discontent come from? Discontentment cannot come from the heart. It is purely a product of the mind. Your mind always stands between you and existence. It prevents you from hearing, seeing, feeling, and emoting with existence. Once you go beyond your mind and see the beauty of existence, gratitude will become your prayer and bliss your being. You will then enjoy liberation and permanent joy. And when you drop the mundane logic of your mind, you will flow like a river, choicelessly, effortlessly, joyfully with the flow of the current. You will then play your role and enjoy every moment of it. You will then understand that you are part of a wonderful drama, wherein the more sensitive you are to the conductor, the more effectively you can play and enjoy your part. When you go against the current, you need to put in effort and exercise choices. But when you go with the current, you don't need to make any effort at all. You will not feel tired. You will not feel frustrated. You will only feel a flowing lightness and joy. Everything will then appear beautiful to you. A small story. Nithyananda was on a cross-country rail. She spent all her time in the observation car, watching the passing scenery outside. An elderly lady was seated next to her, and Kanti told her that the best part of the journey was the breathtaking scenery outside. The lady shook her head, sat for a while looking out of the window and left. A little later, the lady came back, sat for a short while looking out of the window, then got up and went. After some time she came back again, and this time she sat behind Kanti. After a few minutes went by, she tapped her on her back and asked, "Excuse me, but do you see something that I don't?" We all miss the beauty of existence when we don't know how to resonate with it. We are all the time looking for reasons to enjoy, reasons to celebrate, questioning what we enjoy and what not. We have lost our connection with existence altogether because of this. Instead of feeling gratitude towards everything around us, we are asking and questioning all the time. We need to get back this connection with existence again, and gratitude can help bring back this lost connection. It can help you to find your roots once again. It can help you to commune with nature, with existence. A small story. A man prayed very hard in a temple one day. "Oh Lord, please give me 1,000 rupees for 15 days. I'm very desperate to receive it. I will return the money to you on the 16th day from today when I get my first paycheck." The temple priest was listening to his prayers. He felt very sorry to see him in that state, and he had 500 rupees with him. He put it in a cover and he gave it to the man, saying that God had asked him to give him the money. The man was overjoyed. He took the cover home and opened it. He counted the money and saw that there was only 500 rupees and not 1,000 rupees. The next day he went to the temple and prayed to God. "God, next time please don't send the money through the priest. Send it directly to me, because the priest took half of it." We take everything for granted and therefore remain discontented. Remember, life itself is a gift to you. Have you worked hard to get it? Can any of you say that you have worked very hard to earn this life? No. That is why we don't realize its value. We simply take everything for granted, our bodies, our daily food, the beauty of nature. Everything is taken for granted. We ask God for gold rings, diamond rings. But do we thank Him for giving us fingers to wear them? With time, even the diamond ring will lose its value to us. One day, The geography teacher in a school asked her students to write down the 7 wonders of the world. All the kids listed the great wonders, the Great Wall of China, the pyramids, the Eiffel Tower, and so on. One child was writing, and she kept writing, shaking her head and continuing to write. The teacher came to her and asked, "What happened? You forgot what you learned?" The little girl said, "No, I'm a bit confused. There are many more than 7 wonders of the world." The teacher was surprised and took her sheet and read it. She then read it out aloud for the class to hear. The 7 wonders of the world are: I can see, I can touch, I can smell, I can hear, I can taste, I can laugh, I can love. The class was suddenly filled with a penetrating silence. These small things are forgotten because we think that they are small. Everything becomes small to us when it is easily available. There are so many millions of people in this world who can't see, who can't hear, who can't talk or taste. We never think of all these things. We are always thinking of what more, what better, what next. That's all. A small story. Sheikh Govinda was traveling on the highway to get to his village. After just 1 hour of travel, his car jerked and stopped. He was panic-stricken and saw that he had run out of fuel. He walked a few kilometers, praying and sweating and panting, and finally came to a town. He spotted a gas station and explained that he was penniless but badly needed fuel to get to his village. They just turned him away. He then spotted another station on the opposite side of the road and walked to it and explained his situation. The manager of the bunk took pity on him and agreed to fill in a few liters free of cost. Then Govinda asked, "Can you give me the money instead? The station across the road is cheaper." Until something comes to us, it seems very precious and we remain in a prayerful mood. The moment it comes, it loses its value and we move on to another prayer. We always live with a what next attitude. We are unable to relate to gratitude because of this. For example, if we go to a shop and see a new type of alarm clock, maybe with some new features, immediately we feel that our life will be much better with those new features. We will feel that the whole quality of our life will change if those new features become available to us. We will feel that we will become a lot more efficient with this clock in our lives. And so we buy it and we take it home. After a few days, what happens? We won't even have the time to wipe the precious clock. The poor clock will be lying somewhere covered with dust, and you will even get scolded for buying it and cluttering the house with one more item. And you would have also moved to some other gadget, some other desire. Is it not? We always feel that something that we don't have is as big as a mountain, without which we cannot survive. But when we actually get it, somehow it becomes too small a thing. This is how we miss the wonderful attitude of gratitude in our lives. We keep running behind what next, what next. Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi tells God, "I'm so very intelligent. I gave you all that I had, all my life full of suffering, and you in your compassion gave me in return your presence of bliss." Bhagavan tells God that he is more intelligent than God himself because of this intelligent exchange. Such is his adorable sense of gratitude towards existence. It simply hits you when you read it. Another small story from the life of Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa. It is said that whenever Ramakrishna saw someone from Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's place, he would fall at his or her feet. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was a great enlightened master from India. People asked him why he fell at ordinary mortals' feet. He would say, whether they are ordinary or extraordinary, it does not matter. They are from Banigati, where Chaitanya did an important Sankirtan. The moment I hear that they are from there, the very name creates memories of Chaitanya in me, and that is enough. I pay my gratitude to them by falling at their feet for having brought Chaitanya to my mind. If I had not met them in those moments, I might have been thinking of something else unworthy. They are therefore instruments through whom divine memories and ideas are kindled in me. That was Ramakrishna's reply. For bringing thoughts about Chaitanya to him, Ramakrishna fell at their feet. Can we ever imagine this today? This is what I mean when I say everything and everyone should be looked upon with gratitude for whatever they are doing. They are all part of existence, and they are all moving in some synchronicity orchestrated by existence. When you are sensitive to this happening, you will be able to feel gratitude for the way things are happening. We need to imbibe this sense of gratitude from great masters. This is the only thing we need to imbibe from them. The rest will be taken care of automatically. Because when you imbibe this, the power of coincidence will make things happen for you, and existence will simply shower upon you. Just understand, desire and gratitude can never coexist. When you feel one desire after another, it means that you are not living with gratitude. When you live with gratitude, you can never have any desires. When you live with gratitude, whatever is given to you will simply fulfill whatever you need at that moment. Even before you ask, you will be given. So there will be no question of asking at all. Things are always perfect when you function with gratitude. Else, things are always lacking and ugly. Man's greed is such that even if he is made king of the earth, he will think, the seas don't obey me, the sun and the stars don't obey my commands. In the Shiva Purana, there is a story of Shiva and the Brahma Kapala. The Brahma Kapala was a skull that Shiva used as a begging bowl when he was wandering in the guise of a mendicant. The strange thing about the Brahma Kapala was that whatever alms people put into it, it would promptly swallow. No matter how hard Shiva would try to fill it, it would remain empty. This Brahma Kapala is actually inside all of us. It is nothing but our own ego. The ego that swallows everything and asks for more. The ego that prevents us from enjoying what is being showered upon us. Whether you want to base your life on asking or on gratitude is entirely up to you. Gratitude is not some kind of morality that can be imposed on you from outside. It is an attitude. It is an attitude that has to flower from within, out of a deep understanding of existence and its ways. When real gratitude happens, it can transform your whole perception of life and bring lasting peace and joy for you. Once a man went to Ramana Maharishi and said, "Bhagavan, I want peace." Ramana replied, "From your own statement, just remove the word I and remove the word want, and what remains is peace." The only way to live a live connection with reality, with existence, is by dropping your conditionings, your ego, and breaking the wall you have built around yourself. Then you will be able to see that the connection was always there. You don't have to do anything special. You simply have to drop what is not, that's all. When you are loving and flowing and filled with gratitude, you will always feel the tremendous energy of existence flowing through you. And you will always be with a sense of fulfillment, not because of any gains, but because it has become your very being. This fulfillment is the ultimate fulfillment that every man is seeking. although he is not aware of it. He searches for it again and again in all the material things and keeps missing it. Whether you accept it or not, existence is taking care of you, and all that you need to do is place your faith in it and do your duty with gratitude. You will then be showered upon by existence. But we don't have faith. A small story. A man lived without any faith in God. Suddenly one day, he fell from a hilltop and he found himself dangling from just the grip of a tree's root. He was filled with terror. He suddenly remembered people talking about God all the time. He thought to himself, why not try to ask God for help? And he cried out, "Oh God, I have never had faith in you. Are you really there? Can you save me now?" The voice of God thundered back, "Sure, son, just let go of the root that you are holding, and I will hold you from beneath." The man cried out again, "Is there anyone else out there who can help me?" We are simply not ready to place our trust on existence. The very quality of trusting the universe in your being will make you live like God on earth. You are missing out on this wonderful opportunity due to your own ignorance and ego. If we consciously feel a sense of continued gratitude towards the cosmic energy, we will be able to feel ourselves being taken care of in its very lap. We will feel ourselves being cradled by this energy, like a child is by the mother. And whether you accept it or not, this is the truth. A man dreamt that he and God were walking on the beach through the journey of life. He told God, "O Lord, I dreamt that you and I were walking on the sands of the beach. When I looked back at the trails on the sand, I saw that at times when life was most testing, at times when I had the deepest troubles, there was only one line of footsteps. The other was missing. How could you move away from me during those times?" God replied, "Son, it was during those times that I carried you." Such a beautiful story. Let me tell you from my own experience. In my days of wandering, I have traveled more than 30,000 kilometers, out of which more than 2,000 kilometers I have covered by foot. I traveled with just 2 pieces of clothing and a vessel for begging food. I had taken a vow not to touch money and not to save food for the next meal. People asked me how it was possible. I tell you now, I simply placed trust on existence and concentrated on my goal, and that was attaining the state of enlightenment. Existence simply took care of me. That is how it happened. When you hear me saying things like have faith in existence, you may think that this concept is for yesteryears of justice and saints. Not at all. I am talking from my own experience, from what has happened to me, who is sitting right in front of you now. And I think I am the youngest in this gathering. So I am not talking of anything from long ago. Understand that. Just try living with gratitude and watch the miracles happening. Existence gives if you are ready to receive without a question, with just a brimming heart. A man dreamt that he went to heaven and that an angel was showing him around heaven. They walked side by side. First they entered a large workroom filled with many angels. The room was bustling with activity. The angel guide stopped and explained to the man, "This is the receiving section. Here all petitions to God that are received through prayer are sorted out." The man looked around and he saw that it was terribly busy with so many angels sorting out petitions written on different pieces of paper, long sheets, scrap sheets and whatnot. They were from people all over the world in different languages. Then they moved on and entered a second section. This section was also filled with many busy angels and lots of packages and papers. The guide angel explained, "This is the packaging and delivery section. Here the graces and blessings that the people asked for are processed and delivered to them on earth below." They walked on, and at the end of a long corridor, they stopped at the door of a small room. To the man's surprise, only one angel was seated there, bent over the desk. The man asked the angel, "How come this section is so quiet? Which section is this?" The angel friend quietly replied, "This is the blessings acknowledgement section. The acknowledgements sent by the people for the blessings that they have received are meant to be processed here." See, we all ask and ask, but how many of us thank for what we have received? How many of us include gratitude in our prayer along with our asking? Just try out the small exercise when you are by yourself. For 2 hours, keep aside your worries and needs and focus on all that existence has already given you. You will immediately think, if I don't worry about my needs, how can I fulfill them? Who will take care of my family? What will happen to my business? Agreed, you have to think about all these things. But just for the next 2 hours, take all these loads off your head and do what I am saying. In any case, do you think your family or your business is running because of you? Let me tell you, things are running smoothly not because of us, but in spite of us. If existence had to depend on our intelligence to sustain our families or our wealth, we would all be destitute by now. And be very clear, by simply worrying, nothing can be achieved. I think we have spoken enough about worrying earlier. So just for a few minutes, close your eyes and focus on what has already been showered on you, what you already have. Go over mentally all the things, your body, your wealth, the people who support and help you, your house, your luxuries, your vacations, everything. Enjoy all of them in a relaxed and grateful way. Take as much time as possible. Don't rush and go over it in a hurry. Just live all of it in your mind. Stay with that feeling. Stay with that wonderful feeling of fulfillment for a while. Just feel yourself becoming filled with gratitude and overflowing with it. When you open your eyes, you will see what you have is more than enough to run your life, and you will wonder, what more do I want? You have to just become gratitude. The best way to become gratitude is to learn to enjoy without a reason. Enjoy everything that you see, everything that you hear, and everything that you do with the supreme confidence that existence is taking care. Life will then simply transform in your eyes, and you will be overflowing all the time because you are always enjoying. A small story. There was a man who was walking past a mangrove which was overflowing with mangoes of different varieties. He entered the grove, looked around, studied it, took down some statistics, and left half an hour later with facts and figures. After a while, another man walked past the same grove. He entered it, plucked a few mangoes, ate them joyfully and left. Now please don't stop by at any mangrove and eat up the mangoes. You might get stoned for it. Try to understand what I am trying to tell. Just learn to enjoy without questioning. I don't mean that you should drop all your work and only enjoy all the time. You need to work, no doubt. No one is going to give you everything if you only enjoy. I'm only saying, don't look for reasons to enjoy, that's all. Simply enjoy everything without questioning. Let enjoying become your very nature, then gratitude will become your very being. Your profession may be anything. Your social status may be anything. Your economic status may be anything. But enjoying is something that every man can do irrespective of all this. The problem is, you always feel that there should be a causative factor for everything, including enjoyment. You have trained your mind with these kinds of thought patterns. This is also the reason why you often feel that others have been blessed with things that they don't deserve, while you have not been given enough for your efforts. You always think that you need to work hard in order to enjoy. No. Working hard is all right, but it has nothing to do with the capacity to enjoy. Just drop this idea. This is the only way you can stop complaining or feeling dissatisfied. Existence showers. If you choose to enjoy it, you will enjoy. It is purely your choice. You choose wrongly and then complain or blame someone else. Remember, no one is responsible for anything that happens to you. Everything is a conscious choice that you make unconsciously. Because of lack of awareness in you, you simply make unconscious and monotonous decisions and land up complaining about life. Always remember, heaven and hell are not geographical locations in the outside world. You create them within yourself. The moment you lose trust over existence, you alienate yourself from it and carry hell with you wherever you go. Don't think that hell is something outside of you. It is just in your mind. It is your choice, your nature, that decides if you are in hell or in heaven. A teacher once asked her students, "Can anyone tell me where you think hell is?" After a long silence, one child stood up and replied, "In my dad's study, miss." The teacher was surprised, and she asked him why he said that. The child replied, "Every time I go to my dad's study, he says, 'Get the hell out of here.'" Children are trained from a young age to think of hell and heaven as entities outside of them. They are trained to think that God is sitting above on a big throne and watching every movement of ours and noting down our sins and good deeds. By thinking in this way, we start the cause and effect cycle of all our actions. We associate good deeds with heaven and bad deeds with hell. We start thinking of God and the whole of existence as a transaction center. Each one of us becomes a businessman in our own way, whatever may be our real profession. What do you do when you go to the temple? You purchase flowers, coconuts and fruits, and then you go to the deity inside and make an offering in your family's name to the deity. You tell the name, birth star, etc. of each and every member of your family and you do the ritual. The poor priest will hold one bowl in his hand and you will be telling him a long list of names with all the details of each of your family members. You're so afraid that God will send the blessings to the wrong person, to the wrong household. You give him the exact geographical location, etc. and emphasize to him that it is you and no one else who has come with the offering. Only after doing this you leave the temple. Am I right? As if God does not know if you don't tell him all this. As if you need to remind God of your existence so that he will shower on you. I tell you, all you need to do is feel continued gratitude towards him, that's all. He is always showering on you. It is not that he sees you in trouble and then decides to bail you out, or sees that you are all right and therefore ignores you. All these are our own conditionings that we project on God and try to read. All these are what society has taught us from a very young age. The concept of gratitude has become so distorted among us. We feel that gratitude is something we have to feel when we are brought out of deep trouble or when someone goes out of his way in caring or sharing. This is the most ridiculous belief taught to us. I tell you, simply enter into the temple with a feeling of gratitude. Stand before every deity with deep thankfulness and leave the temple with that same mood. That is enough. The rest will be taken care of. This is the ultimate prayer. Gratitude is the ultimate puja or offering. While you are here these few days, use the time effectively to experience what I am saying. Just allow gratitude to take root in these 7 days. And when you are away from the outer world, open up and allow yourself to flower. This is a rare opportunity for you. This is a chance for you to transform. Don't miss it. Create that new inner space in you, which will go with you when you leave this place. You see, the problem is, we're always trying to reach God through our heads. You can never reach God through your head. If you simply drop your head, you will automatically function through your heart and discover that you need not even reach out to Him. He's already there in you. God is already there inside you. With your head, you will always seek outside, and you can never find God outside. With your head, you will be looking for reasons to feel grateful. But when you move from your head to your heart, a whole new space will open out for you, and you will realize that you always knew, and that it was your mind which was causing all the havoc and not letting you realize it. When you operate from your heart, you are always in gratitude. Do we ever say mind-felt gratitude? No. We always say heartfelt gratitude, is it not? Next you will ask, how do we move from our head to our heart, Swamiji? Just be aware of your head, that is enough. Only because you are unaware of your head, you allow it to function in an undisturbed fashion, in a mechanical fashion. Once you become aware of your head, you will be able to drop it. Gratitude is not any virtue. It has to be your very attitude. You need nothing more than this to feel yourself tuning in with existence. When you feel only gratitude, you can tune yourself beautifully to existence, and then existence will reveal itself to you in all its magical splendor. All you need to do is then sit back and enjoy. Let me explain to you what I mean by tuning. We all know how the radio works, don't we? All right. The same radio, without any change in its physical form, can be connected to many radio stations airing different programs, is it not? Now, while you are listening to a particular station, if there are any disturbances or crosstalk, what do? We fine-tune it, isn't it? To listen more clearly to any one station, we fine-tune it. That's all we need to do. Now just apply the same concept to tuning ourselves to existence. There are thousands of programs happening around us. Whatever we tune ourselves to, that we will experience. Now tuning to any one program is purely your own choice. Anyone objecting to this? No. You have the freedom to choose the program you wish to listen to. Am I right? In the same way, if you choose to tune yourself with the chaos that is created around you by human minds, you will become chaotic. You will be caught in the never-ending whirlpool of worry, discontent, dilemma and whatnot. Whereas, when you choose to tune yourself with existence, with the central chord that is running through this whole show, you have caught the right thread in all the chaos that is around you. And you will be free from all these emotions, I can assure you. You'll be a beautiful flower that blossoms with a fragrance. With the earlier emotions, life will seem like an eternal state of discontentment. With the latter, life will become like music, the very language of existence, and you will only enjoy with gratitude all the time. The more you fine-tune yourself with existence, the more ecstatic your life will be. Discontentment will pull you down. It will make you heavy and miserable. But on the other hand, gratitude and the fulfillment that comes along with it will make you light and blissful. We all feel discontented because we take things for granted. When you take things for granted, you miss a lot. And nothing can make you happy or joyful. I tell you, never take anything for granted. Listen to the small story. A beggar stopped a man on the road and asked him, 2 years back, you used to give me 20 rupees. Last year, fully you gave me only 10 rupees. And now for the past few months, you are giving me only 2 rupees. Why? The man replied, first, I was a bachelor. Then I got married. And now I have a baby. That's why. The beggar cried, what? You are using my money to run your family. The beggar says, you are using my money to run your family. Actually, many of us think that it is our birthright to expect another person to keep providing for us and our needs. And we simply take them for granted, isn't it? We don't realize what deep ignorance we are in when we are with this kind of an attitude. We are not even aware that we are totally lacking when we are in this way. This whole attitude has to undergo a radical change. Even your own father or mother or husband or wife should never be taken for granted. One day a man came home from work to find his wife in a terrible mood. She screamed to him, I finally managed to train up the maid to do all the work in the house, and now she has quit. The man asked sympathetically, for what reason, dear? She replied, well, you are the reason. She claims that you spoke so rudely to her over the telephone that she felt she needed to guard her self-respect and therefore she quit. The man was baffled and blurted, but I thought I was talking to you. We always take relationships for granted and get into complications because of that. Learn to treat every individual as a part of the whole and feel gratitude towards him or her. Then you will never take anyone for granted. You will then worship and respect everyone for being a part of existence. When you don't take things for granted, you will count your blessings. You will sit and analyze. You will realize that we always count what we have not received. However much we are showered, we are not happy because we are thinking about the things that have not yet reached us. Imagine if you had to sit down and make a list of the things that you feel have been showered on you in life. You can start the list with your own eyes. As I said earlier, there are so many people who have not been blessed with eyesight. Can you even imagine what will happen if you woke up one day and realized that you have turned blind? You will not even be able to get out of your bed and go to the bathroom. Every task that you performed thanklessly earlier will demand all your effort for it now. Anyway, if you start writing a list that you have been given in life, it will be a very long list. Once you finish this list, write down a list of the things that you feel you have not been given. This will also be a long list, a very long list actually. The list will probably start with a Benz car and end up being longer than the Benz car itself. Both the lists are endless, infinite actually. If you write sincerely without missing a single thing, both the lists are endless. Alright, now we have the two lists in front of us. It is now up to us to decide which of the lists we are going to see. Are we going to look at the things not given to us and make our lives dull and dead? Or are we going to look at the things that have been showered on us and enjoy making our lives beautiful? It is purely our choice. A person who takes everything for granted will look at a second list with greed and discontentment. When you are greedy, you will automatically feel only discontented. because there is no end to your greed, and therefore contentment can never happen in you. Anyhow, this person will totally miss out on the joy of life. He will totally miss out on the joy of life that is there in the first list. Anything that comes his way, whether it is big or small, will seem ordinary to him, and he'll only wait for the next thing to arrive. Am I right? And when the next thing arrives, that will also look ordinary to him because he is already thinking of the next thing. Whereas a person who is always in gratitude will not even know that the second list exists. He only knows to feel and breathe gratitude every moment. Life is an eternal celebration for him. He'll be so light and joyful. He will be a treat to watch. He will exude a beauty that is unique unto himself. He does not even know that there is a second list. He does not know that language at all. He knows only to enjoy everything with deep love and gratitude. Just by being in gratitude all the time, every so-called mundane thing in life can become sacred and wonderful. I tell you, you think that life has become mundane only because of your attitude of taking things for granted. Life is not mundane as you think. Every small thing is so beautiful. Your mind is what is mundane. Your mind does not allow you to penetrate and see the beautiful way in which existence is flowing. Your mind has become a dead pattern that is constantly repeating what next, what next. When you're able to look at things with a wonderful attitude, with awe, it fills you with such gratitude and fulfillment because you're not questioning at that point in time. You're not allowing your mind to play at all. You're simply resonating with your heart. It is then that you become a child. And when you become a child, nothing is mundane. Everything is wondrous. That is why children look so beautiful. Their mind is not dead. Their mind is fresh and flowing. Society has not yet conditioned their minds with the familiar patterns. So learn to look at everything with gratitude and awe. Take your own body for example. Just try the small exercise now. Sit down and close your eyes. Just visualize that your little finger on the right hand is cut in a minor accident. Imagine now that your little finger is only 3/4 of its original size. There is no other deformity in your body that you know of. You have a perfect body. Suddenly, only your little finger is cut. How will be your reaction to it? It will be very difficult for you to digest it, isn't it? For every simple task that you use your hand for, the little finger has a role to play, is it not? So what will happen to you? You might even become depressed. Now just think, how many people are there in this world with so many deformities? There are so many people who don't have all 5 fingers. From your head to your toe, even if there were a single handicap, you'll miss enjoying some aspect of your life. Is it not? Just try to spend a few minutes every day in your room by yourself, touching every part of your body with love and thanking that part for enabling you to enjoy so many things in life. Have you ever thought about your body in this fashion? How much we take our body for granted, how much we abuse it. Some of us even hate our bodies because we feel it is not beautiful enough. I tell you, if you do this exercise every day and feel deep love and gratitude to every part of your body, you will see that your whole body and face glows with a new radiance. Your body responds to your mind. Never neglect it or take it for granted. After all, it is only with your body that you're able to enjoy so many things, isn't it? Even for you to come here today and to listen to this talk effortlessly, you need all the parts of your body to function properly. A small story. In a Christian household, a girl was sitting at the dinner table with her mother. Food was served at the table, and she started eating her food without saying grace. The mother was shocked, and she asked her how she could do such a thing. The girl promptly replied, "There is nothing on this plate that I have not said thanks for at least once before." This is what I mean by the attitude of taking things for granted. It is saddening to see it taking root in our children. A young girl asked her mother, "Mom, how many more days are remaining for Christmas?" The mother asked, "Why do you want to know?" So the girl replied, "I was just wondering whether it was time for me to start being a good girl." This is exactly how we train our children to think and behave. We teach them how to do transactions. We teach them that everything is nothing but a transaction. We don't teach them to be spontaneous and flowing. We don't teach them to live without a purpose. We make everything goal-oriented for them. All these things are utterly nonsensical. Because of all these things that have been done to them, you have to work hard in undoing them first. Be very clear. All that I am doing to you is only undoing. I am continuously undoing. Imagine the amount of doing that has been done to you. Over generations, people have been passing on their ideas to you. I have to first undo all that and then create a space in you for you to flower. When I tell people to feel a continued sense of gratitude in them, they go and come back and tell me, "Swamiji, these days I say thank you to the cab drivers and to the servants at home." Be very clear. When gratitude becomes your being, you will not even report these kind of things to me. Tell me one thing. When you are grieving the loss of a dear one, do you verbalize your grief? Will you be able to verbalize your grief? No, because it becomes such a deep-rooted emotion. Because it is such a deep-rooted state of your being, is it not? You can only feel it. You can never report it. In the same way, when gratitude becomes your very being, it will simply become your state and you will not be reporting it. You can never report it also. Of course, saying thank you is all right for social reasons, because unless you express it, it doesn't reach the ears of the other person. But what I am trying to tell you here is, we need to move from gratitude of the mind to gratitude of the being. The gratitude that we are talking about, you will never be able to express because it runs so deep. People often say to me, "Swamiji, we are so grateful to you for so many things that you have done to us, so many things that have happened in our lives after your association." I tell you, for reasons of social etiquette, you may thank a person for something, but gratitude is not something that you direct towards a person. When you feel gratitude towards a person for something you have received, it is simply gratitude of the mind. This is the KG stage of gratitude, the kindergarten stage of gratitude. Real gratitude is a deep, overwhelming feeling inside yourself, not as a result of any gain, but just at the thought of existing, at the thought of the compassionate life force that is existence. That's all. This gratitude does not need any relationship. It is not dependent on anyone or anything. It is not under the sway of any emotions like lust, anger, hatred or love. It simply is. That's all. You express your gratitude with words because you are egoistic and you don't want people to think that you lack courtesy. The moment you express it, you belittle or falsify it. Actually, your very body language can convey the same gratitude in you. Your eyes can convey it. Your smile can convey it. Your warmth can convey it much better than words. Tears of gratitude express it better than anything else. When you're overwhelmed, when you're brimming, tears just overflow. I'm not asking you to cry. I'm only telling you that when you overflow, your body will show it. You cannot hide it. And that is the real indication of the state of your being. And remember, these tears don't belong to any caste or creed or religion. They cannot be classified as Hindu tears or Muslim tears. These tears don't belong to any religion. They belong to the being. And the being is beyond all this. Gratitude is one thing that can dissolve all man-made barriers and conditionings. And that is why it is the ultimate prayer. Anything deep can never be expressed wholly. Poets may write poems to express. Painters may paint to express it. Writers may write to express it. But there will remain a portion that can never be expressed through any of these. Existence can never be expressed by ordinary things. That is why it is so mystical and luring. That is why it is so exciting beyond what words can describe when it happens to you. That is why you can only feel it and not express it. And that is why you come here again and again to me. With me, you don't have to express any gratitude. Because even without expressing it, I will know. When real gratitude is overwhelming in you, I will know it even before you do. I know the beat of your heart. I know it from the depth of the look in your eyes. In fact, when you express to me, you might be deceiving yourself because most of the time, you think and talk in contradicting ways. You might be thinking something inside, but you express something else outside. Remember, existence knows when a person is flowering from within. Just feel the deep gratitude towards existence. That is enough. You don't have to express it. Just become it, that's all. In India, there is a tradition of touching the Master's feet. When you are overflowing with gratitude to the Master, there is no way to express it. You then simply touch his feet, feel the oneness and express the gratitude in you. Many people come from many places to visit me. Some of them come and stand in front of me and don't say anything. Just tears of joy flow from their eyes. They don't feel compelled to say anything because they cannot say anything more than what their tears are conveying. They are just emoting from their being. When you are in the presence of the Master, just be there with a deep sense of gratitude and love, with a feeling of gratitude at just being present near Him. You will find that all your questions will dissolve and you are filled up with a certain joy in no time. When you fill up easily, it means that you have caught the right thread. When you don't fill up easily and leave with a feeling of discontentment, with unanswered questions, you have clearly missed. Always be with the Master with deep awareness, then you will not miss. When you are with gratitude with the Master's energy will pour into your being and His experience will simply flood you. And when you feel only gratitude towards the Master, the need to be physically near Him will slowly dissolve. Gratitude helps you to cut across space and time. It dissolves boundaries and makes you expand. When you expand, you feel one with everything. After some time, even gratitude will seem like a disturbance. Just silence will prevail. I tell you, even in relationships, if you feel that any relationship is coming to an end with no love lost, You can simply feel gratitude towards the other and depart, that's all. Just feel gratitude inside for having been associated with the other person for that period of time. For all that you learnt and enjoyed because of your association with him or her for that period of time. And then depart. Then even that becomes beautiful. People ask me, Swamiji, how can we feel gratitude towards our enemies? I ask you, why not? Your so-called enemies are responsible in making you stronger. They are a challenge to you. They make you grow. By hurting you, they show you a different perspective of life to deal with. Why then not feel gratitude towards them? After all, you want to grow, is it not? Every moment you want to become more intelligent. If these people did not open up these opportunities for you, you will be living deluded by only friends surrounding you. And that is not going to help you much. You need to get roughed out. Only then you will rupture and intelligence will flower. The seed has to rupture for the tree to grow. If the seed is happy remaining a seed, it will simply disintegrate with time and die, that's all. No transformation will happen to it. When it comes to so-called enmity, an ordinary man will make it look ugly. He will take it to a point where everything becomes a vicious circle, moving from hatred to hatred. In so many families, there are feuds. It becomes ugly and too much to deal with. Why? It is you who have allowed it to grow in that way. You did not function with deep awareness and intelligence. You were not functioning with fulfillment, and so you allowed it to grow in an ugly fashion. If you were functioning with fulfillment, you would have not been able to see any space for the enmity to grow. Do you follow what I am saying? When you are in a state of fulfillment all the time, you cannot even see a space for these kinds of things. It will be like an unknown language to you. Even if the other person wants to continue the enmity, you will not feel any hatred towards him. If he wants to end the relationship, you will only end it with gratitude again. In so many families, people don't look each other in the eye. Or they actually even take pains to avoid each other in public places. Why all these unnecessary things? Why are you wasting your energy in these kinds of things? Never allow hatred to consume you. Look at it with deep awareness and intelligence, and hatred will disappear. Only love and gratitude will remain. Yes, any questions? Swamiji, these days I feel only gratitude to you, and in a way, I don't have any wanting from you. But strangely, I want you to remember my name and call me by it now and then. Is this kind of a discontentment or craving from my side, Swamiji? This is a beautiful thing you have come up with. It goes to show that you have analyzed yourself very deeply. You see, when you seek attention from your mind through jealousy or discontentment, it becomes unhealthy. But when you ask with love and gratitude, it is not a craving. It is simply a deep love for me, that's all. When you pray with a wanting, it is simply ungratefulness and a play of the ego. But when you ask out of deep love, it becomes a prayer filled with gratitude and devotion. There is a difference between the two. You are in awareness, so it cannot be called discontentment or craving. With time, this too will drop for you. And one more thing, you have had the courage to come up with this question. I am sure many others secretly feel the same way, but have not said it aloud. They may have consoled themselves by saying, what is there in a name? Or they may feel shy to come out with it. Of course, there is nothing in a name, but you need to go beyond it with an experiential understanding, not delude yourself out of it. The fact that you have come up with a question shows that you are willing to courageously go through it. Have you understood? People ask me, Swamiji, what can we do for you in return to show our gratitude to you? I tell them, the best thing that you can do for me in return is flower. That is the best thing that you can do for me and the best that I can do for you. Understand that. When you internalize these words and make gratitude your being, you have done a lot in return for me. But one thing I can tell you, if you feel that you have to do something in return, do some service to society. Help others. Help awaken others to the joy that you have discovered. Don't do it out of ego or superiority. Do it for the love of sharing, for the joy of sharing. Give your full energy and enjoy doing it. It will become a joyful meditation for you and an awakening for them. Every time you feel deep gratitude, you are actually in meditation. So just imagine if you are in gratitude forever. You are all the time in meditation. See one thing, gratitude can never be taught. Of course, the idea of feeling grateful can be told to children when they are young, so that they know about it. But it remains a social conditioning just like other things. Like how you are taught to respect your elders, like how you are taught to wish your teachers in school and other things. It is just a mechanism of the mind, not an actual feeling inside you. It is only when you start feeling a connection with existence, real gratitude will arise in you. There is no other way. When gratitude arises in this form, it is not directed to anything in particular. It is just there as your fragrance, that's all. When this happens, you automatically know that gratitude is your prayer. This prayer is only uplifting. It makes you rise in love and fulfillment. You know the secret of communing with existence. You know how to feel deeply connected all the time. You know how to enjoy without a reason. You know how to look at everything and everyone as a part of the whole. You know how to integrate instead of dissecting and analyzing and feeling discontented. And above all, you will know how to relate with the Master. The real relationship with the Master can start only when gratitude becomes your prayer. Until then you are only asking, and when you ask, you miss. Even now be very clear, I am not teaching you to be grateful. I am only trying to create an inner space in you wherein you will feel what I am saying, wherein it will become your own experience. The energy behind my words can create that space in you, that's all. Whenever you are given freedom, you become a better individual and you are ready to open up. When you are under psychological slavery, it becomes difficult for you to explore and find your inner space. I always tell people, I am the liberating guru. I give tremendous freedom when working on people. Only then it becomes easy for them to explore and evolve. Of course, I am not telling parents that they should give their children complete freedom and watch them without interfering. I am only saying that psychological slavery should be avoided. Just create all the conditions for them to evolve. Take the necessary precautions, no doubt. But allow them to experience the truth for themselves instead of stuffing it down their throats. Give them enough space to grow and experience their inner bliss. Sometimes people ask me, Swamiji, how is it that you are so blissful all the time? Masters are all the time in an ecstatic state because of the deep state of gratitude that just continuously bubbles in them, because they are in communion with existence all the time. When you feel gratitude just towards me or just towards anyone else, you miss the whole. Gratitude is not a beam that is directed in a controlled manner towards a few people. It is a fragrance. When you wear it, it simply radiates from you. That is why a master appears so blissful all the time. A master is like a fragrance that you can experience and enjoy. That is why you are drawn here again and again and again. See, understand one thing. Every moment is beautiful if you are ready to receive and see it. It is not that only when we are celebrating a function or we have seen success or when we have achieved something, the moment is beautiful. Every single moment is beautiful because existence simply flows spontaneously and joyfully, and all the events happen in synchronicity all the time. When you understand this, nothing will ever seem wrong to you. You will then wonder what people are complaining all the time about. When you feel gratitude towards existence, the whole of existence becomes a temple to you. Then you are in a prayerful and meditative mood anywhere you are. You no longer need to go to temples and pray. You simply merge with the whole and feel blissful all the time. When the whole of existence becomes a temple, the trees, the sky, the earth, everything becomes one. When you bow down before it, what can you ask for? You will simply bow down with gratitude for being part of the profound existence, that's all. When this happens, you can relate to the trees, you can relate to the sky, to the earth, and to everything else. You will then move from communication, which is the language of the mind, to communion, which is the language of the heart. You then shift your center from your mind to your heart. For those of you who believe that God answers your prayers, let me tell you one thing. God is so compassionate that most often than not, He leaves your prayers unanswered. It is like this. When a child asks for an ice cream when he is suffering from a cold, do you give it to him? No, you don't give it to him. Now the child might feel ungrateful to you for it, but you know that you are doing your best for the child because he does not know that what he is asking for is not the right thing for him at that time. In the same way, with your deep ignorance, you don't know what is best for you, but you keep asking God for various things. But out of pure compassion, God gently brushes aside your prayers and bestows you with the things that you actually need. And He prods you on towards better intelligence, which is His only concern for you. Remember, the more your inner intelligence grows, the lesser you pray or ask. What can you ask God for? The moment you ask, it means that you think there are a few things that God does not know. It means that you feel that unless you ask, God will not know. It sounds ridiculous, is it not? Can there be anything that God does not know? Understand, God gives you what you need, not what you want. If He starts giving all that you want, you will move from misery to misery. When He gives you what you need, you will move from intelligence to more intelligence. And somewhere, the asking will drop and gratitude will happen. God gives you the strength and courage that you need to overcome difficulties. He gives you the wisdom to dissolve your so-called problems. He gives you invaluable resource, that is your own updated intelligence to bring you prosperity. He gives you opportunities for you to explore your own love and care. He gives you everything that you need to understand that all that you have is all that you need. He gives you everything that you need for you to mature and flower with the fragrance. The basic problem with all of us is, we are all ready to believe that God has the Shakti or power to give us what we want. But we fail to understand that He also has the buddhi or intelligence to decide whether or not it is good for us. Simply because we believe that God has only power, we keep asking and asking. We always feel that we know what is best for us and pray to God for that. We want to use our intelligence and God's power to get us what we want. We clearly tell him, this is what I want. This is how things should be. So please do this for me with your power. We give all our wants with our preferences within brackets as prayer to God. This is the attitude that gets us into complications. You have to understand that God not only has the power, but also the intelligence to decide what is good for you. When you understand this, you will stop asking. You think that the whole world is running because of your intelligence. Be very clear. The world is running in spite of your intelligence. You are so used to the concept of trading that it becomes difficult for you to understand that there can be someone who is not even your blood relative and who can take care of you unconditionally without expecting anything in return. It is too much for you to believe. I tell you, existence cares for you like no one else can. This truth I can tell you. This truth I can tell you, but it is up to each one of you to realize this from within, from your own experience. Only then it will be first-hand knowledge for you. I always tell people, I cannot teach you spirituality, but you can learn. I can tell you great truths so that you will at least know what you don't know. But making that truth into an understanding for yourself is up to you. I am ready to tell you how many ever times you want to hear the truth. A small story. Once when Shankara went on a Parivarajaka Yatra, a pilgrimage on foot with his disciples, at one place he was feeling very thirsty. They looked around but could not find anything to quench his thirst. There was only a palm grove where they were producing country arrack. Shankara entered the grove and asked the workers if they had anything to quench his thirst. They said they had nothing except the country arrack. Shankara asked for the country arrack and drank it. The disciples saw Shankara drinking. Immediately, they also asked for the arrack and drank it. The arrack did not affect Shankara because he is an enlightened being, having boundaryless consciousness. He walked on steadily, but his disciples are staggering behind him. After a few days, again they were walking, but this time in a desert area. They felt thirsty, and this time they saw only an iron forgery. Nothing else was available. Shankara asked the worker attending there if there was anything to drink. The worker said there was nothing to drink. But Shankara saw the molten iron, the liquid iron, and he asked the worker for it and drank it. After drinking the liquid iron, he turned to his disciples and offered it to them. The disciples were simply shocked. Shankara wanted to make them understand that they should do what he says and not what he does. The arrack did not affect him because he was established in boundaryless consciousness. Unless you have experienced, you will not know. So you cannot simply imitate from outside. It has to happen from inside for each of you. Only then you will know. How committed or how connected you want to feel with the truth is your own decision. I can only help those who help themselves. I can give my hand to lift you up only if you are willing to at least lift your hand to reach out to mine. If you really want to be lifted, you will at least put out your hand to me. Else, I will allow you the freedom to simply be where you are, that's all. That is why I say, God gives you the freedom to be in bondage. Most of us think that we are not helped the way we should be by God. I tell you, God knows you better than you know yourself. This is the truth. You have to understand this, that's all. Just try to drop the doubt and have some faith. That is enough. The rest will be taken care of automatically. A small story. 2 goldfish were inside a fish tank. One of them asked the other, "Do you really believe in the existence of God?" The other replied, "What else do you think changes our water every day? If you believe that existence takes care of all your needs, you will be free from any kind of worry. But remember, as I told you, your needs are different from your wants. Your needs are few, but your wants are many. Your needs are automatically fulfilled by existence. When your wants increase, you lose faith in existence because you don't see them being fulfilled. You see, ordinary belief is just believing, that's all. Faith, on the other hand, is belief plus energy put into action. You can start with belief, but you have to end in faith. With belief, there will be doubt. With faith, there will be no doubt, because you would have experienced it. When you have experienced for yourself the wonders of gratitude, you will attract more and more fortune for yourself. I am declaring this from my own experience. A small story. A boy once visited a king's palace. He requested him to allow him to stay for a night in the palace. The king agreed and the boy stayed. The next morning, the boy came up to the king and complained endlessly about the shortcomings of the accommodation provided to him. The king ordered the boy to be taken out, saying that even a day's accommodation was too much for a person such as him. The boy felt very bad. He went to a Sufi saint and narrated to him all that happened. The saint did not say anything. He simply asked the boy to become his disciple. A few months later, the saint told the boy that he was going to visit the king. He also asked him to accompany him. They went to the palace and they asked to be allowed to stay for a few days in the palace. The king agreed. The next morning, the king asked the saint if he was comfortable with the arrangements made for him. The saint expressed heartfelt gratitude towards the king for the comforts made for him. The king was very happy, and immediately he ordered his men to pay more attention to the arrangements made for the saint. The saint then told the boy, "Do you see now? This is the secret of life. Feel grateful and you will be showered. This is what happens when you thank existence instead of finding fault with what has been given to you. By feeling gratitude, you send out positive vibrations that will automatically bring back more than you can imagine for yourself. This does not mean that you have to praise people with your lips and cunningly deceive them to get more. No. When you are in a state of thankfulness all the time, irrespective of the things in the outer world, your gratitude will radiate from you. Then things will simply start happening for you. People ask me, "Swamiji, there's so much suffering around us. Why is this so?" I tell you, this is all nonsense. First of all, there is no such thing as so much suffering as you make it out to be. There is suffering, all right, but it is magnified by your own mind. If you take a proper statistics and see, you will understand how much your mind plays in these things. It has become a casual social talk to say all these things and then magnify the whole thing. Secondly, there is suffering because our faith has disappeared, that's all. We have become greedy, we have become avaricious, driven by our unconscious ways. See, understand, existence simply orchestrates the happenings in the universe. All the events are so synchronously conducted that the more aware you are, the more you can perceive the amazing order in what now seems to be chaotic to you. We just need to be aware of this and play our part accordingly. Life will then flow like music. When you become sensitive to this phenomenon, from small events to larger ones, you will start realizing how things are being rearranged and made to happen with you being a simple instrument in the whole process. The power of coincidence will start revealing itself to you in its entire splendor. You'll become aware that you are part of a macrocosmic orchestra wherein you just need to flow with the music and enjoy it. It is only when you fight the flow, when you try to go against it, that the problems start. A small story. One day people came rushing to one man and they told him that his wife had fallen into the river and she was being washed away. The man immediately ran to the river, took off his clothes and plunged into it and swam upstream. The people screamed, "Why are you swimming upstream? She would have obviously been washed away downstream." The man screamed back, "Only I know my wife. Even in the river, she would have gone only against the current, not with it." When we fight the flow, the problem starts. Because it means that we have allowed our ego to step in between existence and ourselves. On the other hand, if we understand the flow of existence and go with it, we will be so spontaneous. We will be able to take on everything that comes our way, and we will expand with gratitude. When you are spontaneous, it means you are ready to take on any responsibility. I always tell people, responsibility is the ability to respond spontaneously. Masters take up responsibility for the whole world. How do they do it? Because they are so spontaneous and moving with the flow of existence all the time. They know that if they simply flow with existence, existence will make things happen in a natural fashion. If you talk to the ashramites in our ashram, they will tell you about their experiences with me. It is very hard for them to know things beforehand and keep pace with me, because I am all the time flowing with existence. Over time, they first learn to drop their ideas of needing enough lead time in order to function. And then slowly they learn to be ready for anything at any time. That is how things happen at the ashram. Things happen on the spur of the moment. An outsider will be amazed to perceive the orderly chaos that happens at the ashram. Be it pujas or functions, I will tell them just a few hours ahead and things will get done. I will tell them only a few hours ahead because I am flowing continuously and not with any frame or plan. If we learn to flow with existence, we can live without a care. But somehow, we have all mastered the art of fighting existence. We then suffer. If you tune yourself with the flow of existence, you will find that every moment you are being watched over and given what you need for that moment. When you tune in, you carry the radiance and energy of existence with you. You will be able to see things getting rearranged, things falling into place just like a jigsaw puzzle, so that things happen for you. You'll be able to feel people receiving you with a strange spontaneity and enthusiasm wherever you go. People will look at you differently. They will experience a magnetic pull towards you. Your life will become a song that is being played by an unseen musician, to which you are simply dancing. Life becomes just music and dance. It becomes a celebration. But instead of celebrating, we are all the time searching for more, searching for miracles. We are all the time looking for miracles to happen and feel that they are not happening to us. I tell you, miracles are never done. They simply happen continuously around you. It is your recognizing capacity that makes them miracles. Just use gratitude to tune yourself with existence, and you will see the miracles that are happening. Gratitude will tune you to the miracles. Either you enjoy them or you miss them. It is your choice. When you miss them, you will remain discontented. It is like this. The door is open, but you are continuously knocking on it. I am telling you that all you need is already there, and you only have to receive it, but you are not ready to believe. You don't see the miracles that are already happening around you, and instead you go in search of them. Understand, turning water into wine is not a miracle. Turning man into God is the real miracle. P.C. Sarkar, the great magician, will do the former, but it takes deep understanding to do the latter. A small story which Ramakrishna used to say often. Two brothers lived together. The older brother decided to pursue business, while the younger brother went on to become a sadhu. After a few years, they met each other. They asked each other what they had achieved in the past few years. The older brother listed out all the material things that he had achieved in the outer world. He explained about his business and how much wealth he had accumulated. He then asked the younger brother what he had achieved. The younger one simply took him to a river, crossed it seamlessly on foot, and proudly declared, "This is what I have achieved." The older brother hired a boat and ferried him to the other side of the river and said, What takes 2 pence to achieve? You have achieved in so many years." People think that if they can do miracles in the outer world, they have become spiritual and powerful. No. Understand, spirituality is not a game of miracles in the outer world. It is a game in the inner world to change your personality to individuality, which is the greatest miracle. Changing personality to individuality is the greatest miracle. People time and again beg me to do miracles. I tell them that these so-called miracles are not a scale to measure my state, but they don't want to listen. Even if just to demonstrate simple techniques like materializing, etc., I do 1 or 2 things, people will start coming to watch these miracles. For the magic show, not for the transformation. That is my worry. One day, upon persistent begging from a few devotees, I teleported a Lakshmi idol and gave it to them. I explained to them that it was not a miracle. Just because you don't know the cause and effect relationship of what you see, you think it is a miracle. What actually happens in teleporting is, just like how the sound waves from your voice over the telephone get converted to electrical signals and then gets transmitted over a medium and then get reconverted back to sound waves at the other end, I just convert matter into energy, move it across air and reconvert it back into matter. That's all. There is no miracle in this. So stop searching for miracles. Live with a feeling of gratitude and love for existence, and automatically you will see the real miracles happening to you. Your transformation is the greatest miracle that can happen through a master. And remember, you don't need miracles from a master, you only need intelligence. When your intelligence grows, you will handle your day-to-day activities effortlessly and you will be in peace. Right now, if you are, say, a manager, you have so many duties, is it not? You hire people, you supervise their performance, fix their salaries, etc. Are you able to do all these things without getting stressed? With intelligence, you will be able to handle them without getting stressed. You will be in peace. What you need is intelligence, not power. Remember that very clearly. When you understand and experience that existence is taking care, you will transform and move on to becoming an individual, liberated from all these kinds of delusions. We always place our faith on people, on astrologers, fortune tellers, planets, stars and whatnot. Never on existence, that is the very life source of the universe. In India, there is a thrilling tradition wherein people ask about their future to a parrot. On the pavements on the road, there will be a parrot in a cage with its owner beside it. The people who go by will stop and pay the owner some money and faithfully ask about their future. The owner will open out the cage and command the parrot to step out and pick up a paper from a row of stacked papers. The parrot will come out of the cage, pick up a paper with its beak and hold it out to the owner. The owner will read out what's written on it. That is the prediction of the person's future. A man with 6 senses asks a parrot with 4 senses to predict his future. How is it possible? I tell you, just leave all these foolish things and start falling in tune. Catch the central chord that is gratitude and move in tune with existence. When you watch masters, they appear to be so graceful, so miraculous and so divine. This is because they move in tune with existence. But you don't understand their state. You see only their status. When you understand their state, you will understand that they have simply merged with existence, and that is why they appear so blissful all the time. This is the state that you have to try to achieve. Instead, what do you say? Oh, he's a master. He's always in bliss. How will he know about my problems? I'm struggling here for my bread and butter, and he's asking me to be in gratitude all the time. I tell you, you can only see the rose petals at the master's feet. You only see his status and think that he knows nothing about your day-to-day matters. Remember, the respect he commands is due to his state, not his status. You have no idea of the struggle that has gone behind achieving that state. You talk of struggling for bread and butter. I tell you from my own experience. So many days of my wandering, I have gone without food. Of course, I never thought of it at that time as a shortcoming on the part of existence. I was so fervently in search of the truth that everything became meditation, including going without food. Barring a few charity houses, and in northern India, where sannyasis are given great respect, people always shun sannyasis. Sannyasis are always eyed with suspicion. You think that they have come to steal your property. I tell you, never shun them. Why don't you just give them a bowl of rice? That is enough for them. Never be miserly when it comes to giving people. Remember, if you are not willing to be a dhani, that is a man who gives a small portion of his wealth, you will be a mahadhani, one who leaves all his wealth and dies. Anyhow, please understand that I am talking from my own experience. Even in the deepest of troubles and struggle, if you function with unwavering faith and gratitude and use your inner intelligence in moving through them, you will see that you will emerge out of it successfully with only greater gratitude and intelligence. Even if you lose something very precious, just feel grateful for having enjoyed it for a while, that's all. When you become pure gratitude, you will not cry over anything lost. You will just enjoy it as long as it is there, and then continue to feel grateful after it has gone also. A small story. A king used to go on his rounds at night in disguise in his own kingdom. Every night, he would see a master sitting under a tree in a blissful state when the rest of the city was asleep. He felt a deep respect for the master and requested him one night to stay with him at the palace. The master said, "All right, I will come today itself. Tomorrow is never sure." The king was taken aback at this rather abrupt acceptance of the invitation, but he took him to the palace. In the palace, he gave the master the best of rooms and the best of food. The master enjoyed everything to the utmost. The king was observing him as he enjoyed all the material comforts. He did not believe that a real master would enjoy like this. His respect for the master was reducing day by day. He felt cheated. Finally, one day, the master told, "Something seems to be troubling you. Why don't you come out with it?" The king said, "Yes, I can't understand the difference between you and me when I see you enjoying all these things like I do." The master smiled and said, "All right, let us go for a walk." The king agreed and they went for a walk. They walked in silence for a long time. They came to a river that marked the end of the king's boundary. The master said, "All right, my stay is over. I am going, leaving your kingdom. Are you coming?" The king said, "How can I? I have my kingdom and my people and so many things to solve." The master smiled and said, "Now have you got an answer to your question?" The king was simply jolted at the master's words. Masters know that everything belongs to existence. That is why they live totally in the moment, enjoying it to the utmost. Every moment is lived with totality. They are not fearful of losing anything, because what is yours to lose? Never forget, everything belongs to existence. You are only a temporary possessor of it, that's all. Feel gratitude always, whether or not you are in possession of many things. That is the way to a liberating life. You can enjoy tremendous freedom when you understand this one thing. Another beautiful small story. God and all the scientists of the world had a meeting and a competition. Whatever item that God made, the scientists reproduced it identically out of some material. The scientists were able to reproduce things with no problem at all. Finally, God made man out of dust and challenged the scientists. The scientists started to pick up the dust. God said, "Wait, make it out of your dust, not mine." Man has to understand that existence is the creator, the created, and the creation. Only then can he simply start enjoying things without a care. Only then can he relinquish possession and doership. So understand, when you change your attitude from seeking discontentment, worries, and depression to seeking the present with gratitude, you'll automatically be able to harness the energy of existence better. You'll then be able to appreciate existence better, and gratitude will then become your attitude. A small story. A man went to the market to buy vegetables for his wife. He bought lady's finger, came home and showed it to his wife. The wife saw the lady's finger and said, "Oh, these are so overgrown, I will not be able to cook them." The man went the next day and bought some more lady's fingers, choosing carefully this time, and came home and showed them to his wife. The wife said, "What have you bought? They are too tender to make the dish I had in mind." The next day, the man went to the market, prayed to the shopkeeper and said, "Give me some good lady's fingers that are neither too ripe nor too tender." The shopkeeper picked the best lady's fingers himself, and the man took them home and showed them to his wife. The wife saw them and said, "What? You've bought lady's finger today also?" Appreciation never comes spontaneously for many of us. When we cannot appreciate spontaneously, it means that we are having a complaining or discontented nature in us. Actually, discontentment is food for our mind. To be discontented is like giving some food for the mind to chew. The mind will feed on it and keep itself busy. What happens when we feel too contented? The mind becomes starved. It doesn't know what to do. It starts searching for its food. A lady went to a shoe store. She asked for shoes to fit her feet, and the salesman patiently showed her many pairs of shoes. She tried on one after another, and she felt that none of them fitted her perfectly. Finally, the salesman showed her one pair and asked her to try them on. She tried them on and said, "It fits too well. I wonder if this is the right size." When you are determined not to feel contented, then no one can help you. It is a state of your mind which only you can help. Most of us feel a certain comfort zone in talking and feeling discontented because there is always something to talk about. The mind is occupied all the time. To feel contented always is like losing the mind. This is also why, although we claim that we want to feel contented always, we are not ready when it happens. Our mind plays cunningly because it needs something to chew on. We feel secure when we run behind the horizon. The horizon is only an imaginary line, but we feel secure running behind it because there is something to run behind. The mind has been trained to run always. When you are like this, you are actually fooling yourself, that's all. You are creating self-contradictory results for yourself. For example, you want to feel contented at the bottom of your heart, but you keep deluding yourself of contentment by constantly complaining and refusing to see what has been given to you. You want something, but bring upon something else on yourself. And you feel comfortable in trying to achieve contentment as a lifelong process. Understand one thing. The moment you create self-contradictory results for yourself, your misery starts. Try to be clear on how you would like your life to be and direct every ounce of energy towards making it that way. When you function with this clarity, you will never delude yourself and you will see that you soon become what you want to be. When you enter into a space where gratitude becomes your meditation, contentment automatically happens. The normal contentment that we all know always comes with a reason. It is related to something that has happened in the outer world that has temporarily put your busy mind to rest, that's all. When your mind is restful, you say you are contented. Real contentment is not this. Real contentment is when you feel permanent gratitude towards the benevolence of existence. Real contentment asks for nothing more. It simply enjoys everything without a reason. It needs no reason. When you reach this state, you will not know what discontentment is all about. A small story. A man once went to a doctor and complained of insomnia. The doctor asked him, "So you are unable to sleep at all at night, is it?" The man replied, "I sleep well at night, doctor." The doctor then asked, "Then what is the problem?" The man said, "I am unable to sleep in the afternoons and evenings." We are all asking for more and more without any scale of measure. Even if we have a scale, it is infinite. That is the problem. We are completely blinded by our attitude of asking for more. We don't even know where we stand because of this. We haven't looked inwards at all in a long time. We are just deluded by our minds. We are living such an ignorant life. We create suffering for ourselves inside and then go in search of relief outside. You are able to laugh for this joke because you know you are only watching it. You know that you are not a part of it. In life, many times you are in the same situation and you don't know it. At those times, you are not the watcher. You are so involved in the whole thing that it becomes such a serious thing for you. It becomes such a solid reality to you. Try to remember this joke whenever something is bothering you. Immediately try to connect with the joke and see with awareness what is bothering you. Go deep down and see whether you are really having a problem or or you're simply allowing your mind to play. You may just laugh at the end of it. A lady was traveling on a long-distance flight. The air hostess came serving food for everyone. She found the lady fast asleep, and so she moved on to the next person. The lady woke up after a while and asked for food. The air hostess brought her the food promptly. The lady touched the food and flared up. "What sort of an airline are you running? The food is not warm. I have paid through my nose to take this flight and I can't even get warm food." The air hostess apologized. "Ma'am, please excuse us. The warmer is not working. The rest of the people also had their food this way only." The lady then said, "Is that so? Then it is all right." See, the food remains cold even now. But the lady is no more unhappy because she knows that everyone else also had the food that way. This is what I mean when I say that everything is a play of the mind. Everything is an adjustment of the mind. The mind keeps switching its stance and playing on you because you have allowed it to take over. You have not centered yourself on contentment, and so you sway according to your mind. So as I was saying, if you're not able to laugh at the end of the day, it means that you are still serious about the whole thing. You still feel that you are shouldering the whole world and that it is because of you that the whole show is running. You see, deep down the truth is, we belong to existence, which is the ultimate and all-pervading energy, and which is controlling the whole show. Our inherent nature is also to find out that connection back with existence, so that we flow without a problem. But somewhere we miss this understanding and we disconnect ourselves from existence, and then we start running behind material things, thinking that this is what we are searching for. If you have visited the zoo at least once in your lifetime, you might have noticed that the longest queues are in front of the cages of the lions and the tigers. Always, you will find people standing for a long time in front of the lions and tigers and admiring them with awe and respect. We do this because without even realizing it, we are strangely reassured by seeing things that are bigger or stronger than us. It gives us the comforting feeling that we are not the ultimate power. We know that we are not the ultimate power. Our being is actually searching for an encounter with any such grandeur that reminds us of our real role in this macrocosmic universe. People go to the temples only for this assurance that they get when they see the idols. Those who don't find this kind of assurance in temples find it elsewhere. But somehow, deep within we know that we are not the ultimate power. This feeling should become an experiential reality for us. Then we will know for sure. If you go to the Himalayas, you will get a permanent and strong reminder of the profundity of existence. From peak to peak, the mountains rise, the mountain becoming the valley and the valley rising into the mountain, with no perceivable beginning or end. And the river Ganges, it just flows continuously in the valley in different moods, in different colors, trails, chattering and laughing in the language of existence. If there is a world not made by man, the Himalayas stand to prove it. The Himalayas prove that humans are not the ultimate things. When you see the Himalayas, you will see how over hundreds of kilometers, ice mountains appear as just ice mountains, and then become mountains and water, and later just water. Such are the wonders of nature at its peak. What books cannot teach you with words, the Himalayas can teach you through just the experience of seeing. Only you need to be ready to receive it. The Himalayas are a live energy body with penetrating silence. You just have to allow it to penetrate you. If you understand that you are but a speck of the splendor of existence, you will accept it with grace and humility, with no questions asked. When you open yourself to existence, it just fills you up. How much you open yourself out, that much it fills you up. You all think that you have to work hard to cling on to God. Not at all. Have you seen the way a young monkey clings to its mother? There is every possibility that it might let go and fall. Whereas with a cat, the mother clings on to its kitten. The kitten then is perfectly safe. You don't have to cling to God. If you just allow yourself and do your duty, leaving the rest, God will cling on to you. Falling for God is not a big deal. Making God fall for you is a big deal. This will happen when you have undaunted faith and live a life of love and service. A beautiful small story. A man was very God-conscious and a loving man, and he did a lot of good deeds in his life. He came to know that there was a particular book with a person that had the names of people who loved God. He was excited to find out if his name was there in the book, and he went to that person and he asked if he could see the book. He searched through all the pages several times, but he could not find his name in it. He was very disappointed and went away. A year later, he came back to see if his name had been added to the book. Again, he could not find it anywhere. As he was turning to leave, the man said, "Sir, please wait. This book has the list of names of people who love God. I have another very small book that has a few names in it. It is the list of names of people whom God loves." He showed the man the book, and the man found his name in it. See, it is very easy to fall for God. After all, He is so loving, so giving, so powerful and whatnot. You can continue to say that you love Him and remain where you are. But when you start feeling God at the being level and the transformation happens in you, God will fall for you. You will find yourself being loved in many ways like you have never known before. Such is the compassionate love of God. We have all along been taught to be wary of nature, to be wary of God, of existence. We have been taught to walk with slippers so that the earth does not hurt us. We have been taught to stay away from rain. We have been taught to stay indoors when it is windy. We have been taught to stay away from animals and what not. I tell you, existence is your only friend on planet Earth. Do you know how wonderful it is to walk with the feel of the earth? I never used to wear slippers in my younger days, except while in college, because their rule demanded that I wore them. I just used to walk barefoot, whether it was at home or in school or during my days of wandering. Even now in the ashram, I walk barefoot most of the time. Of course, the people around me pamper me with my slippers, saying that my feet will get hurt. I ask them how my feet that wandered the length and breadth of India bare can get hurt now. You just completely disconnect yourself from nature by doing these things. So many people ask me, "Swamiji, how is it that your feet are so smooth and flawless even after so many years of wandering in rugged terrain?" I tell you now, I have never felt alienated with existence. That is why. That is the real reason. I always felt that I was a part of existence. I always felt that I belonged to nature. That is why I used to wander without a care, without being afraid of anything. Just imagine if you had to be alone in the darkness of the jungle with wild animals. with no food, and no idea where you would get your next meal, and no place to sleep except under the cover of the sky, how would you be? Totally terrified, is it not? This is because you have never been taught that existence is your unfailing friend. You have always looked to people for help because you believed that only people help. You fail to understand that existence helps through people. Your faith has always been on people, never on existence. When you place your faith on existence, you can live like a lord on planet Earth. I enjoyed my days of wandering. I used to simply walk where my feet led me, with no idea of my next destination. I used to get into any train and get off at any station where the scenery attracted me. I did not know the Hindi language at that time, and most of my wandering was in North India, in the Himalayas. I simply picked up Hindi words to find my way about. Actually, to learn any language, the first difficulty is your thought that you don't know the language. You first alienate yourself from the language, and then it seems difficult for you. Here again, you alienate yourself with your all-knowing nature. Anyhow, most often I wandered on my own and not with any group of sadhus. Never ever did I feel that I was alone. I enjoyed being a part of existence. When you learn to relate with nature, you will feel the joy of existence. I never had to beg for food. When I was hungry or even otherwise, food came through someone in some form. This is what I mean when I say just believe and let go, and existence will take care. People ask me, Swamiji, you struggled so much in your life and then you reached your goal. Should we also suffer to reach our goal? I tell them, I struggled because I was using 10,000 keys to try to open one lock. I experimented for years together and then found the right key. Now I have the right key with me. I am ready to give it to whomsoever wants it. It will take you only one moment to open with it. Of course, if you feel that you have to suffer, then that is your freedom. I will not interfere. Your only effort should be to allow existence to flow through you. The lesser resistance you pose to existence, the lesser effort you will have to put yourself. It is directly proportional relationship. When you get enlightened, you are but an empty channel through which existence flows continuously, that's all. When all efforts drop on your part, existence can flow effortlessly through you. Yes, any questions? Swamiji, how does meditation help in feeling contented? You see, when you continuously meditate, you will become soft and vulnerable. You will become porous, sensitive and aware. You will find that your consciousness is expanding every moment. Your consciousness determines your feelings and actions. That is why again and again I ask you to meditate. It will purify your consciousness completely. Things will become clearer to you. You will be able to feel your center shifting from your mind to your heart. When the distance between your mind and you increases, your whole being will start vibrating with a different feeling. And this feeling is what is contentment, a deep fulfillment, a deep love without a reason towards the whole, a continued sense of joy and bliss. As long as you operate from your mind, you will only ask for more. You will analyze, you will divide, and conclude with dissatisfaction more than anything else. But when you operate from your heart, all your analysis will stop and you will neither dissect the past nor worry about the future. You will be just in the present without any judgmental feeling. And in this state, you feel only contentment and gratitude. A new space has opened up in you. When you have found the space, all the energy that you earlier spent on negative thinking and dissatisfaction is released. You feel blissful and integrated, and you feel filled with the energy. Gratitude then becomes your prayer, and thank you becomes your mantra. The gush of energy that you feel when you are in a state of gratitude towards existence can never be explained in words. It has to be experientially understood. Every single thing that comes your way will give so much contentment, and it will attract more and more from existence, and you will just find yourself being showered. Suddenly, the whole thing will take on a new dimension where more and more bliss can be felt, more and more bliss can be experienced. You will be overwhelmed with every passing moment. Just existing will seem so overwhelming. You will feel like a blessing to yourself and to the whole world. When you ask, you are clearly missing. When you are grateful, you are showered. Just be thankful all the time. That is the master key to the whole thing. Of course, you need to feel grateful from your being, not from the periphery. Only if you feel grateful from the being, things will start happening. When you go to sleep with a feeling of gratitude for having spent one more day with existence. When you wake up with the feeling of gratitude for having one more day with existence. This is the simplest and most effective meditation you can do to make gratitude your very being. I tell you, just by feeling and radiating gratitude from your being, you can change the face of planet Earth. All terrorism, wars, religious fanaticism, ill health, poverty, etc. can be eradicated by just spreading awareness about the gratitude that needs to be brought out from each person. When each one feels and radiates gratitude, there can be no hatred or jealousy. All the possible routes for global negativity can be destroyed with just this one feeling, because the reasons for all negativity will simply dissolve with it. That is the beauty of gratitude. All right. Let us now spend some time doing a beautiful meditation technique called the Sahasrara Dhyana, a meditation of gratitude. Welcome back. Let us now enter into the Vishuddhi Chakra. The Vishuddhi Chakra is located in the throat area. In Sanskrit, Vishuddhi means beyond purity and impurity. This chakra is locked by comparison and jealousy. It can be made to flower when we exhibit our individuality without worrying about others and express fully our capacity, our uniqueness and creativity. We always compare ourselves with others, and more often than not, we feel what others have or what they have achieved is much more than what we have, and we start feeling jealous. When we are not able to bear others' excellence, we get jealous. Comparison is the seed and jealousy is the fruit. Comparison and jealousy are both actually non-existent. We create them ourselves and we talk endlessly on how to overcome them. This concept can be clearly understood by looking into the very name of this chakra, Vishuddhi. Shuddhi means pure. Ashuddhi means impure. Vishuddhi means beyond both pure and impure. The name therefore means that this chakra can never get impure and hence never needs to be cleansed. That is why comparison which locks this chakra is like a shadow without an object. There is no basis for the concept of comparison. It is purely a figment of our imagination. A small story. Chanda Basu was part of a music group that gave live shows all over the world. During one particular stage performance, Chanda decided to wear a particular black wig for a few songs and a red wig for the other songs. He alternated the wigs and finished the first half of the program. During the intermission, the show director came to him in the dressing room and told him, "Sir, I think you would have to wear only the red wig for the remaining part of the show." Chanda was surprised and he asked him why. The man replied, "The people like the red-haired one's voice a lot better than the black-haired one's." We are so busy comparing all the time that we never see things as they are. Our mind is so caught up in comparison that it misses the actual quality of what it sees. We need to drop the comparing attitude to be able to see things as they are. So what is comparison? Can someone tell me what are the major areas where you normally compare? I'm sure you will be able to readily come out with it. Swamiji, beauty? Beauty. Each one has his or her own comparison areas. All right, next. Wealth, name and fame, power, prestige, knowledge, health. Okay, so these are all the major areas of comparison where we normally compare ourselves with others, is it not? We can categorize these areas under 4 major categories: money, knowledge, beauty, which includes health, and status. All your problems, all your complexes are nothing but these 4 things. Am I right? Now let us say that you queue up all the people in the world in ascending order of money. You are also part of that queue. Where would you think you would be? Somewhere in the middle, Swamiji. Exactly. You will be somewhere in the middle, is it not? You will not even be able to count the number of people on either side of you in the queue. The people in front of you will be so many in number, and the people behind you will also be so many in number. And the people might have to keep shifting their places also, because the amount of money that they have keeps changing every minute. Now with your thoughts, you have to decide if you are going to look at the length of queue in front of you and feel jealous, or look at the length of queue behind you and feel relaxed and grateful to God. It is in your hands. You very well know that nothing can be told about where you are in the queue, but the thought disturbs you all the time. We are haunted by a phenomenon that does not really exist. It has got a negative existence. Let me explain to you what I mean by negative existence. Take this bell here that is beside me. If I want to remove this bell, I can simply take it and leave it outside the room, and it will not be here anymore. Am I right? This bell has a positive existence, and so it is possible for me to do this. Now let us say there is darkness in this room. Is it possible for you to take the darkness and keep it out? No. But if I bring light into this room, the darkness will disappear on its own. This is because darkness does not have a positive existence. It has a negative existence. Because it has a negative existence, we cannot simply remove it. In the same way, comparison does not have a positive existence. It exists only in our minds. It happens only when we exercise a certain thought in our mind. And because comparison does not exist in reality, you cannot overcome it by simply asking it to go away. You can overcome it by bringing in an understanding about it in your mind. Just like how when you bring in light, the darkness disappears. In Sanskrit, the word illusion is translated as Maya. We say, Yama iti Maya, which means that which does not exist is Maya. That which does not exist, but which continuously disturbs. That is the property of Maya. You simply give life to it, that's all. Comparison is pure illusion. Yes, you have a question? Swamiji, it is better that we don't look at either side of the line. Why do you say that? And anyway, why should you fear to look? The fact that you are afraid to look itself shows that you are running away from your own mind. If you can look but not be affected by what you see, then you have found the right way. When you are able to look at everything, what you have and what others have, and feel a fulfillment all the time, then this chakra will be in an energized condition. See, be very clear. I'm not using the word contentment. People often say learn to be contented. You can never learn to be contented. Contentment has to flower as a result of an experiential understanding of the negative existence of comparison and jealousy. It has to flower out of a deep feeling of gratitude for whatever has been given to you. This cannot be imposed from outside. It has to flower from within. Just try to understand clearly whatever is being told to you. By repeatedly listening to the truth, you can open up a space within you where it can be experienced. Every problem has the solution in it if you are willing to look into it deeply and with a sincere mind. If you just look into comparison and jealousy deeply and consciously, you will be able to see that it is a mere play of your mind and nothing more than that. When you are on your own at home, you will think that it is enough if you have a home and car for yourself. You will feel relaxed at this thought. You will feel moments of gratitude and fulfillment also. But after some time, when you step out of your house in your car and stop at a traffic light, what happens? A Mercedes-Benz pulls up beside your car, and your mind simply switches its thinking. You start thinking that your car is just no good. You start thinking that it is high time that you bought a new car, if not a Mercedes-Benz. Just a few minutes earlier, you were happy with your own things. But now what has happened? You are starting to work out a new desire, a borrowed desire. Be very clear. This is not your own desire. It is a borrowed desire belonging to someone else. It is the desire of the owner of the Benz car. And this is how you start working on others' desires in your mind as a result of comparison and jealousy. You may never have felt the need for a refrigerator in your house. But if your neighbor buys a refrigerator, immediately you will feel that you cannot do without it. And immediately you will find all the reasons in the world why you need a refrigerator. All these days you are managing without a refrigerator. Nothing has changed. But what has happened? Your mind has stepped in with comparison. Of course, you will never own up to borrowed desires. It happens so subtly in your mind that the exact source of the borrowed desire goes unsaid. It is a cunning and subtle game of the mind. And we will always say that we are not bothered about others. A small story. One man returned to his neighborhood almost after 10 years. He went around the neighborhood with his friend. He was surprised to see the many changes in the place. He commented to his friend, "Prosperity has changed the face of this whole neighborhood." The friend replied, "No, not prosperity, just plain jealousy. We are all the time trying to beat the other." When you are after borrowed desires, you will never stop. Because when you are on the verge of realizing any one of them, another borrowed desire will come up from somewhere and you will be on the track once more. You will keep running because you are not centered within yourself. Your center keeps changing. Your center is on other people, not inside yourself. And their center is elsewhere, not inside themselves. Imagine how much you have to run, how much you have to pull and push according to the mass sway of your thoughts and emotions. You become like a puppet. I tell you, every time you want something, sit by yourself and think if you really want it or you want it because someone else has it. Do an honest analysis of each of your desires when they surface. Drop all your prestige problems and do a self-analysis. If you can't drop your prestige when you are alone, how will you drop it when you are with people? If you are able to live out only your desires, you will die a peaceful death, full of satisfaction, even if it is on the platform. But if you live your whole life with borrowed desires, you would never have seen real fulfillment. And even if you are living in a marble house, you will have a prolonged death, pulling and pushing, unable to get liberated from your unfulfilled borrowed desires. In Jainism, there is a belief that when you are born, the entire quantity of food and energy that you will need during your lifetime is sent along with you. This is a way of saying that whatever your true requirements in this birth are, existence equips you with the energy to fulfill them before sending you to planet Earth. But when you start using this energy to realize borrowed desires, you start feeling that nothing has been given to you, that nothing is enough. You feel tired, exhausted, and frustrated that nothing is happening. This is how the problem starts. You see, there is a difference between needs and wants. Your needs are already taken care of in some way. It is possible to satisfy your needs, but it becomes impossible to satisfy your wants because they are changing and unclear all the time. Every time one want or desire is fulfilled, 100 more come up. It is our nature to desire endlessly because continuously we are seeing what others are having and wanting all that for ourselves. You may not own up to this fact at the outset, but if you deeply, sincerely analyze yourself, you will see that this is true. Your mind plays so cunningly and passively that you will not own up to this at the first instance. For example, you go to the shop to buy a fan for your house, but on the way you meet friends on the road, and they tell you that they are going to buy some other things in other shops. Immediately you are tempted to buy them, and so you change your track and go and buy along with them. And then you find that you don't have enough money to buy your fan. If you start comparing and living out others' desires, you will land yourself in deep trouble because you will not know where you stand. Always measure yourself with your own meter, never with others' meters. It is the most foolish and dangerous thing to do. In some places in India you can see there will be monkey trainers who make a living out of training monkeys. They will carry a stick with them and use it to prod the monkey to do whatever they want it to do. They will wave the stick and shout, "Dance Rama, dance," and the monkey will dance. Then they will say, "Turn cartwheels Rama, turn cartwheels," and the monkey would turn cartwheels. The monkey will simply dance to the tunes of the stick. Like this, we allow a stick called comparison to run our lives. We dance to its tunes, doing things that are not our own things, but things that are dictated by the stick. There is no end to comparison, no end to our expectations. We're all the time asking for more and more and more. You're constantly in the rat race. How will you then relax and enjoy and feel fulfilled? And the thing about being in the rat race is, even if you win, you are only a rat. But somehow, late in life, at some point in time, You understand that even success in the rat race doesn't give you a sense of fulfillment. Even success leads to a deep sense of discontentment. This is because, while you may have fulfilled all the material desires in the outer world, you have ignored your being all the time. The call of discontent is from your being. When you understand that, you turn towards spirituality even if it is too late. But when you don't understand that, you turn towards depression. Because you don't know where you are missing. You don't know where the thread is. You don't know where you lost it. You don't know where you went wrong. I can tell you from my experience, existence is always showering upon us. There is such abundance, but we are so well trained in the discipline of discontent. We have become so insensitive to what we receive. We always want more because someone or the other has more. Because comparison has become an unconscious process within ourselves. Because we don't know how to live a fulfilling life with a center within ourselves. A small story. One man was doing rigorous penance in a jungle for God to appear. God descended and appeared before him. He told him to ask what he wanted. The man was overjoyed. And he told God that he was a landlord and that he had lost all his wealth and that he wished to become wealthy again. God took pity on him and said that the following day, if the man ran from dawn to dusk, all the area covered by him would be his. The man was extremely happy. The next day he started running even before dawn. He ran as fast as he could. Close to noon, hunger beckoned, but he didn't pay heed and he kept running. Early in the evening, thirst and fatigue gripped him, but he was goaded on by the thought of the neighboring landlord who owned many acres of land. Pictures of all his wealthy contemporaries came to him and he ran on. He ran and he ran and he ran. A little before sunset, he felt giddy and weak, but he managed a few more steps. At twilight, he faltered and fell dead. This is how we live our lives. This is how we all live our lives. We run the race without even stopping to think why we are running. We run because everyone else is running. Shankaracharya beautifully describes this as tatakkim, 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 which means what next, what next, what next. We are all the time thinking what next. This is what causes us to run. Chanda Basu was found crying at the doorstep of his house. His friend asked him what the matter was. He said, "My grand aunt has died, leaving all her wealth to me." The friend was puzzled and said, "But she was really old, and besides she has left all her wealth to you. Why are you crying?" Chanda replied, "You don't know. The week before that, my uncle died and left all his wealth to me." The friend was even more puzzled. He asked, "Why are you then crying?" Chanda continued, "And the week before that, my aunt passed away and left all her wealth to me." The friend could not understand why all this was causing Chanda to cry. He asked, "Chanda, please tell me why you are crying for all this." So Chanda said, "You don't know. There are no more relatives who will die and leave me their wealth." Of course, this is an exaggerated story, but we are all like this. Be very clear, we are all like this. We are all looking for what we can grab from life every minute. All our so-called love is nothing but a bargain. In some cases, it is gross and it can be seen by all. And in other cases, it is subtle and cannot be easily perceived. That's all. In fact, it is played so unconsciously by you that you think it is genuine love. The basic reason for comparison is that we don't feel fulfilled within ourselves. We don't feel happy with all the things that we have. For just 24 hours, from morning till night, just imagine that you have lost your eyesight. Try going about your work keeping your eyes closed. In just a few minutes, you will realize that your seamless routine has become unimaginable. Why 24 hours? In just a few minutes, you will understand the difficulty. It will be such a relief to open your eyes and see the world again. You will probably then thank God for your eyesight. Do you ever compare yourself with people who don't have eyesight and thank God that you have been given eyesight? Have you ever spontaneously felt thankful for your eyesight? No. Why not? Because whatever has been given to you is always taken for granted. That is the reason. You think it is anyway there. Let us go on to what next? We all function around these three axes: doing, having, and being. Doing for having, without enjoying being, is the sole cause of all our misery. Doing for having, without enjoying being. Doing never catches up with having. Every time we work hard and fulfill one desire, there are more desires to make us run. Never think, let me work now, I can enjoy later. Don't think you can come back later and enjoy. I tell you, it will never happen. Every tomorrow comes in the form of today only. Doing should always lead to being every moment. Only then you are on the right track. Don't postpone living. Celebrate. Enjoy life. It is now or never. We all run throughout our lives thinking that we can enjoy later, but we land up finally running into the graveyard. When you get into the running track, you lose your real capacity to enjoy, and you forget how to enjoy. As they say, there is more pleasure in the pursuit than in the attainment. Always, as long as you are chasing something, it seems that it is worth the whole world. But after you get it, somehow it is not as important any longer. If you become aware of yourself and understand what exactly you want and try to do that alone, you will never find yourself in this kind of a self-contradictory and fragmented situation. Ramana Maharishi beautifully says, "Adaivathar mun kaduge aanalum malayai kaatti, அடைந்த பின் மலையே ஆனாலும் கடுகாய் காட்டும் மாயமனம்." It means, mind is that illusion which shows a tiny mustard seed to be a huge mountain until it is attained, and a mountain to be as insignificant as a mustard seed once it has been attained. Comparison is a root cause for this kind of attitude. The mind simply sees everything around it and plays up. I am not asking you to renounce all your desires. I am not asking you not to compare. I am only saying, bring clarity into your comparison. Bring clarity into jealousy. Be clear as to why you are running. Don't run because someone else is running, that's all. People ask me, Swamiji, unless we compare, how will we know where we stand? You see, there are two kinds of comparison: constructive comparison and destructive comparison. In constructive comparison, you see what others have and you get an idea or some information about the things that you are not aware of. You increase your practical knowledge by seeing the things around you. You get an idea of how better things can be done. In fact, this cannot even be called as comparison. It can be called as gaining knowledge or improving your practical awareness. Also, you don't feel any jealousy or undesirable feelings when you see others having it. This is the most important thing about this. The real comparison we are talking about is destructive comparison, wherein You see what others have and are unable to accept the fact that they have it. You're not able to bear to see them enjoying it, be it beauty, money, knowledge, status, whatever it may be. It is then that you start wanting to possess that yourself, and you get into the cycle of borrowed desires. This is what leads to jealousy. In the whole world, someone is sure to be better than you at whatever you do. 99.99% chances are that you're not the world's best engineer, the fastest runner, or the most talented painter. Does that mean that you enjoy these things any less? Only when you think that you might be enjoying lesser than someone else, you start enjoying less. The moment the thought that someone else might be enjoying more than you comes in, your whole flavor changes. You become uneasy and jealous. You see, poverty itself doesn't trouble us. The thought that we are poor troubles us. We might be leading a peaceful life as we are, but when the thought that we are poor enters us, we suffer. And how does this thought come? By seeing others and comparing. We feel this way because this thought directly hits our ego and we shrink just like a mango. A small story. There were two shops across the street to each other selling the same kind of things. There was always a stiff competition between the two shops. The shopkeeper of one of the shops came out one day and he put up a signboard outside his shop, established in the year 1929. The shopkeeper of the shop across the street was watching this from inside his shop. The next day, he came out and put up a signboard in front of his shop. All fresh stock, no old goods. So if you are comparing yourself to others and reacting to it, it simply means that you don't appreciate yourself enough. You are reacting simply out of the cerebral mind, not out of intelligence. Your cerebral mind stores all that it sees and becomes a ready reckoner for you to react in an illogical way. Whereas your inner intelligence sees things as they are and moves on. When you don't understand the potential you have been blessed with, when you have not discovered that you are enough unto yourself, you automatically don't feel confident about the stuff inside you and you start following others. Buddha says, nothing exists except in relationship. Suppose you are the only person on planet Earth. Will you call yourself tall or short, ugly or beautiful, rich, poor? Tell me. You can't call yourself anything, am I right? You will be simply you, that's all. Understand, this is the truth even when you are on this planet. Every individual is unique. Can you compare a lion and a horse? Do we ever compare ourselves to flowers or birds or mountains? We simply enjoy their beauty, is it not? In the same way, why can't you see and enjoy other human beings also? Although human beings appear to be the same, each one is unique and is traveling on a different path. As long as you travel on your path with full concentration, you will experience fulfillment every minute. You won't even know what it means to look at another person's track. A small story. Nitti Mudaliyar was driving along a dark village road where there were no street lights. He decided to follow the car in front of him to play it safe. They went on for some time and suddenly the lead car stopped. Nitti went and crashed into it. Why didn't you signal that you were going to stop? Nitti screamed out. The driver put his head out and asked, inside my own garage? If you concentrate on your own track, you will be continuously progressing and expanding your own capacity. You need to compare yourself only with yourself, never with others. You need to win yourself only by yourself, not by others. Every minute of comparison with others is simply a waste of time in your own progress. A man was once running a 1,000-meter race. After running 200 meters, he looked back and saw the rest of the runners were after him. Happily, he ran on. After 500 meters, he looked back again and was happy that he was still leading, and he ran on. Every few meters, he did the same thing and finally won the race. If the man had not looked back and concentrated only on running faster, he would have won the race in a much shorter span of time. He would have probably set a new record. In the same way, in our lives also, if our concentration is always fully on our own progress instead of on others, we can actualize our entire potential. But we keep looking at others and we miss out on realizing our full potential. Just lock yourself in a room and analyze how much of time and energy you waste in comparison with others. More than 60%, I am sure. Especially comparison and jealousy can just sap your energy like nothing else can. Your mind can get so busy working out and calculating how the other person has managed whatever he possesses. Your mind can get so heated up. Your whole system can get sapped because of these unwanted calculations. You can simply drain your energy in no time because of comparison and jealousy. We are all the time talking of conserving petrol, conserving water and electricity. What about conserving our own energy? What about using our own energy in a proper way? Why are we not conscious of our own energy? We don't see ourselves as blessed with energy. That is the reason. We are able to see outside sources of energy being wasted because we see the energy in tangible form. Whereas our own energy, we simply dissipate it in deep, unconscious ways, and then we complain that we have not been given enough. If you used all your energy for your own expansion, just imagine how much you can achieve. You can simply expand and enjoy with a feeling of liberation. See, the thing about comparison is, you always measure yourself with the weakest link in yourself or your performance. This is the trouble. Why do you want to do that? Never measure yourself with the weakest link. You don't have to be egoistic and claim yourself to be something great. But you can have some self-respect and see that you are unique unto yourself. Then you won't measure yourself in this way. When you have self-respect, you appreciate that each one is unique and you will understand that there is no scope for comparison. This is also the first step towards feeling grateful for just being. A small story. A king once went to a master to attain some magical powers so that he could become more powerful than his neighboring kings. He sat in front of the master and he started telling him the purpose of his visit. The master listened patiently to the king. He then told him to go into his garden where a rose bush and a cypress plant were growing side by side. He told him, "They are your teachers and they can teach you what you need to learn." The king went into the garden, saw the two plants and could not understand what he was meant to learn from them. He came back to the master and asked, "What do you mean, master? I am not able to understand how they will teach me." The master took him to the plants and explained, "This cypress plant has been next to the rose plant for many years. Never once has it ever aspired to become a rose plant. And similarly, the rose plant has never ever aspired to become a cypress plant. They just attended to their own duties of growing and blossoming every day. If a man had been the cypress plant, he would have compared himself with the rose and felt jealous at the attention that the rose plant was getting from people. Or if he were the rose, he would have looked at the cypress plant enviously, thinking how peaceful the latter was without the torture of getting plucked by people all day. The Master said, "This is the most powerful, magical power you can attain." You see, the two plants prospered because they used all their energy in their own growth. Not even an iota of energy was wasted on analyzing the other's growth. 100% of the energy that they had was used for their own growth. In the same way, if you spend all your energy in running the race with yourself, in competing with yourself, you progress in leaps and bounds. When you look back at how much you've progressed, you will not be able to believe it. This is also the only way to acquire undisturbed and permanent peace. Understand how important it is to get undisturbed peace. When you run with others, you will get short-term peace. Say at the end of every achieved desire, and this peace will disappear the moment you are on the next trip of comparison. On the other hand, when you are running only with yourself and progress drastically, you will have undisturbed peace. It is such liberation to have peace that cannot be disturbed by others. Be very clear, the moment you feel disturbed by another person, it means that there is some block, some lack of understanding inside you. It means that you still depend on others for your peace. Society is the name that you give to your own weakness, to your own lack of clarity. There is no such thing as society. The sky is the limit, and there is no such thing as a sky. Expansion is life, contraction is death. You are unclear within yourself, and so you blame people for it. The moment you are caught in the cycle of making others' dreams a reality for yourself, you are in the rat race. Comparison and jealousy are nothing but borrowing others' dreams and trying to make it a reality for yourself. It takes Shakti or power to be in the rat race. Shakti or power will make your dreams into a reality, but the real achievement is an understanding that reality is actually your dream. And to understand this, you don't need power, you need buddhi or intelligence. Power will make your dreams a reality, while intelligence will make you understand that reality is your dream. Intelligence will make you understand that you are already what you need to be. You just need to wake up to it, and that everything else that you are trying to make as a reality is only borrowed and illusory. We are always looking to achieve in the outer world. This is the root cause of comparison and jealousy. People respect you only if you have achieved something tangible in the outer world. Educational degrees, beauty titles, company designations, published papers, bank balances, all are scales that society uses to grade you. See, first of all, you don't need to be graded by anyone. Place trust in your own intelligence and grade yourself. Of course, there is a lot you can achieve and serve humanity in the outer world. After all, only because of the achievements of science, you are able to hear what I am talking through this microphone today. But understand, there is a lot to be achieved in the inner world. The outer world achievements are all incidental. They will get you instant name and fame and money. But the real achievement is in the inner world. Center yourself well with acute awareness and simply take part in the outer world activities like a lotus untouched in a pond. Let the work in the periphery go on undisturbed, but center yourself in your being. You will then be able to perform much better in the outer world because your inner intelligence will be growing and guiding you. It will be guiding you in performing and watching the results as a mere observer. Then automatically, You will stop swaying in accordance with the outer world achievements. You will feel stability and joy in the center of your own being. Finding your center is the only way out of this whole cycle of comparison and jealousy. How many successful businessmen today are facing what is known as depression of success? They've achieved everything they wanted. They've realized their own dreams, borrowed dreams, everything. But they don't feel fulfilled. There is a void in them. They start wondering what for they ran so much. The desires and strong feelings that goaded them in their rat race are no longer there. They are confused about themselves. The grip that they had on themselves in their days of business suddenly seems to weaken. This is because they ran without awareness, without stopping to give an appointment to themselves, without any self-inquiry. As a result, when they stop running, or when suddenly they can't run anymore, they fall back into themselves and suddenly find that they are out of sync or diseased with their own being. And this is what becomes depression or disease. When you fall into depression of success, you can resort to 3 ways. One is resorting to drugs, addiction that will lead to further depression. The second way out is suicide, which is escapism. The third way out is meditation, looking inward for the solution. The intelligent one takes the third way out. A self-inquiry can be the way to bail you out of this depression. The problem is inside, while you keep searching for a solution outside. You have neglected your being for such a long time, and the depression that you feel is actually the call of your being. That is why again and again, masters have given ever so many techniques to center yourself in your inner core and just merely function in your periphery. When the same thing is told to you when you are at the peak of your career, you will not be willing to pay attention because you have enough energy, all the energy that you have come with to face the downsides of off-centric behaviors. Once your energy starts waning, you feel that something is wrong somewhere. That something is what masters try to tell you again and again. Albert Einstein, the great physicist, was on his deathbed. There were some close people sitting around him at that time. One of them asked him what he would like to be reborn if ever he was reborn. Everyone expected him to say that he would like to be reborn as an even greater scientist or something like that. Einstein replied, "If ever I would be reborn, I would like to be reborn as a plumber." He felt that he had achieved all that was to be achieved. He gave the world great truths, but felt that his whole life had become a great lie. During his last days, he felt that all through his life, he was caught up in the outer world incidents and that he had missed the deep connection with existence. That is why he says that he wishes to be reborn as a plumber and not as a scientist once again. Even when you are caught in the peak of activity in the outer world, don't allow yourself to slip into becoming a machine. This is an easy task for a spiritual person and a difficult task for a materialistic person. You see, in this whole process of comparing and running, you actually become a machine. Much of your daily activities becomes unconscious. You're able to drive a car without even being aware that you are driving it. You become a machine just like the car. Right from brushing your teeth early in the morning to going to bed, you work like a programmed robot with absolutely no awareness of yourself. You become efficient in all that you do, no doubt, but you have lost the humanness in you. You have gone so far away from the purpose of taking birth on planet Earth. You're so disconnected from your being. When you are in continuous awareness, you will not only be able to do things efficiently, but you will also do things with totality, with a sense of fulfillment, because you, the microcosm, will be in tune with the macrocosm or existence. You will fly with roots on planet Earth. When you fly without this, you are forever in the fear of falling down any moment. So understand, working with awareness not only increases your efficiency, but also ensures that you don't stray away from the purpose of your being. Alright, now let us talk some more on jealousy. Jealousy, as you all know, arises out of comparison. When we are unable to bear the excellence of others in any aspect, we start feeling jealous. And there are so many reasons why we get jealous. For example, the moment you see that another person is more beautiful than you are unable to bear it. You start feeling terrible inside yourself. And you feel that it is natural that you must feel jealous because that person is more beautiful than you. First of all, understand, God is an artist, not an engineer. If He was an engineer, He would have made every woman or every man with the same mold. He would have probably made every woman with the mold of Aishwarya Rai. She is considered to be a very beautiful woman, is it not? And He would have made every man in the mold of Hrithik Roshan or Shah Rukh Khan. But God is not an engineer. He is an artist. He has made everyone in a unique way. You are beautiful unto yourself. Every being is beautiful. With what scale are you measuring beauty? There is no scale. It is all your own ideas and concepts, that's all. And just think, even if your so-called cinema idol is beautiful, can you enjoy a single cup of tea through his or her form? Please understand that you are beautiful enough. When you start longing for other people's bodies, you create a wedge inside yourself. You create a split personality inside yourself. You start hating yourself. Do you know, the eyes that don't linger on another's body have a certain beauty and innocence in them. Have faith in what God has done to you. It is only when you don't have that faith, you try to update yourself by indulging in all sorts of nonsensical methods. When you accept yourself completely, a certain grace comes to you. This grace is far more superior to your so-called beauty. See, physical beauty is one thing, while grace is another. Physical beauty can be achieved by any means. These days you have so many methods of achieving physical beauty. Beauty packs, plastic surgeries, and whatnot. But grace is something that comes when there is tremendous confidence and calmness in you. When there is no craving in you. When you are completely at ease with your body. When you enjoy yourself totally, a certain grace happens in you and you will appear more beautiful than some of the most so-called beautiful people around you. You will then become a trendsetter. When I went to America for the first time, the officers at the airport asked me how people would listen to me if I spoke wearing this saffron robe. I told them, give me 1 week and I will make this a fashion in America. A leader is one who has totally accepted himself. When you accept yourself, you become a unique flower, and tremendous freedom and confidence will happen in you. All your guilt and hate about your body will be replaced by just pure confidence and grace. It is very important that you learn to live with your own body. The moment you think that another's body or another's dimensions are more attractive, You create a gap between yourself and your body. I have seen people who have photographs of male or female models in the walls of their rooms, and they do physical exercises to attain the body structure of the model. Be very clear, when you think that another's body is more beautiful, you create a distance between you and you. All these unconscious ways of looking at another's body creates undesirable side effects in your being. None of us deeply love our body. We carry it like a load, that's all. It is like a boarding and lodging concept to us. We are never inside our body because we hate it. We are everywhere else except in our bodies. We therefore have a continuous uneasiness in us and are ready to burst at any time. For example, if your driver does something minor, you explode effortlessly. At work, you are continuously in an irritable mood. Don't think the reasons for these lie with the people around you. People tell me, Swamiji, all my workers are so inefficient and that is why I get irritated. Please understand, this is not the reason for your irritability. You are not at ease with your body, and that is what causes the uneasiness and irritation in your system. It is a very subtle reason, and that is why it is difficult to perceive it. You continuously want to change your measurement or your dimensions. Understand that your body is a gift from God. Thinking that you are not enough unto yourself is the first damage you do to yourself. Yes, any questions? Swamiji, your face appears to be changing every time to me. Is it my imagination or is it true? See, understand, my being is liquid without any ego. I just flow with existence, and whatever I express flows like liquid, and you perceive it in my face. That is the reason why my face appears to be changing all the time. You will understand how an egoless state expresses when we talk about the next chakra, the Ajna chakra. Swamiji, how do we get over possessiveness and jealousy? Yes, how do we get over it? The fact that you have asked this question shows that you are ready for better understanding. Understand one thing. Human beings can never be possessed. When you try to possess a person, you actually reduce him or her to an object. You make the person as a dead thing. Only dead things can be possessed. Understand this very clearly. Then you will be free from possessiveness and the jealousy that arises out of it. Just see every human being as a river that is flowing and simply enjoy what he or she brings along. Can you try to possess a river? No. If you try to grasp the water in your hand, you will be doing a foolish thing, is it not? In the same way, don't try to possess people. Just enjoy them for what they are, and you will be free from the grips of jealousy. You will then understand that possessiveness is something that is created out of your own deep, complicated mind, to which you have given so much power. When you try to possess a person, it becomes difficult for that person also. You will start projecting all your ideas on him. He will then have to act so as to gel with your projected ideas. He will feel caged. He becomes divided in his personality. He cannot be his natural self with you. And this cannot be called a relationship. If you really love a person, liberate him. Don't try to possess him. Only then a real relationship can blossom. Only then a relationship not dependent on anything except deep love and trust can blossom. The moment you try to hang on to something, you have missed it. Just love him with no strings attached. I'm reminded of a story. In a remote village in South India, where people did not know that civilization existed, there was an old couple. One day, For the first time ever there was a fair in the village. The man went to the fair and saw all the items on show. He picked up a mirror and was awestruck by what he saw. He had never seen a mirror in all his life before. He took it home with him. Now and then he would take out the mirror, glance at it, and put it back before his wife could see it. The wife, however, noticed it, and when he was out one day, she picked it up and looked into it. She exclaimed, "Another woman, just as I thought." There is no end to our imagination because of our possessiveness and jealousy. Almost always, our imagination is not in tune with reality. If we just stop and look deeply into our jealousy, we will understand that it is baseless and needless. Of course, you might say, "Swamiji, how can I keep quiet if my husband or wife is eyeing someone else?" If your husband or wife is really eyeing another person, just look into the matter consciously and with full awareness instead of getting into an unconscious mode of action. When you look into possessiveness and jealousy with awareness, you will not be gripped by undue imagination or emotions. You will be able to see things in the right light and behave appropriately and take the right decisions. By telling yourself not to feel jealous, you can never come out of it. Only if you bring awareness into the whole thing and understand deeply, it will help. To overcome jealousy, just see how the jealousy came into your system. Just analyze the sequence of thoughts and emotions in your system, and then undo it by reasoning out the whole process with your intelligence. Once you understand that jealousy is like a shadow without an object, you'll realize how absurd it is and how much it has tormented you. Getting liberation from jealousy is a great liberation in one's life. Also, don't condemn the object of your jealousy. Just by condemning the object of jealousy, you will not be liberated from jealousy itself. Because the moment you start condemning, it means that there is a wound inside which you are trying to cover up. By condemning the object of jealousy, you might be liberated from that particular object of jealousy, but you will simply get fixed into another object of jealousy, that's all. It is like saying sour grapes and moving on to another vineyard. So trying to overcome the object of jealousy is not the solution. You need to work on the subject that is you. Always remember, if you feel that you are holding an emotion that you wish to get rid of, something that you feel is not conducive to your growth, don't resist that emotion. When you resist it, you will only be empowering it more. When you say, "I should not get jealous," you will be giving the same power to the word jealous as you will give to the words "I should not." Therefore, don't say things like this. Instead, say to yourself, "Let me always be compassionate towards everyone." Don't use the word jealous at all. By negating the emotion, you will not achieve what you want. Say something totally positive in the same context, that's enough. Also, instead of avoiding or running away from jealousy, live it through with total awareness. When you try to avoid it, it will confront you at some other time with much more intensity than before. Remember one thing with deep awareness. Jealousy is not your true nature. Society has taught you to be jealous. Just believe that jealousy is not you. That is enough. Then automatically you will laugh at it instead of being involved in it. When you're able to laugh at it, it means you have started witnessing it instead of being a part of it. The moment you become a witness, it becomes easy to go beyond anything. Also, if you see that the whole of existence is nothing but a divine play, you will be able to see that this so-called jealous feeling is also a divine play and has no reality in itself. Just see jealousy objectively instead of being caught in it. It will automatically lose its power over you. If you understand that you are unique and that there is no one in this world like you, the comparing nature in you will become meaningless and you will automatically stop feeling jealous. Just try to understand that existence loves everyone and everything equally. Yes, you have a question? Swamiji, Masters time and again try to inspire us in these traits like love free from jealousy, better understanding and non-judgmental attitudes. But why is the understanding not happening in us? You see, there are two things in this. When we catch the principles of the Masters and make a sincere effort in transforming ourselves, we have caught the right thread and we will enter into bliss. But what happens is, we start giving importance to the Master's personality instead. You have to give importance to the Master's principles and philosophy. If you give importance to his personality, you will completely miss him. You completely miss his message. See, understand, if you follow his teachings, you will become a spiritual fruit. If you cling to his personality, you will remain a religious nut. Religious nuts are the ones who create confusion and conflict and remain where they are. Whether it is Krishna's message in the Bhagavad Gita, or Muhammad's message in the Holy Quran, or Christ's message in the Holy Bible, the message remains the same, just the expressions vary. Whichever master you have the fortune of following, just follow. But when you start following the personalities instead of their teachings, when Krishna becomes more significant to you than the Bhagavad Gita, you start creating trouble for yourself and for others. When Krishna and Christ meet, they will surely embrace each other. But when Krishna's cows and Christ's sheep meet, there is bound to be a fight. Each one from a different following tries to spread peace, claiming that his master's philosophy is the best. What happens then? Instead of spreading peace, we become pieces ourselves. When you try to force your so-called peace on others, the problem starts. This is how we complicate matters and miss the message, not only in one birth, but in several births. Masters keep happening on planet Earth out of sheer compassion towards humanity. Man somehow manages to survive them. The second thing, instead of pointing fingers at others, or instead of waiting for a good time to start practicing, if each of us starts practicing what we hear, from the very moment of hearing, things will automatically start happening around us. For example, I tell you to start loving plants, animals, trees, and the humans all alike, isn't it? Instead of waiting for an auspicious time to start practicing it, and eventually forgetting all about it, you can immediately start internalizing what I said and start practicing it. The simplest way to start might be to avoid abusing nature while you're walking on the road or inside your own home. When walking, some of us have the habit of breaking twigs off trees or plucking flowers. You could consciously stop doing these things and look at these things with more awareness and love. You could embrace nature to start with. This is a sure way of starting to enjoy and appreciate instead of feeling jealous. These are the ways not to miss the Master's teachings. But what do? You come here and you listen to me talking, or buy and read some of my books. And then you praise me as a great orator and forget about me. Or you advise some friends to listen to my speeches and you simply go back to your old ways of doing things. What can be done then? Please understand, I don't want you to preach my teachings to others. I want you to practice them. Listen to this small story. A man went to Africa for a holiday. He was walking in his backyard one day when he was confronted by a lion that leapt at him. He quickly ducked and the lion landed in the bush nearby. The next day, the man went walking again and the lion appeared and attacked him once more. But again he ducked and it landed further away in the bush nearby. The next day, the man stood inside his house and looked outside to see if the lion could be seen anywhere. He spotted the lion behind a bush, and to his amazement, he saw the lion practicing low jumps. See, when you apply the knowledge that you gain, you can grow in life. When you simply want to collect knowledge, it is of no use. If you are going to simply collect knowledge, only your memory will grow, not your being. All the knowledge gained should be applied to your inner growth. Else you are no more than a walking library. I have seen people, they read voraciously and they listen to different people's lectures on philosophy and they also talk extensively about it. But when it comes to application, they are totally lacking. They simply become books for other people's reference. They read and they don't digest it fully. They simply vomit it on others, that's all. Then what is the use? Only when you yourself grow with awareness, you can help yourself as well as others. You need an experiential understanding. The key here is not even applying what you hear for the sake of the outer world benefits. It is applying what you hear to bring in more awareness into yourself, to understand that the outer world is an illusion and that everything that needs to be achieved is inside you. The milestones reached in the outer world will then become just incidental in the whole process. When you listen to Masters talk, just absorb and imbibe. Masters talk only the truth. It is like this. There is a vast, dense forest and you are trying to explore it with a small lamp that is your mind. With the light of the small lamp, you see a few feet ahead and put down what you see as the truth. This is what scientists do. They see a few feet ahead and come out with one theory today. After some time, they go a few feet further ahead with that light and see a few feet further now and see something more. Then they discard the truth they declared yesterday and bring in a new truth. Be very clear. What was truth yesterday but untruth today could not have been truth even yesterday. Anyhow, this is how they are trying to explore a dense forest with their mind. But imagine now that there is a flash of lightning and the whole forest becomes visible in that single flash. Then you know the whole forest and you can go about explaining things as and when needed. This is what enlightenment is all about. It is seeing the whole forest in a single flash of lightning. Once this happens, you simply know. That is why what was truth to one master is truth to another master also. Their expressions may vary, but their ultimate experience is one. Either by experience you know or you don't know. When you try to answer with your intellect, you create only philosophies. So don't philosophize. Work on turning your understanding into an experience. In most of the tea shops in remote villages in India, you can see a familiar scene. There will be some standard visitors for the shop every day who discuss all the great philosophies of the world. The heads of all the great gods, masters and politicians will be properly chewed and digested by these people. All the atrocities being committed in town will be discussed without an exception. The whole world will be brought under scrutiny for lack of order and discipline. Finally, the man who spoke all this will finish his tea and he will leave, saying that he will pay for his tea the following day. The man who could not even pay for his tea will sit on the tea shop bench and read the newspaper from the first page to the last and pass judgment on everything that he has read. Even the editor would not have read the paper so thoroughly. The amount of time that these people spend at the tea shop benches would probably even cause depression on the benches. They spend all their time in this fashion. They don't spend one moment in trying to achieve anything. So the least you can do is internalize what I am saying and start feeling the truth behind it. Patanjali says, if you can bend 5 inches today, try to bend a half inch more tomorrow. Like this, you should work steadily towards experiencing the truth that I am giving you. Else, you will be no better than the people in the tea shops. They cause depressions in the benches, while you will cause holes in the mats sitting here, that's all. The problem is, most often when we hear words of wisdom spoken, we always feel that it is exactly applicable to our friend or relative who is listening to the lecture. We apply it to them and we secretly hope that they have got the message. In doing this, you have missed the message, that's all. I tell you, when I talk to you. Even if there are 1,000 people in the hall, I am talking to you. Please try to understand this. Every word of mine is pregnant with the energy that is meant for you. So please don't listen with such ideas in your mind. Especially when husbands and wives come to listen to the lectures. When I say a few things pertaining to practical issues, the husband will think, she should hear this. And the wife will think to herself that the husband should hear it. At the end, both will miss it. Man's inherent nature is to accumulate money and material things. At some point in time, he realizes that there are things that money can't get him. His pace in gathering wealth automatically decreases. He then starts gathering words or intellectual knowledge. This process somehow never stops. He becomes greedy for more and more words. One who has stopped gathering wealth and words will start searching for true knowledge. Often we ask questions not because we really want to know the answer, but simply because we are greedy for more words or because we want to show that we know something. If you look deep inside, only one question will arise, and that is the original question for yourself. If that question is answered, you will become enlightened. One man asked me, Swamiji, what is God? I slowly changed the subject and inquired about his family and his business. We spoke for nearly 2 hours. In those 2 hours, never once did he get back to his initial question. At the end of it, I told him, Ayya, you asked me a question as soon as you came in. I did not answer it because it was not a question from deep inside you. If the question arises from deep inside us, we will never forget it, or we will never rest until we are satisfied with the answer. Some people ask questions, give the answers themselves, and then ask me for an answer. They are merely looking to collect supporting words from me, that's all. Questions are really a scramble for gathering words and collecting within us. We get a great feeling about ourselves when we gather these words. But we miss the great truth in doing so. We give more importance to the words than the truth. This is how we miss the Master. This is how we miss the understanding behind the Master's words. People ask me, Swamiji, if we should stop comparing and everything, then does it mean we should renounce everything and become a spiritualist? Most people think that the moment I say you should stop comparing and stop running, etc., I'm asking them to escape from all the worldly matters and become a spiritualist. Especially while talking about this Vishuddhi Chakra, they start feeling this way. You see, spirituality, or for that matter sannyas, is not about renouncing at all. It is about having the deep awareness which will automatically shrink your mad desires to basic needs. And it will give you the energy to fulfill them and turn inwards. Whatever needs to be done in the outer world needs to be done. No doubt about that. You have to earn your living. You have to look into related matters. You have to keep the body alive. All I am saying is, bring in awareness into all this, so that all unnecessary occupations in the outer world automatically disappear, and you live with a clear understanding of the purpose of your very birth and life. All forms of illusion, all borrowed desires, all instilled fears, all forms of jealousy and comparison, passion and lust will then undergo a complete transformation and become blissful energy to you. A small story. A master was walking with his disciple when they came to a river. The disciple was surprised and asked, "Master, are we going to cross this river now?" The master calmly replied, "Yes, we are. And be careful not to wet your feet." The disciple could not understand what the master was saying. The master was trying to tell him that spirituality is all about crossing the ocean of life without getting your feet wet. Spirituality is not about running away from worldly things. Be very clear about this. Spirituality is actually life engineering. In colleges, they teach you different types of engineering. They're all merely certificates you get in return for selling your brains. Life engineering is what needs to be taught to each of us. Spirituality teaches you to live like a Paramahamsa, or a realized one in the material world, neck deep in water, yet untouched by it. It teaches you to live in an intense and fulfilling life without violating any person or property. It teaches you to disconnect yourself from your intellect and see with wide-eyed innocence the wonders of existence without any illusions like comparison, jealousy, lust, etc. It teaches you to move synchronously with existence and experience the power of coincidence, wherein you find things that happen automatically in response to your inner joy. It teaches you to be in an ever prayerful and grateful mood. It teaches you to be receptive to the ways of existence. It teaches you to enjoy every moment from your inner core, instead of being swayed by your outer periphery and the emotions associated with it. It teaches you to celebrate life every moment instead of looking for reasons to celebrate. Spirituality kindles your inner intelligence and accelerates your performance in the outer world. It awakens your awareness and takes you to a deeper consciousness. It takes you from lust to love, from worrying to wondering, from false to truth, from pain to bliss, from jealousy to celebration. Now tell me, where does renunciation come into all this? And one more thing, people think that they need to allot a separate time for spirituality. Not at all. You will know from what I have said that this is not required. The people who claim that you need to allot separate time are not spiritual people. They are religious people. Religion needs time because of rites and rituals. Spirituality has nothing to do with quantity or time. It is to do with the quality of your life. If you have the sincerity to seek the truth, it is enough. You can then devote all your time to doing everything as an earnest meditation, and you will surely attain your goal. You will automatically shine at work. You will automatically shine at home, in interpersonal relationships, without any energy blockages like jealousy and comparison. You will adapt yourself to any kind of surroundings easily. You will feel at home in any place and with any type of people. Home will not be just the place you live, but the whole of existence. You will break free from mental and physical conditionings, and you will rise to merge and become one with existence. The problem is, people are contented with just following rituals. There is a certain security they enjoy in doing this. The science behind the rituals is no more known to people, but the rituals are ego-fulfilling to them. Rituals are complex, and we always find it a challenge to keep pace with complex things. People come to me with their problems and ask me for a solution. I tell them that I will take care, and I suggest to them to sit for a while under the banyan tree while they are in the ashram. The banyan tree in the ashram is an energy field, but they are not happy with that answer. They ask me what rituals they should do to make things better. If I tell them that they should go 108 times around the banyan tree in the ashram, they will be very happy doing it. You see, when you go 108 times around the banyan tree, it becomes ego-fulfilling for you. You then feel that you have worked hard and that you will get the benefit out of it. This is how we have trained our minds with respect to religion. Even in religion and rituals, I have seen people compete with each other. If your neighbor has done a particular offering in a particular temple, next you go and do the same offering in that temple. What is the focus on? The deity or the neighbor? You have missed the whole thing by doing these things. People feel proud in saying that they have visited so many important holy shrines all over the world. They make a list of the temples they have visited. Immediately, the people who listen to these stories make an effort in surpassing these achievements. After visiting all these holy shrines, your ego is still solid and your Vishuddhi chakra is still locked. Have you ever thought about that? All these things are done only to progress in the inner world, to be free from comparison and jealousy and similar things. But here also you miss the point, and again you do things for the sake of the outer world. I have seen people reading recitations in front of the deity. They will read a few lines and then call out to the maid to find out if she has finished the job she was asked to do. Or they will read a few lines and see how many more pages there are to finish. This is how they relate with God, and they feel satisfied at having read the recitation at the end of the day. And on top of it, they will repeat such recitations for 21 days because they have taken a vow to do so. Then they will proudly go and tell their neighbor or relative that they fulfilled such an arduous vow. Everything that we do is mostly just to tell people that we did it and sow a seed of comparison in them. Most often it is like that. You see, if you decide to follow rituals, do it with utmost sincerity, with a feeling of deep connection with existence. When you do it this way, you won't even talk about it. When you decide to follow the ritualistic path, commitment and sincerity must become your master keys. So do it with utmost sincerity. Today there are hundreds of ways of ritualistic worship. You don't have to get confused as to which one to follow. Just decide to follow any one way and do it with commitment. It is the commitment that gets you the benefit, not the ritual itself. And one more thing, don't look for instant results. Today everyone wants instant results like instant tea and instant coffee. Most of us feel that others' prayers are getting answered quicker than ours. And so we should shift from our type of worship to others' type of worship. All this is nonsense. So much of comparison even in worship. Just do what you are doing with commitment and faith and leave the rest open. Things will happen automatically. Also try to understand the science behind rituals when you follow them, so that your mind will be tuned in the proper way instead of getting caught in the rituals themselves. The ultimate goal of any religion or ritual is to tune in with existence. This has to be understood in no uncertain terms. Rituals are not a transaction to bribe the gods. They are not any bank balance that you create to protect yourself. They are not any race that you are having with anybody to see who is doing more. So stop comparing and start feeling the intensity of what you are trying to do. I am reminded of a story. 3 men started a business together. They decided to include God as a partner in their business. They agreed that whatever profit they would get, they would give away 1% of it to God. They started their business and they made unexpectedly high profits. Then came the problem. How to give away so much to God? They each gave a suggestion. The first man said, "All right, let's draw a circle and throw up all the money. Whatever falls inside the circle is God's, and whatever falls outside is ours." The second man said, "No, I'll give you a better idea. We will draw a really big circle and throw up all the money. Whatever falls inside is ours, and whatever falls outside is God's." The third man said, "Look, listen to me. Anyway, God is above us. Let us throw up all the money. Whatever He wants, let Him take, and whatever comes down is ours." As long as we want something, we bribe God for it. As soon as we get it, we drop Him until the next want arises. This is how we are taught to function. Yes, what is your question? Swamiji, while we are on the topic of rituals, can you please tell us something about the path of rituals and the path of meditation? Yes, I'll tell you. See, with rituals, there is something definite about them. It is structured and you know when exactly it is going to start, when it is going to finish, where you are going to do it, what for you are going to do it, etc. With rituals, you go into them and come out as the same person. There is so much of security in the whole process. That is why it has spread so much. Anything that is definite spreads. But what happens in meditation? First of all, meditation seems too simple to produce any benefits when compared to rituals. People always ask me why I do rituals at the ashram. I tell them, if I tell people to simply come to the ashram and sit under the banyan tree and meditate, which is actually enough, will they listen? If I did not have the Dakshinamurti idol and the Nataraja idol, if they did not see these idols there, would they just come to see open space and a banyan tree? Probably only I will be sitting under the banyan tree and meditating. To make people take the first steps towards their inner journey, I have to show them some of the complications that exist in their minds. Else I cannot lure them to it. I have to talk in their language. They will be so happy to see the Dakshinamurti idol under the banyan tree, although they will be blissfully unaware of the energy field that is actually around the banyan tree, even in the absence of the idol. This banyan tree is live energy. Its silence is a vibrating silence. It is enough if you just sit under it in a meditative mood. You don't have to do anything complicated. Every leaf and twig here talks to me. See, when you continue to worship idols, you have to become more and more aware of the tremendous presence of existence that you are trying to connect with through the idol. Then you will automatically start seeing God everywhere. You will understand that it is not just the idol, but the whole of creation that is pregnant with the presence of God. Then you can start relating with the whole of existence. With meditation, if you go into meditation with sincerity, the outcome is not definite. A personality change may happen. You may emerge as a different person, This is seen as a great risk. It is like taking a gamble. Transformation starts happening. It is this transformation that you are actually seeking, but when it happens, you are afraid. You feel comfortable in the security of your rituals. And rituals become a part of your everyday routine. They become a part of the dead circuit that you are following. Somehow they give you the satisfaction and you remain where you are. With meditation, your ideology is shaken a bit and you start feeling scared. Your set of beliefs that have been built by years of conditioning suddenly seem shaky. You feel you are moving on to a less trodden path, and that causes a fear in you. When you meditate, your awareness increases, and when this happens, the fence that you have imagined around yourself, which actually society has put around you, slowly dissolves, and you feel rebellious, not against society, but against your own unconscious and ignorant state. This rebellion causes you to probe more into the cause of it, and it opens out further avenues for you. This is how you move deeper and deeper into a space that you have never entered before. A space which society does not even know. A space that society is wary of. A space that has all along been inside you but locked. A space for which you have been searching a key to unlock, but you are blissfully unaware of. Not just in this life, but in many lives before. When you have found this space, you have arrived. It is like this. A cow is tied to a rope and given a few meters of radius to move around. It moves around and becomes aware and mature through its intelligence. Then the rope is loosened a little, giving it a few more meters of radius. It goes further around and becomes more intelligent, and then it is given still more length of rope to wander. Depending on the cow's growing intelligence and consciousness, it is let free at some point in time. The same thing happens in man. The rope or fence around man is proportionate to his consciousness. The more conscious he becomes, the greater freedom he enjoys, and the more his consciousness grows. See, it is a question of how willing you are to allow the transformation of your energy. This is the only way it can happen. But when this happens, society will tell you that you are moving away. It will tell you that you are moving away from what is right. The confusion then starts. When this happens, you only have to have courage and faith in yourself and existence and move on. Here is where, more than any books or lectures, a master can serve you as a yoga danda, a stick of support to help you stand up for yourself. Every time you feel beaten by society in your path of spirituality, when you feel you are against the majority, the master will pull you up in his own way and tell you to move on. You need to be prodded at weak moments, and the master is the stick that prods you on and supports you till you walk again with your head high up. At every moment of faltering, the stick emerges to your help. With the support of the master, you can stand up as an individual, as an independent person, discovering your uniqueness. It does not mean that you are dependent on the master, not at all. This is another common misconception. People think that you are being dependent on another human being for life. It is like this. You are trying to find your way to a particular place. If left by yourself, you will ask for directions at several places. Sometimes you will be guided wrongly and may have to retrace. And in this fashion, you will reach your destination somehow. It may take you a long time to do so, but you will reach. But what if you have a map or a guide? You will be able to directly reach your destination without any loss of time, is it not? Does it mean that you are dependent on the map or guide? No, it was just a quicker way of doing things, that's all. In the same way, a master is a guide who knows the way, who has already been to the place you are searching for and is available to guide you there. When you have dedication alone, you will no doubt work hard towards reaching your goal. But when you have dedication with courage, you will take a leap towards your goal. And this courage will come if you stop looking at others and look only into yourself. If you stop comparing yourself with others and watch yourself with awareness at the subtle changes happening inside your system. You need to stand up with courage of conviction in your own path. Courage of conviction will happen in you only when you are strongly centered in yourself without comparing with others. Society is waiting to pull you into the familiar patterns that it knows, into the miseries that it is familiar with and can handle, into the well-trodden path and the worn-out path. It is very easy and does not require courage to fall into this path. But to tread the lesser-trodden path of spirituality requires courage. When I say courage, I don't mean ordinary courage. I mean total courage. To wear gypsy beads does not require courage, but to wear Rudraksh beads requires courage. I give Rudraksh beads to devotees who wish to wear them. The Rudraksh beads are nothing but energy storehouses. They store the cosmic energy for you. They are like a battery house and they recharge you when you get into a low. But society sees these beads as clear signs of sannyas. They see them as something worn by renunciates without even understanding the meaning of renunciation. They condemn people who stay in family life and wear Rudraksh. But when they see the Rudraksh beads on idols or sadhus, they are happy and they pray to them. So many of my young devotees come and tell me how their families react to them to wearing the beads. All these gossip mongers will talk endlessly about it and spread stories about them. Is it not absurd? When they pray, they are praying to the cosmic energy. But when the same energy is available to them in simpler forms, they are not ready to take it. They pray to it, but run away from it. If you deeply analyze this, it will seem so absurd and nonsensical. They see themselves as so distinctly different from God. That is the whole problem. They are not ready to accept that they are God. Now I tell you, whether you know it or not, whether you accept it or not, whether you like it or not, whether you believe it or not, you are God. This is the underlying basis of the Vishuddhi Chakra also, discovering your own unique self and infinite energy. When your courage grows, society automatically fades into insignificance. When your courage is low, society assumes power over you. It is all in your mind. How much power you give to society, that much power it will have over you. Never blame society for anything. The choice has always been yours. Due to sheer lack of courage, you choose to go with what society says. You choose to pull and push by comparing and trying to beat one another, and then you blame society for it. It is the most absurd thing that you can ever do. Remember, the choice is always yours. Just function with awareness and infinity will simply open out. When it does, you will feel afraid because you are not used to it. You are not used to seeing such open space before. You are used to seeing boundaries all the time. Now you are not able to see the fence anywhere. You start getting apprehensive. You immediately think that you have entered the wrong space, and reality seems too much to digest. You start feeling insecure. You start feeling like going back to the warmth of your past beliefs and illusions. You feel you have made a big mistake by not listening to society when it told you that you were going on the wrong path. You start doubting, and then doubting the doubts as well. Life suddenly seems shaky. You don't know where you are heading. You feel like a lonely child left in the middle of a desert. It is in times like these that you need to remember that existence is always with you, and that your courage needs only to mature and go hand in hand with faith upon existence, and then everything will be all right. Faith is the prodding stick for courage. Unless a revolution happens inside you, you can never rupture and grow into a tree. Most of us remain a seed and die because of lack of courage. We always try to dissect the seed to find the fruits and flowers. Will it ever help? No. The seed has to rupture to grow. Similarly, when a radical change happens, when a revolution is created in man, he will rupture and grow. All meditations are nothing but techniques to make the seed rupture. And when you start rupturing, all your priorities start changing. What was important before becomes no more important. Only the things that nurture your being will seem important. Your whole attitude will change. Your whole presence will change. Your presence will automatically lure people to you, although they might not approve of it. The radiance felt in your inner core will attract them with deep curiosity. While society will criticize you for your changed attitude, it will start finding your presence distinctly different. When the transformation is happening, just utterly ignore anything from the past. The past will again and again try to pull you into familiar patterns and deep bondage. When you listen to the words of others, you are allowing yourself to be in bondage. Just decide and hold on to the ecstasy and conviction of the transformation happening inside you. This is the greatest test, the test of your perseverance to transform completely. Just hold on until the transformation is complete and mature. Understand this one thing. There is a cosmic energy that fills this universe, and there is an energy that fills you. Spirituality is all about establishing a live connection between the cosmic energy and the energy in you. When your individual consciousness merges with the universal consciousness, you become enlightened. Just a desire to get enlightened will not do. It needs to be a conscious decision. See, ordinary desires are nothing but greed. They don't really propel you towards your specific goal. A conscious decision is what will make you work towards achieving it. People don't understand these things properly and simply talk at a superficial level. When you don't understand, you misunderstand. But you think you have understood, and there starts the problem. Spirituality is a science that gives a deep understanding of our body, mind, and spirit. When you enter it with awareness, the outer world will slowly dissolve. When people see you from outside, they will think that you are renouncing. Only you will understand that you are not renouncing anything. The outer world things are simply dissolving on their own. The illusion disappears and you become dehypnotized. At one of our programs, I asked how many of them thought that I had hypnotized them. Out of a group of 80, 3 of them lifted their hands. One of the ladies who was sitting next to the girl who had her hand raised laughed at her. I asked her why she was laughing. The girl was honest enough to lift her hand. I am sure out of that group, many of them would have been tempted to lift their hands, but they didn't, fearing what I might say. Anyhow, 3 of them lifted their hands. I told them that I had not hypnotized them, but actually dehypnotized them. They have started feeling the clearing of Maya or illusion. But what happens is, you're so used to being in a state of illusion that if it starts clearing, you think something has gone amiss. The problem is when too much truth is told to people and understanding dawns, a certain fear sets in. The comfort they were enjoying under the covers of ignorance suffers. See, in whatever quantities your ignorance dissolves, in that much quantity you become possessed by God or existence. Any effort that you put in your everyday life should be directed towards emptying yourself so that you may be filled with existence. Everything else is just incidental and trivial in life. Just remember this. Every breath of yours should be towards increasing your awareness and consciousness. Only then have you really made a conscious decision to experience existence or God. If this firm resolve is not happening in you, then you are still pretending to seek, that's all. You are simply cheating yourself. Don't for a moment think that you are cheating others, you are cheating yourself. To turn your steps from outwards to inwards is the first step. That moment of taking the U-turn is the most significant moment in your life. And mind you, your awareness will tell you that you have taken the U-turn. Till then your mind would have been giving excuses and more excuses, citing people, situations and outer world circumstances. Citing all these as reasons for not being able to integrate yourself. Once you take the U-turn, all these will fade into insignificance. They will slowly lose their prominence. They will be there, no doubt, but you will be steadily progressing, taking them in your stride. They will help you become a more effective watcher as they play their parts meticulously. Taking the first step or the U-turn is what is the most difficult thing. When you take the U-turn, half the job is done. You then become more malleable to the ways of existence. When you take the U-turn, everything becomes meditation. Whether it is walking or talking or singing or dancing or simply putting your clothes on or taking them off, everything becomes a meditation and is done with increasing awareness. You will simply watch yourself doing these things and slowly understand that the whole world is an illusion. When you take your first step inwards, you have in effect taken a leap because the first step is the real leap. Until then, you only philosophize. You convince yourself and others that you are seeking, and you get more confused with lesser determination day by day. But when you take the first step, you are ready to win yourself. To win others is very easy. Just a few weapons or use your tongue and simply tear them apart, that's enough. But to win yourself takes real courage. This Vishuddhi Chakra is all about winning yourself. When you look inwards, you are ready to win yourself. Of course, when you are on the path inwards, there might not be anything tangible to the people around you in what you are doing. Only you will know that everything is happening inside and not outside. Only you will be aware of the revolution that is happening inside you. Only you will be able to tell the growing intelligence inside you. People around you will not be able to understand the experiences that you are enjoying. I tell you, never try to convince anyone that you are evolving inside. You may share your experiences with your spiritual friends who will be able to match your wavelength of thinking. But if you try to share these experiences with other people who are blissfully oblivious to the inner journeys, you will land up in deep misery. Just let the experiences happen in you. Neither hold on to them nor run behind them. Allow them to work like steam on you so that you may fully ripen. If you hold on to them, you will stagnate at some point and miss the whole thing. Remember that all these experiences are telltale signs that you are well on your journey inwards. They are like signboards that you see on the roads. Do you cling on to the signboards and say that the destination has been reached? No. So don't cling on to them. Move on to your destination. A total commitment and determination is needed, and this will come automatically to you when you are ready. When you are ready to drop your mind, that is society, and live with your heart. When you are ready to stop pointing fingers at others and point to yourself, come what may. When you understand experientially that your mind is societal and your heart is natural. And one more thing, when people ask you for proof of your experiences, just understand that there is no need to prove to them. Your experiences are so intimate and personal to you that you will not be able to effectively share it with the other person. In fact, if you share it, you will be bringing down the whole experience. The other person may not be willing to believe what you are saying. They may tell you that you are deluding yourself, or they may want you to explain the whole thing logically. Logic cannot explain these experiences. God is beyond logic. If logic can explain God, then logic has to be superior to God. But that is not the case. So just relax and allow the experiences to happen to you. When anyone questions you, have the maturity to smile and just move on. A smile can convey more effectively what you can't in so many words. Great enlightened masters have experienced such tremendous joy in communion with existence. People ask me to narrate my experiences, but I tell you, it is all so personal and intimate that I cannot explain it to you in words. I can guide you, I can show you the way, the path for you to experience, but the moment I start explaining, it will become mundane. But one thing, I can give you the highest assurance that you will experience if you have the fire within you. The promise given by a master is enough energy for you to achieve. Just understand that the joy you experience has no reason. People are bound to think that you are mad when they see you joyful without a reason, because they know only cause and effect relationships, even in the context of joy. According to them, only an outside cause can cause joy inside you. I am telling you all these things now in reply to your question about meditation and spirituality. You may think that we are moving away from the main subject. No, this chakra, the Vishuddhi chakra, is all about expanding yourself, about discovering your own unique self with total awareness and understanding of the fact that there is no scope for comparison and jealousy in life. Just take in whatever I have told you and allow the energy behind it to transform you. I tell you, miracles can happen inside you. It will change the whole quality of your being. All right. Now from all that we have discussed, you have understood that comparison and jealousy are non-entities and don't have any actual relevance to you at all. Now let me try to explain some more on the Vishuddhi chakra and the energy house that is in it. We have 3 layers of energy in us. The first layer of energy is from our mind, and it is this that we use for our day-to-day activities from morning till night. Once this energy expends, you start feeling tired and irritated if you are given more work to do. The second layer of energy is the emergency layer. It is the energy that arises from your emotions. At the time of emergency, this energy opens out. Say for example, you are walking on the road. If a dog chases you, the fear emotion surfaces, and what do? You run much faster than the fastest you can run under normal conditions, is it not? Even if you are dead tired, even if you are unable to move a limb, if suddenly a dog chases you, you will run with a different kind of energy. This is the emergency energy that arises out of emotion. The third layer energy is the being level energy. This is an infinite source of energy within you which you don't use at all. This energy layer can be opened and experienced by deep meditation. Whether you accept it or not, you are in connection with all these 3 layers of energies. This Vishuddhi chakra holds in it the key to these higher level energies. Let me narrate to you an incident that actually happened during my days of wandering. In a beautiful place called Almora in the Himalayas, there is a small ashram with a few huts for those who wish to meditate. The only thing with the place is, it is known to be frequented by tigers at night. I was there for a short while during my days of wandering. I used to meditate for long hours over there. They had a system by which, when the head of the ashram senses the tigers coming, he would ring a bell and all the sadhus would get into their respective huts and close the doors until such time they were asked to come out. On one such occasion at night time, while we were meditating, the bell rang and all of us got into our respective huts. The next day, the head of the ashram came around to see if we were all right. He found that one of the huts was closed and the sannyasi inside was shouting out through the window to open the door. We all ran to the hut and we tried opening the door, but we couldn't open it. Finally, a few of us got in through the window and entered the hut. To our surprise, we found that he had placed a big grinding stone against the door so that the tiger won't be able to push its way through. We jointly moved the stone away to open the door. It suddenly struck us how the man might have moved the stone single-handedly against the door in the first place. We asked him how he had moved it. He replied, "Moved it? I simply lifted it and placed it." When he heard the call of the tiger, he simply lifted the stone to place it against the door, that's all. This is exactly what I mean by the emergency layer energy. Under normal circumstances, the same man would not have been able to lift the same stone. Do you understand? Even after the incident, once the emergency was over, he himself was unable to lift it away from the door. Out of fear or greed, the second level energy opens. For example, if there is an important meeting, do you feel tired? No, you will be alive and fresh. The desire or greed to attend the meeting will keep you in an energized condition. The Vishuddhi chakra is the door through which all these layers of energy can be opened out, but you are not aware of it because you have not used these layers effectively in a long time. It is like this. In all harbors, there is a place called a boat jetty where the boats are kept. It is commonly said that if the boat is kept in the jetty for long without sailing, it forgets that it belongs to the water. In the same way, because you have not used the third layer of energy for a long time, you forget that you belong to it or it belongs to you. Meditation can open out this third level energy for you. If you keep this chakra in a cleansed condition, you can scale great heights in the outer world and great depths in the inner world. When you have low self-esteem or jealousy, this chakra is locked. Low self-esteem is a passive manifestation of jealousy, that's all. Jealousy is active, while low self-esteem is passive. Both are a result of comparison. With low self-esteem, you feel you are no good and you resign yourself to it. In jealousy, you are unable to bear it and you start reacting. That is the basic difference. Understand one thing. Any self-esteem that you have about yourself that indicates to you that you are lesser than God is low self-esteem. Because you are God. That is why I say there is no scope to compare yourself with anyone else. You need to experience the second and third layers of energy hidden in this chakra in order to understand the infinite potential that is lying hidden in you. This chakra is really the seat of energy for us. When we concentrate on it, we will be able to feel the energy radiating from it. In the Himalayas, When I used to wander, so many miles I used to cover by foot. I used to start walking at a slow pace, concentrating on my Vishuddhi chakra. Slowly I would pick up speed, concentrating on the chakra, and walk effortlessly. After a certain point, my body would start moving with a swinging pace, and I would be just a watcher. I would cover many miles together in this fashion. All the food that you take or exercise that you do helps only the first layer of energy. Food alone does not give you energy. It is a common misconception that only food gives you energy. Food is one source of energy, that's all. Yogis in Tibet do not eat at all. They simply drink water out of the shell of a bilva fruit. I lived like that for 6 months in the Himalayas. I got the energy from the sun, from the water while taking my bath, from the air while breathing. These are all yogic methods. Tapasya is the penance you do for enlightenment throughout your life. That alone vibrates in your being. When you start competing with others, you forget your own self. You forget to strengthen your own being, which is your actual untapped source of energy. If you have physical strength and intellectual strength without the strength of the soul, it is of no use. It is only when you discover the strength of your soul have you touched your life source. Yes, what is your question? Swamiji, once we are able to be without jealousy, have we completely gotten freedom in at least one aspect of our shortcomings? Of course. If you are able to see a space where love can exist without passion or jealousy, you have definitely moved forward. But continue moving with complete awareness, because you can very easily slip back into your old unconscious ways and find yourself going through all the old emotions once again. Hold on to the newly discovered awareness and move with it. It can open up many more beautiful avenues for you to explore. Don't stagnate. The greatest danger is to cling on to a few experiences thinking they are solid. Masters never allowed their disciples to stagnate in any experience. They always prod them on further so that the disciple may look deeper and deeper in his quest. People who have had visions of gods and goddesses most often tend to
Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us all